Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. Today we will see what if Harry Potter was loved and became the most powerful wizard of his age. Here is short summary. Rescued from the Dursleys by two witches, Harry Potter discovers love and power. Now, the most talented wizard of his generation, he must decide how to face those who wronged him. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Harry, yes, you are a wizard, and a powerful one at that, Nymphadora said. How do you know? If I'm some powerful wizard, then shouldn't I have been able to turn my fat waste of space cousin into a rat or something? Harry asked curiously. Tonks snorted unladylike at the question. Harry, turning a person into a rat is really advanced magic. Some witches and wizards never even learn that kind of advanced transfiguration. But then again, you can apparate already, so who knows? Apparating. That's when you disappear and reappear somewhere else, right? Harry asked, determined to remember everything he was being told. Yep, I can't believe you can do it. Mum was hysterical when you just disappeared, Nymphadora said, a smile flickering across her face at the memory. How did your mum find me? Harry asked. I'm not 100% sure how she followed you, because I don't know a lot about apparating, but Mum is a spellcrafter and she works with wild magic a lot. I think she somehow realized what you had done and followed you, Nymphadora said. Oh, Harry said, slightly disappointed at the lack of information. You said apparating is advanced magic. Merlin, yes. Even if you didn't consciously do it, someone your age shouldn't be able to apparate. They don't even bother to teach it at Hogwarts till you are in your 6th year, Nymphadora said excitedly. What's Hogwarts? Harry asked. It's a school where they teach magic. There are 4 houses: Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. I got sorted into Gryffindor last year, Nymphadora said. So, will I be able to go there? Harry asked hopefully. Harry, you will definitely be able to go. How old are you? Nymphadora asked. I turn 11 on the 31st, Harry said quickly. Well, then you'll be going this year, Harry, Nymphadora said, grinning. Really? That's awesome, I can't wait. I want to know how to do that red spell you mum did. I mean, your mum killed my uncle like it was nothing. I wish I could have been learning this magic stuff ages ago, Harry said happily. Harry Potter. My mother is not a murderer, she did not kill your uncle. Nymphadora barked. Harry's eyes widened at the new information. What do you mean, he's not dead? I saw him, he wasn't breathing, he had to have been dead. My mum stunned your uncle, Harry, she didn't kill him. Merlin, do you think she's some Death Eater or something? Nymphadora explained, clearly insulted. So Vernon is alive? Harry asked, dreading the answer. If that fat oaf's name was Vernon, then yeah, Nymphadora replied a little frostily. Harry swore under his breath. The odds of getting away from his relatives were beginning to look less and less good. Nymphadora, I don't think I'll be able to become a wizard, Harry admitted, a little crestfallen. This seemed to shock Nymphadora out of her brooding, because she openly gaped at him. What do you mean, you don't think you'll be able to become a wizard? My uncle, Harry said, spitting the word, an aunt will never let me go learn magic. I hoped that with Vernon dead, my aunt would be too scared to tell me no, but if he's alive, he'll probably just be that much angrier at me. Harry, Nymphadora said comfortingly, there is no way you won't be allowed to learn magic. I mean, you're famous in the wizarding world. What? Harry asked in surprise. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to tell you that, but you're famous, Harry. Merlin, if people ever found out that those muggles have been hurting you, someone would probably kill them, Nymphadora said, suddenly very serious. How am I famous? Harry asked gobsmacked. Well, I guess I can tell you. I mean, I did sort of let the cat out of the bag, didn't I? Nymphadora said. Yes, you did. Please tell me why I'm famous, Harry said. I'll do it on one condition, Nymphadora said. What? Harry asked warily. Will you call me Tonks and not Nymphadora? I hate my first name, she said honestly. Done. Now, Tonks, why am I famous? Harry asked, stressing her last name. Tonks smiled at the use of her surname and said, well, a few years ago, this evil wizard called He Who Must Not Be Named. That's a stupid name. He Who Must Not Be Named. Really scary, Harry said sarcastically. Harry, that wasn't his real name, people don't speak his name, Tonks chided. Why? What's his real name? Harry asked, truly interested now. I don't think I should say it. I mean, I've said it once just to see what would happen, and my mum grounded me for a month, Tonks said. Please, Tonks, just tell me, your mum isn't here, and why don't they speak his name? Harry asked. Merlin, Harry. People are still scared of him. He was a monster. His name was LL Lord VV Voldemort. Now, please don't make me say it again, okay? Tonks said. Alright, I won't. You said he was a monster. A real monster like a vampire or werewolf? Harry asked. No, Harry, he was a wizard, and Mum says not to call werewolves monsters. Lycanthropy is a disease and it ruins the lives of the people infected by it. Now, he who must not be named was a really powerful wizard. He started collecting followers and they started to kill muggles because they thought wizards were superior, Tonks said. I'd have to agree, Harry thought darkly. A war broke out between him and the ministry. The people who stood up to you-know-who were usually killed very quickly. He was ruthless, Harry, and he was one of the most powerful wizards ever. He tried to kill you and your parents one night, Tonks said. What? He tried to kill my parents and me? Harry asked in shock. Does that mean my parents fought against this you-know-who? Why would anyone fight to stop a man from killing muggles? The Dursleys, Piers, Dudley's gang, and all those people from primary school deserve to die. My mum said your parents fought with Headmaster Dumbledore against you-know-who. I guess he found out where you were living, because he showed up on Halloween at your house and killed both your parents, Harry, but when he tried to kill you, he couldn't and he died, Tonks said. What? That doesn't make any sense. How did he die? How come he couldn't kill me? Harry asked in shock. I don't know. No one really does, but everyone knows who you are because somehow you stopped him. You know who sent the killing curse at you, but it didn't kill you. It only gave you that lightning bolt scar on your head. That's how I knew who you were. Everyone in the wizarding world knows Harry Potter has a lightning bolt-shaped scar on his head, Tonks said, pointing at his head. That's unbelievable. I was told my parents were killed in a car crash. I knew the Dursleys were lying to me, Harry said, malevolence dripping from his voice. Oh Nymphadora, you didn't. Said a voice from the door. Harry and Tonks looked up to see Mrs. Tonks looking at them exasperatedly. I'm sorry, Mum, he asked and I wasn't going to keep it from him. Tonks said. Oh dear. Well, Harry, what do you think of everything my daughter has taken it upon herself to tell you? Mrs. Tonks asked as she walked into the room. I'm glad I know. It clears a lot of things up, really. I'm glad that I'm famous and my uncle won't be able to stop me from going to Hogwarts, but I do have some questions, Harry said. What are they? Mrs. Tonks asked kindly. Well, how will I pay for Hogwarts? My aunt and uncle won't give me the money and I wouldn't take any if they offered, Harry spat. Don't worry about money, Harry. Your parents were very well-to-do, especially your father. They left you quite a bit of money, Mrs. Tonks said sympathetically. But wouldn't my aunt and uncle have control over that? Harry asked. You are bright. I bet you'd make a fine Ravenclaw, Harry. To answer your question, wizarding fortunes can't be turned over to non-magical people to control. When I spoke to Professor Dumbledore, he said someone else controlled the finances for you, but I didn't inquire who, Mrs. Tonks said. Harry simply nodded his head and told himself to find out who was in control of his money when he could. So I'll be able to go to Hogwarts this year? Harry asked. Yes, Harry. When I called Headmaster Dumbledore, he gave me your letter, Mrs. Tonks said as she handed him a letter. Harry quickly opened the letter and read it several times. It was like a dream come true. He was a wizard and he would be going to a school to learn magic. This is going to be so great, Harry. You're going to Hogwarts this year, too. I'm sure we'll be the best of friends. Tonks said excitedly. You won't mind hanging out with someone who's a year younger than you? Harry asked, surprised and a little wary of Tonks' enthusiasm. Tonks' smile immediately fell and she lowered her head. Honestly, I don't have many friends, Harry. Everyone in Gryffindor teases me because I'm a metamorphagus and the girls spread rumors about me so that I can't make friends in other houses, Tonks said sadly. Harry felt bad for Tonks, but his curiosity forced him to ask, I don't understand, what's a metamorphagus? I can change my appearance at will. Tonks said hesitantly before shortening her hair and turning it from blonde to red. Oh wow, that's awesome. I did something like that once. My aunt gave me this horrendous haircut and when I woke up the next morning, my hair was back to normal, Harry said, missing the shocked expression on Tonks' face. Harry, are you serious? Tonks asked. Yeah, Harry said. That's amazing, Tonks blurted out, you could be like me. Mum, do you think he could be a metamorphagus? Tonks asked. Well, I don't think so, Nymphadora. It's a rare talent, Mrs. Tonks said. Try to change your hair, Harry. Focus on your hair turning blonde, Tonks said, undeterred. Okay, Harry said as he imagined what he would look like with blonde hair. He closed his eyes and thought very hard about his hair changing color. He heard a gasp and opened his eyes. Did it work? He asked. Tonks jumped up and down and gave him a very big hug. Look and see. Harry walked over to a mirror and gasped. His normally pitch black hair was now completely blonde. Wow, this is great. Harry said as he touched his now blonde hair. Harry, normally I would say you should register your ability at the ministry, but I don't think it would be good if people found out about this, Mrs. Tonks said. Why? Harry asked. Well, Harry, you are incredibly famous. You probably couldn't even buy your school supplies without being mobbed by people. Besides, if I could go back in time, I wouldn't have had Nymphadora register at the ministry, Mrs. Tonks said. Harry nodded his head. That makes sense. I don't want to be bothered by everyone when I'm just learning about being a wizard. Why wouldn't you have Tonks register at the ministry though? Because any time you register at the ministry it goes on public record. One of the older girls found out that I was a metamorph and demanded to see me change one day. I was stupid and I did it. After that, everyone started to demand that I change into things for them, and when I told them no, they started spreading rumors and pranking me. I mean, I'm not some stupid plaything for the Weasley twins. Tonks said angrily as a tear rolled down her face. Who are the Weasley twins? Harry asked sympathetically. They are these two kids in Gryffindor, who are a year older than me. Everyone thinks that they are so funny, but all they do is prank and make fun of me. Every time they see me, they ask me to turn into all these stupid things, Tonks said sadly. We'll get them back, Tonks, I promise. Harry said darkly. My hero, Tonks said sarcastically, but hugged him regardless. Harry smiled for the first time in a long time as Tonks hugged him. No problem, Tonks, Harry said. Well, you two, tomorrow we'll go to Diagon Alley to get your supplies. Harry, I was going to place a glamour on you so you didn't get mobbed by the crowd, but since you are a metamorphagus, Nymphadora will work with you to change your hair color and hide your scar, Mrs. Tonks said. All right. Thank you, Mrs. Tonks, Harry said brightly. Harry and Tonks spent the next several hours talking about Hogwarts, working on Harry's metamorphagus skills, and talking about the different schoolhouses. Tonks eventually brought up Quidditch and Harry was fascinated by the sport. Tonks told him how her favorite team was the Kent Shooting Stars, and how she was at the game last year when they won the cup. That's awesome, Tonks. The Stars will be my favorite Quidditch team, too, Harry proudly announced, causing Tonks to smile and give him another hug. This year is going to be so great, Harry. Tonks said, smiling. Harry, Tonks, and Mrs. Tonks all got up early to go to Diagon Alley. Harry changed his hair color and hid his scar before they left. Tonks spent a good chunk of the previous night explaining flow travel, but nothing could have prepared Harry for the strange dizzy feeling that went along with it. When everyone arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, the three of them entered Diagon Alley. Harry was a little nervous that someone would notice him, but Tonks assured him that with blonde hair and no scar he was just another wizard here to buy school supplies. The three of them made their way up to a massive white building with three very strange-looking creatures standing guard. When they approached, the creatures bowed and opened the doors for them. Goblins, Tonks whispered to Harry quietly. Cool, Harry said. Those two big ones at the door look like they would be able to really mess up Dudley and Vernon, Harry thought as they approached the nearest counter. We need to take some money out of our vault for school supplies, Mrs. Tonks said. Do you have your key? The goblin asked, sounding incredibly bored. Yes, it's right here, Mrs. Tonks said, handing the key over. That looks to be in order. Rignork, take them to vault number 322. Yes, sir. Right this way, ma'am, the goblin said. Wait, what about my money? Harry asked before they started walking away. Harry, dear, this is on us, Mrs. Tonks said with her ever-present smile. No offense, ma'am, but I've never had any money in my entire life. I would like to see my vault if I can, Harry said. No way am I not going to see it. What if there is something my parents left me that could explain why they wanted to fight against Voldemort? Harry thought. Who? Are you? The goblin at the desk finally asked. Harry Potter, Harry answered. The goblin seemed to eye him very carefully before putting on some blue glasses. Ah, I see. Do you have your key? The goblin asked. No sir, I only realized I was a wizard a few days ago, Harry admitted. What about all the notices from the bank regarding your interest payments, did you never wonder about those? The goblin asked. I never got any notices, Harry answered simply. Excuse me? The goblin asked coldly. I never got any notices, and I'm sure if my aunt and uncle found out I had money, they would have tried to take it from me, Harry said. I see. This is highly unusual. Rignork, take the Tonks to their vault. Mr. Potter, please follow me, the teller goblin said. Can't they come with me? Harry asked. I'm sorry, Mr. Potter, but for bank security reasons, only the person who is making a charge against the Goblin Nation can appear to the head of Gringotts, the goblin said. What? He's going to meet the head of Gringotts? Mrs. Tonks asked in shock. Mr. Potter is claiming that a level 9 fraud has been committed against his account. If this is true, we will get to the bottom of it. Mr. Potter, please follow me, the goblin said. Harry, we'll meet you when you are done, Mrs. Tonks said, still in shock. Okay, Harry agreed, not quite sure what was happening but hurrying after the goblin regardless. Harry followed the goblin for some time before he stopped in front of two massive golden doors. 3 goblins, of intimidating size and wielding swords, approached them. Mr. Potter is making a charge against the Goblin Nation. I need to speak with Chief Horrick, the teller goblin said. The large goblins looked at each other and then to Harry before allowing them to pass. The doors opened, and Harry saw a group of 12 goblins sitting around a massive golden table. All of them looked angrily at the intruders. What is the meaning of this interruption? The nearest goblin demanded. Sir, an ancient family has charged the Goblin Nation with a level 9 fraud, the teller goblin said importantly. The entire table broke into shouts before the head goblin seemed to gain control. Who makes this claim? Mr. Harry J. Potter, the goblin said, beckoning Harry forward. Harry approached the goblins, who seemed to be eyeing him with mistrust. Are you sure this is Mr. Potter? The head goblin asked suspiciously. Harry suddenly realized he looked nothing like himself and changed back to his normal form. Ah, so he's a metamorphagus, the head goblin said, showing several sharp teeth. What is the claim he has made against us? Another goblin asked viciously. He claims he has never once seen a single bank statement regarding his account, the teller goblin replied. Mr. Potter, is this true? The head goblin asked. Yes sir, I didn't even know I was a wizard till a few days ago. If I had seen a bank statement, I would have remembered it. I've never had any money in my entire life, Harry said. Mr. Potter, do you understand the seriousness of what you have just said? The head goblin asked. No sir, I don't, Harry said honestly. Mr. Potter, goblins pride themselves of truthful dealings. Many wizards consider us underhanded and greedy. While that is our nature, we follow every contract we sign to the letter and are always honest. What you have just implied is that a member of our staff has failed one of our oldest and largest accounts, the goblin said. Sir, I'm really sorry, I mean no disrespect. You all seem like wonderful people. I just didn't get anything from the bank, Harry said. He lies, sir. He seeks reparations. A goblin shouted. What if he doesn't, Sakara? Another goblin said. Sharply. Mr. Potter, have you ever heard of Veritaserum? The head goblin asked. No sir, Harry replied. It's a truth-telling potion, Mr. Potter. 3 drops on your tongue will force you to tell the truth. For such a charge, it is required to be administered. Will you submit to the serum? The goblin asked. Well, okay, I guess. As long as you only ask about my bank information, Harry said nervously as he thought of the goblins asking him about the Dursleys. Agreed, the head goblin said as several other goblins entered the room. One of the new goblins led Harry to a chair while another went and got a small vial. Harry opened his mouth and the goblin placed 3 drops of a clear liquid on his tongue. A sudden euphoric feeling swept all over him. He smiled at the goblins who all seemed to be in agreement that the potion had taken effect. "What is your name?" "Harry Potter." Several goblins seemed annoyed that this was the real Harry Potter. "Have you ever seen any of your bank statements?" "No, sir." The goblins were now openly stunned. "Do you know anyone who would try to hide your statements?" "No. My aunt and uncle both hate me, but if they knew I had money, they would have tried to take it from me." "Have there been any transactions in the Potter Trust vault over the last 11 years?" The head goblin snapped. "No, sir, none," another goblin answered. "Mr. Potter, what is your opinion of the goblins, now that we have failed you?" "I don't understand how you failed me. You all seem angry that someone has wronged me, and that means a lot to me. You seem trustworthy and honest." "I am not mad at you," Harry said. The head goblin signaled for the antidote and soon Harry felt the euphoric feeling leave him. "That was strange," Harry admitted. The head goblin smiled. "Mr. Potter, I'm very happy that you do not hold any ill feelings towards us, but the truth is we have failed you. We will find out exactly about how this happened. I will have 3 percentage points of interest added on all your family's gold for the last 10 years to make up for the mistake. I hope that it is enough. I have taken the liberty of providing you with 100 galleons from my personal vault for your school shopping. You also have my word that we will find out how this happened." "Thank you, sir. I appreciate all that you are doing," Harry said, smiling. "If you have any questions, please ask us, Mr. Potter. My name is Horik, head of Gringotts and High Commander of the Goblin Nation." "I will, thank you, sir," Harry said, shaking the goblin's hand, accepting the bag of coins, and leaving the conference room. Right before the doors closed he heard Horik screaming in some strange language at the other goblins. Harry found Mrs. Tonks and Tonks waiting for him in the main lobby of Gringotts talking to the largest man he had ever seen. "Harry, are you okay?" "What did they say?" Tonks asked as soon as she saw him. "It's okay, Tonks. They were kind of nice, and to be honest, I like them," Harry said. "Really? Usually no one likes goblins, Harry," Mrs. Tonks said, stunned, as she nervously eyed the goblin standing behind Harry. "Why? Because they are really good with money. That's no reason not to trust them. If anything, it makes them more trustworthy," Harry said simply. Harry didn't notice several goblins nearby stop and stare at him in shock. "Blimey, that's interesting company ye keep," the large man said. Harry just looked at the massive man, not sure what to make of that statement. "Oh, Harry, this is Hagrid. Hagrid, this is Harry Potter," Mrs. Tonks said, introducing them. "Blimey, you sure have grown up. Last time I saw you, you were only a baby," Hagrid said with a smile. "Did you know my parents?" Harry asked, curiously. "That I did, Ari. Fine people they were. Shame what happened. I was the one who found you after he attacked," Hagrid said sadly. "You were?" Harry said in shock. "Yep, took you to them relatives of yours," Hagrid said proudly. "You did that," Harry said icily. Clearly, Hagrid didn't notice Harry's tone, because he continued to talk boastfully about it. "Yep, on Dumbledore's orders, o' course," Hagrid said. "Who's Dumbledore? I know I've heard that name before," Harry practically demanded. "Dumbledore's the headmaster of Hogwarts, Harry. Great man, Dumbledore, great man. He's the only one you know who ever really feared," Hagrid said. Harry's mind was racing. "So Dumbledore's the reason I was stuck at the Dursleys. He's the one responsible for me living in hell for the last 10 years. It was nice to see you again, Hagrid, but we really do have a lot of shopping to do," Andromeda said. "Oh, of course, don't let me stop ya, Andy. It's been nice to see you again, Ari," Hagrid said as Harry, Tonks, and Mrs. Tonks began making their way toward the exit of the bank. "Harry, change your appearance before we leave," Mrs. Tonks instructed. Harry quickly made his scar disappear and changed his black hair back to blonde. When they left Gringotts, Mrs. Tonks turned to Harry and asked, "How much money did you withdraw?" "Oh, I didn't withdraw any. Horik gave me 100 galleons from his vault for my school supplies." "Is that enough?" Harry asked. Mrs. Tonks just stared at him open-mouthed. Harry, what do you mean, he gave you 100 galleons? He said that he felt bad for what happened, and that they were going to add 3 percentage points of interest on all my vaults. Horik then gave me a bag of money with 100 galleons in it. Is it enough money? Harry asked. Harry, that's awesome. You are totally buying me ice cream later. Tonks exclaimed, smiling at him. So it's enough? Harry asked. Harry, 100 galleons will buy you the finest robes, cauldron, and supplies you can get, Mrs. Tonks explained. Oh good, Harry said with a smile. Merlin, look at the time. Harry, we are running really late. Tonks has already been measured for her robes, so can you go do that while we get your potion supplies? Mrs. Tonks asked. Sure. Where do I go? Harry asked sheepishly. I'm sorry, dear. It's Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions and it's the third store on the left. We'll be at the apothecary if you somehow finish before us. It's right over there, Mrs. Tonks said, pointing to a large black building. Okay, no problem, Harry said. He quickly walked down the cobblestone street and entered Madame Malkin's. Hello, dear. Hogwarts. A smiling woman asked pleasantly. Yes, Harry said. Very well, go through that door. There is another boy being fitted right now as we speak, the woman said, smiling at him. Harry walked through the door and saw a blonde-haired boy getting fussed over by several people. When they saw Harry, a few people came over and started measuring him next. Hello, Hogwarts. The blonde boy drawled. Yep, Harry replied. Is this your first year? Yes. You? Yes. Do you know what house you'll be in? The boy asked. No, I just hope it isn't Gryffindor. My friend Tonks is in that house and while she's great, it seems to be filled with mindless idiots. Her mum said I'd be good in Ravenclaw, though, Harry said offhandedly. Well, you're right about Gryffindor being full of idiots. I suppose Ravenclaw wouldn't be bad though, not that I'll be in that house. My entire family has been in Slytherin, so I know I'll be in there, the boy said smugly. Slytherin, that's the one for cunning and ambitious people, right? Harry asked. Yes, but if you don't know that, then I doubt you'll get in, the boy said snobbishly. Why's that? Harry said, slightly annoyed. Because you obviously are a muggle-born wizard, the boy drawled. Harry snapped. He didn't like anything to do with his muggle relatives or Dudley's friends. Before the snobbish white-haired boy could react, Harry lunged at him from across the table and tackled him to the floor, shocking the people who were trying to measure them. Don't you ever insult me like that again. I don't want anything to do with muggles, and my parents were a witch and wizard, I'll have you know. Harry snarled. Sorry, I just assumed, the boy said, clearly surprised. You want to be a Slytherin, think before you speak next time, Harry said sharply. I'm really sorry. I didn't know. Father told me that when someone was unsure about Hogwarts, they are usually muggle-born, the boy said. Well, maybe you should think for yourself and not just mindlessly listening to your father. I'm not muggle-born, but I had to live with 3 terrible muggles, so please don't insult me by comparing me to them, Harry said, practically spitting the word muggle. The blonde boy, who looked like he wanted to argue when Harry insulted his father, started to apologize again when Harry finished speaking. That must have been terrible, living with muggles, no one should have to do that. Why didn't you live with your parents? He asked curiously. Because they were stupid and decided to fight against that Voldemort guy, I mean who cares if he wanted to kill muggles. I wish I had known about magic sooner, so I could have killed my muggle uncle and cousin, Harry said quietly so only the boy could hear. The blonde boy's eyes widened at the Dark Lord's name, but he couldn't help but smile at the way the other boy talked about muggles. Well, it looks like you have a good sense of priorities. I'm sorry I misjudged you, you are definitely not a muggle-born wizard, the boy said. Then, very quietly, he leaned in and whispered, you'd be great in Slytherin, we don't let that muggle-born filth into our house like all the other ones do. We also don't allow blood traitors that side with them. Harry smiled. I think I would be good in Slytherin. Yeah, I'd say so. By the way, my name is Draco Malfoy. My family is one of the oldest pureblood lines in the wizarding world, Draco said, his arrogance returning. That's cool, Harry said, unsure what to say to the boy about that. I don't know if my family was like that. I'm still learning stuff about the magical world, Harry said. Well, I can certainly help you out. What's your name? Draco asked. Harry looked around at the people fixing his robes and motioned for Draco to lean towards him. My name's Harry Potter, but I'm in disguise because I'm apparently famous, Harry said quietly in the boy's ear. What? No way. Draco screamed in shock. Can you excuse us for a second? Harry asked everyone. When no one made any attempt to move, Draco seemed to get impatient and started yelling. Listen up, all of you. If you don't leave right now, I'll tell my father you are all incompetent, and he'll have your jobs faster than you can say Evanesco. That got everyone's attention and they quickly left the room. When the last one left, Harry focused on what he really looked like and changed back. Oh Merlin, you weren't kidding. You're really Harry Potter, Draco said in awe. Yep, I really am, Harry said, changing back. Can you not let that get out though? I'm not in the mood to be mobbed by idiots right now. Yeah, no problem. I have to say I'm shocked. I mean, the Dark Lord killed your parents. He tried to kill you, and you still want to be a Slytherin. That was his house, you know, Draco said. I didn't know that. I don't really blame Voldemort. I mean, my parents never should have stood against him. I still don't understand why they did. Muggles are pathetic, Harry said. Wow. You know, my father would love to meet you. He was one of the people who helped the Dark Lord, Draco said, saying the last part very quietly. What? Really? But wouldn't he be in trouble? I heard that everyone who helped Voldemort got put in prison, Harry said quietly. No, not everyone. There are a lot of followers who didn't go to jail, Draco said smugly. I think I'd love to meet your dad, Harry said, grinning. Yeah, by the way, how did you change your appearance? Draco asked. I'm a metamorphagus, but don't tell anyone, okay? My friend is one, too. We are going to get so many Gryffindors in trouble this year. She's going to nick me a pair of Gryffindor robes, and we are going to take their appearance to get them in trouble, Harry said, his grin stretching ever wider. Huh, that'd be awesome. Why is your friend in Gryffindor? She sounds like a Slytherin through and through, Draco said. I know, I feel bad for her because she hates it so much. Everyone in Gryffindor makes fun of her because she's a metamorphagus, Harry said sadly. I always knew father was right when he said Gryffindors were stupid. That's such a rare talent, she's going to have so many opportunities because of it, and so will you. Not that you need it, being Harry Potter. Father told me the Potter line is really old, just like ours. I'm sure you're loaded, Draco said. Huh, wouldn't surprise me, with the way the goblins were treating me earlier today. Now, let's finish these stupid robes. I'll introduce you to my friend when we are done, Harry suggested. Alright, sounds good. You should probably change your appearance before those people come back inside. I wouldn't tell anybody I was a metamorphagus if I were you. They'll probably make you register or something stupid like that, Draco said. Yeah, I already decided that I wasn't going to register, Harry said as he changed back. Oh, and when we are in public don't call me Harry, I don't want anyone to get suspicious. Okay, what do you want me to call you? Draco asked curiously. Dunno. How about James? That's my middle name, Harry said. Alright, sounds good, James, Draco said, trying out the new name. Draco called the people back into the room and 10 minutes later the two boys were both done. They paid for their robes and walked out of the store. My mother is getting my potions supplies right now, and my father is getting my books. What do you need to get? Well, my friend's mum is getting my potion stuff, but I still need everything else. Tonks wanted to be with me when I got a wand, so where else can we go? How much money did you bring with you? Draco asked curiously. 100 galleons, Harry replied offhandedly. Draco smiled approvingly. That's what father said people should bring when they go shopping. He's going to love you, I can tell. I guess we can go look at some pets, that could be cool. I already have an eagle owl, but you are going to need something, Draco said as he walked him down the street towards a noisy shop. The two boys walked into the shop and started looking around. What do you think I should get? Harry asked. Dunno. Let's go look at the snakes. We aren't allowed to bring them to Hogwarts, but they are still interesting in the symbol of Slytherin, Draco said. Alright. Excuse me, ma'am, where are your snakes? Harry asked politely. Oh, they are in the back. Would you like me to show them to you, dear? She asked. Yes, please, I would, Harry said. The woman led Harry and Draco to a back room where hundreds of snakes were sliding in their cages. "S's stupid woman keeping me locked. In this cage, I'll bite her if SSSHE tries to touch me. Here comes the keeper with 2 brats. None are worthy. The one with white hair looks good to eat." Harry was in shock as he listened to the snakes talk. He looked at Draco, who seemed completely oblivious to it. "Well, dear, is there any particular snake that you are looking for?" the shopkeeper asked. Can I just look around?" Harry asked. "Sure thing. When you find one you like, come and get me. Most of these things need to be defanged because they are dangerous," the woman said. "SSSHE leave us. Foolish woman. If either of Thess boys SS pick me, I'll bite them so fast." "S's shut up," Harry screamed. Harry grinned when all the snakes stopped talking. He looked up at Draco, whose eyes were wide in shock. "Draco, you look like you've seen a ghost," Harry remarked. Why you're a parcelmouth," Draco blurted out. "I'm a what?" Harry asked, confused. "You can talk to snakes," Draco said. "Oh, well, yeah. I bet loads of people can," Harry said, shrugging it off. "No, James, it's a rare gift. The only people who can do it are descendants of Salazar himself," Draco said in awe. "Who?" Harry asked. "Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House. You must be his heir," Draco explained. "Wow," Harry said. "Is that true?" Harry asked a snake. "Hesse SS speaker. A SS speaker has come. Hail the SS speaker, hail the SS speaker." The snakes began to hiss in unison. "I guess it's true," Harry said, grinning at Draco. "So you don't understand me when I speak to them?" "No, I hear you talking like a snake. It's kind of creepy. You have to get a snake, huh, James?" "You need one, now," Draco urged. "You said they weren't allowed at Hogwarts, though," Harry said. "So bloody what, you need to get one. You can just hide it in the dorm or something. If you're in Slytherin, no one will rat on you for having a snake, James," Draco said. "I guess you're right," Harry said. "What should I get?" "Get something dangerous," Draco said mischievously. Yeah, and have it attack my muggle relatives if I ever see them again," Harry said. "I need a powerful SS snake. Who here can help me?" Harry asked, turning to the snakes. The snakes all stared, hissing. "I will help you. S's speaker, I can help you. I will kill your enemies. I will be most loyal. Who here ISSS the most dangerous?" Harry asked. There was silence for a while before several snakes started to hiss. "Salazar is the most dangerous." "Where is Salazar?" Harry asked. "I am here," a hissing voice called. Harry grabbed Draco's arm and followed the voice till they reached a slick black snake with green lines running down its back. "Salazar?" Harry asked. "Yes, speaker. I am Salazar, an Egyptian wizard ASSSP, Salazar hissed proudly. "What ISSS the difference between a regular ASSSP and a wizard ASSSP?" Harry asked. "Unlike our cousins SS, we grow with our bonded wizardess power." "I essence you have great power, SS speaker, I would grow very large," Salazar said. Harry could almost see the smile on the snake's face as it spoke to him. "My name is Harry Potter and I am looking for a powerful companion, who will defend myself and my friends. Will you help me?" Harry asked. "It would be my greatest street honor to pledge myself to you, SS speaker," Salazar said, bowing his head. Harry opened the top of the snake's cage, and Salazar slithered into his hand and up his shoulder. As soon as Salazar touched his hand, a red light seemed to form between the snake and him. "What was that?" Draco asked. "I just boned to the snake," Harry said as Salazar started to grow several inches. "Thank you, master. I have already grown much. We SSS Hall be great companions." Salazar hissed. "Yes, we SSS Hall. This ISSS my friend, Draco Malfoy. Do not harm him or my friend Tonks under any circumstances, do you understand?" Harry hissed. "Yes. I will protect the friends SS of the SS speaker," Salazar hissed and bowed his head at Draco. His hair makes him look like a rabbit, though. Harry howled with laughter and Draco looked mad. "What's funny?" Draco asked. "He likes you, Draco, but he said your hair makes you look like a rabbit," Harry said, still laughing. "Come on, let's buy him and go," Harry said while Draco began sputtering indignantly. "Master, stop," Salazar hissed as they approached the counter. Harry grabbed Draco before he could call the sales clerk. Why? What is wrong? Harry asked. You must not let the SS shopkeeper drain me of my poisson, Salazar hissed. Will SSSHE take your poisson if I buy you? Harry asked. Yes, Salazar replied. Then coil yourself around my stomach, Salazar. My robes are large enough to hide you, Harry instructed. The snake nodded and coiled himself around Harry's midsection. When Salazar was secure, Harry nodded to Draco, and the two of them left the shop quickly. Harry grinned when they were outside and instructed Salazar to just relax on his shoulders. "Huh, that worked out well," Harry said, smiling at Draco. "James, why didn't you pay for him? That was stupid. What if they had an anti-theft ward or something? I mean, you could have afforded to buy him without question," Draco said. Anti-theft ward? Harry asked hesitantly. Yes, it stops someone from stealing. Merlin, you are beyond lucky. I bet they didn't put the wards on the snakes themselves and just the tanks they were in, Draco said. I guess that makes sense. I mean, how many people would be willing to grab a venomous snake and then leave with it? Harry said sheepishly. Still, it was a stupid thing to do. How much could the little thing have cost? 10, 11 galleons. Draco chided. Yeah, but had I bought him, the clerk would have drained Salazar of his poison. I couldn't have that, now could I? Harry said, grinning at the shocked look on Draco's face. So he's really poisonous? Draco stammered. Yep. Don't worry though, Draco, I already told him not to attack you or Tonks. Plus, he seemed to like you, Rabbit, Harry said, laughing. Draco grimaced at the nickname and the two boys began walking down the alley. Draco showed Harry where to get his books, and they quickly bought them. After an hour, Harry said, well, I think that's everything but a wand, Draco. Let's find Tonks and get one. Okay, sounds good. I want to meet this Tonks. She sounds like the only Gryffindor I'll probably ever like, Draco said. Harry and Draco walked towards the ice cream parlor when Harry spotted her. Tonks, hey, Harry said, walking towards her. Harry, there you are. Mum has been going spare. Where have you been? Tonks said, giving him a hug before leaping back at the sight of the snake that was wrapped across his shoulders. Relax, Tonks. Salazar isn't going to hurt you. Oh, and please call me James for right now, Harry chided. Oh, okay, James. So you named your snake after the founder of Slytherin. Well, I guess there goes any chance of you being a Gryffindor. Not that I can say I blame you, Tonks said, grinning at him. Hey Tonks, this is Draco Malfoy, we met while I was getting my robes, Harry said. Nice to meet you, Draco. Tonks said, shaking his hand. Yeah, you too. From what James tells me, you're probably the only Gryffindor I'm ever going to talk to at Hogwarts, Draco said, smiling. Huh, I don't blame you. Tonks said. So, you guys want to get some ice cream? Yeah, after that, we need to get my wand, Harry said. Yes, I was hoping that you didn't forget that I wanted to get that with you, Tonks said happily. Hey, give me some credit, Tonks. I mean, you told me 1,000 times last night that you wanted to find out what kind of wand I would have, Harry said, smiling. The three kids ordered their ice creams and sat outside talking about school till Draco's head shot up. Father, Draco called out. Draco, there you are. Your mother has been looking for you for the last half hour. We told you to stay at the robe supplier after you were done, not eat ice cream, the man chided. I'm sorry, Father, but, Draco looked pleadingly at Harry who gave him a nod. Draco got up and whispered, Father, that is Harry Potter. I met him at the robe store. He didn't want anyone to know who he was, so he changed his appearance. He's nothing like what you told me he would be. He hates muggles and he claims that the Dark Lord was right about trying to kill them. He blames his own parents for their deaths because they tried to stop the Dark Lord. He's also a Parselmouth and a Metamorphagus. He asked that we not call him Harry in public because he doesn't want a scene, he wants to be known as James right now. He also wants to be a Slytherin, Father, can you believe it? Harry watched as Draco's father's eyes grew wider and wider before he finally took a step back. James, it's a real honor to meet you. You seem to have made quite the impression on my son. My name is Lucius Malfoy, Mr. Malfoy said, extending a hand. It's a pleasure, Mr. Malfoy. You have a great son. I hope we get to be in the same house, Harry said, shaking his hand. Well, if what he just told me is true, then I have no doubt you'll make an excellent Slytherin, James. Who is your friend? Mr. Malfoy asked. This is Tonks, she's starting her second year. She's a Gryffindor, but don't hold that against her. She hates her house, isn't that right, Tonks? Harry said. It's true, Mr. Malfoy. I hate being a Gryffindor, I wish I was in any other house. Well, maybe not Hufflepuff, because then I'd really be doomed, Tonks said, causing Mr. Malfoy and Draco to laugh. Well, my dear, at least you realize it. I have no doubt that you will do great things in this world, Mr. Malfoy said, smirking at her. Thank you, sir. James said something similar last night, Tonks said, taking Harry's hand and giving it a squeeze. Master, she likes you. She has much talent, I can sense it, Salazar hissed, causing Harry to smile. Harry noticed Draco and his father giving him a strange look. Obviously, they wanted to know what Salazar had just said. Master, the elder rabbit is curious about you. He has a strong aura around him. Nothing compared to what you could become, but he is still powerful, Salazar hissed. Harry smiled at Mr. Malfoy and gave him a little grin. Mr. Malfoy, I have it on good authority that you are a strong wizard. Would you like to accompany Tonks, Draco, Salazar, and I to get a wand? Salazar. Mr. Malfoy asked curiously. Oh, that's James's snake, Tonks said brightly. Ah, I would be honored, James. Are all of you ready to go now? Mr. Malfoy asked, giving a slight bow. They all looked at each other, nodded their heads, and made their way to a run-down-looking shop called Ollivander's. They walked into the shop and rang the bell. Harry was about to call for help when a voice said, "Ah, Lucius. 12 inches, maple and dragon heartstring, an amazing wand for dueling." Harry looked at the old wizard with the silver and gray eyes. The man gave him the creeps. Yes, Mr. Ollivander, Mr. Malfoy said, crisply. Ah, Ms. Tonks, it has hardly been a year. I trust your wand is holding up well enough. 12.5 inches, unicorn hair, correct. An amazing wand for charms, Ollivander said. Yes sir, that was my best class last year. Tonks replied. Ah, and who do we have here? Obviously, the young Draco will need a wand and, Mr. Potter, good to see you have finally decided to return. An interesting gift, Metamorphagus. Now, please, feel free to return to normal, Ollivander said. Harry returned to his normal form and grinned at the man. How did you know, sir? Harry asked. Ah, we all have our secrets, don't we? Young Mr. Malfoy, you first. I'm sure you take after your father, and every other Malfoy, so let's go straight to the powerful dragon heartstring wands, shall we? Ollivander said. Mr. Ollivander handed Draco wand after wand, quickly snatching each wand away before Draco could do anything with it. Finally, Draco's face seemed to brighten and he flicked a wand, shooting several green sparks out it. Ah, bravo Draco. Lucius, your son has gotten the strongest dragon heartstring wand I've made since your own. I dare say the Malfoy tradition carries on again, Ollivander said. Well done, Draco, Mr. Malfoy said proudly. Thank you, father, Draco said, smiling as he looked upon his wand with pride. Now, Mr. Potter, let's see what we can do for you, shall we? Potters were always a difficult family to get a wand for. They never chose a specific core. Your great-grandfather still holds the record of 2 hours before finding a wand that suited him, Ollivander said, smiling at the memory. Mr. Ollivander took several boxes off the shelf and handed them to Harry. Harry would raise his hand to make it work, but time and time again Mr. Ollivander would snatch it away. They did this for almost half an hour. I told you Potters were always tricky. Ollivander said happily. It appears so, Mr. Ollivander, Lucius said, getting more and more interested as the stack of boxes began to pile up. Well, why not, a rare combination. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, Mr. Ollivander said, handing Harry a red wand. As soon as Harry took the wand, he felt a great rush of power shoot through him. Master, that is your wand. I've just grown 1/4 of an inch, Salazar said. Harry laughed and gave the wand a wave showering the room in green and red sparks. It appears Mr. Potter has found a wand, Lucius said. Curious, very curious, Ollivander said, shaking his head. Excuse me, sir, but what is curious? Harry asked. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, and the phoenix whose tail feather is in your wand gave another feather, just one. It's curious that you would be destined for that wand when its brother gave you that scar, Ollivander said, causing gasps from everyone. You mean, that wand is the brother of the Dark Lords? Lucius said in awe. That it is, Ollivander replied. Harry didn't know what to say to that, so he quickly paid 10 galleons for his wand and exited the store after putting on his disguise. It has been a pleasure to meet you, James, Lucius said. I'm sure you and Draco will do great things. It's about time the houses of Potter and Malfoy began to see eye to eye on things. Tonks, if I can ever do anything for you, please feel free to ask. Thank you, Mr. Malfoy. I guess we'll see you on September the 1st. I'll let James borrow my Aldo, so we can write each other. Tonks smiled at the Malfoys. Sounds great, Draco said excitedly. See you guys on the 1st. Lucius gave one final nod to Harry and Tonks before placing a hand on Draco's shoulder and disappearing with a crack. He seemed really nice. My mom never really liked the Malfoys, but what she doesn't know won't hurt her, right? Tonks said. Why doesn't she like the Malfoys? Harry asked curiously. Oh, because Mr. Malfoy was rumored to have worked for you know who, but he seemed really nice. Now come on, let's go find my mum before she kills us both, Tonks replied. Harry grinned as he read Draco's letter for the 3rd time that night. Dear Harry, my dad said that your birthday was on the 31st, and he agreed that you could spend it here at Malfoy Manor. The quill that came with this letter is a portkey. It will activate at 10 o'clock the morning of your birthday. Draco. Harry had been very excited all day in anticipation. Calm down, Salazar hissed. I'm sorry Salazar, but we are going to visit Draco today. Yes, a visit to the rabbits' home. Salazar replied as he slithered up Harry's arm and positioned himself around his shoulder and down his right arm. Harry sprinted down the stairs as fast as he could, Salazar hissing his annoyance along the way. What are you so excited about? Tonks asked as he ran downstairs on his birthday. Harry showed her the quill and grinned at his friend's puzzled expression. It's a quill, Harry. Tonks said flatly. It's something called a portkey. Draco said it would activate at 10 o'clock today and take me to Malfoy Manor to celebrate my birthday. Harry said, unable to hide how excited he was. It's your birthday today, why didn't you say something earlier this week? Or when we got back from Diagon Alley? Tonks demanded. Seeing that his friend was actually somewhat upset, Harry grimaced. I'm sorry Tonks, I just never had anyone care if it was my birthday before. Harry replied sheepishly. Tonks immediately softened and her eyes began to fill with unshed tears. I'm so sorry Harry. I didn't mean to yell or anything. I guess I was just upset that I didn't get you a present. I wonder how Mr. Malfoy figured out it was your birthday though. I dunno. I guess we can't ask him when we go there. Harry said. We? Tonks asked hesitantly. Well I'm not going without you Tonks. Harry replied offhandedly. Tonks jumped out of her chair and pulled Harry into a very fierce embrace. Harry was not suspecting anything like that and he lost his balance. The two children fell backwards and landed with a hard thump on their backs. Ouch. Sorry Harry. Tonks said, now very embarrassed. Why did you do that? Harry asked as he rubbed the back of his now bruised head. Well, I wasn't ever invited to a birthday party before. I mean Mum has thrown me birthday parties in the past, and some of her work friends dropped by to say hello and stuff, but I've never really been invited to a friend's party before. Tonks said with a tear falling down her face. Harry scooted up next to her and pulled her into a hug. Well, it looks like it's a day of first for both of us, huh? But, I don't have a present. I should have a present for you. Tonks said as she began to cry. Harry let Tonks cry into his shirt for a little before breaking the hug apart. He put his hands on her shoulders and looked at his friend's teary eyes. Tonks, you are my friend. I've never gotten anything for my birthday before. For the first time though, I'm actually happy it's my birthday, and that I've got such a good friend. Tonks whipped her eyes on a handkerchief and just smiled back at him. Thanks Harry. Master, that object has magic building inside it. Salazar hissed from his arm. Tonks, what time is it? Harry screamed. Oh, it's only a till 10. Tonks said quickly as she pulled him back up towards the table and grabbed the quill using her free hand. Not a second later the portkey activated and Harry and Tonks found themselves being pulled behind their navel through space. A moment later they crashed on a wood floor. Ah, did you catch the number of that bus? Harry asked, shaking his head. Harry, Draco called excitedly from across the room. Harry and Tonks both turned to see a grinning Draco Malfoy striding towards him. Tonks, you came too awesome. Draco said, now very excited. Good to see you again, Draco. Harry said, extending his hand for a handshake, momentarily forgetting that Salazar was wrapped around that arm. Draco shook Harry's hand enthusiastically, but then jumped when he saw the black and green asp curled along Harry's arm. Rabbit. Salazar hissed menacingly. Salazar, be nice. Harry reproached. Salazar says hello, Draco. Harry said with a grin. Did he really? Draco asked hesitantly. Well, no, he just said, Rabbit, but I'm sure he meant nice to see you again. Harry said with a grin as he and Tonks laughed at the look of indignation on Draco's face. You'd better tell that snake to watch itself. Draco said in a mock threat. Huh, I think Salazar can handle himself, Draco. Tonks said with a grin as the snake rose its torso up and locked eyes with Draco, who blanched. If you are through terrifying my son Salazar, I'd like to welcome you to Malfoy Manor. Lucius said from the doorway. Hello, Mr. Malfoy. Harry said with a grin. Please, Harry, call me Lucius in private. Lucius replied. Very well, Lucius, I brought Tonks with me. I hope that wasn't a problem. Harry said shortly. Not at all, Harry, the more the merrier. It's good to see you again, Tonks. Lucius replied. You too, Mr. Malfoy. Tonks replied with a smile, clearly glad that she was welcome. Come now, you three. My wife has been ordering the house elves around all day to make sure you have a good birthday, Harry. You'd think that it was Draco's birthday with the effort she was putting into this little endeavor. Lucius said with a grin. Harry smiled and blushed at Lucius' comment. Really, sir, Mrs. Malfoy doesn't have to do all that. Nonsense, Harry. Draco was so excited when I told him about your upcoming birthday. I think Narcissia has taken it as a challenge to throw you the best party she could think of. Lucius replied with a grin. By the way, sir, how did you find out it was my birthday today? Harry asked. Oh well, I'm rather close to Minister Fudge and he let me have a little peek in your file to find out when your birthday happened to be. Lucius replied with a grin. Ah well, that explains it. Harry said. The four of them walked for a while before Tonks came to an abrupt stop. Harry stopped walking as well, and Lucius and Draco, noticing they were suddenly alone, turned to see where the two of them were. Harry found Tonks staring out the window in complete shock. Harry followed her view and gasped. Before him was the largest front yard he had ever seen. There had to be at least 500 yards of fountains and greenery till you got to the gate of the manor. Harry completely stunned, just like Tonks. Enjoying the view? Draco said with a grin. Tonks and Harry snapped out of their gaze and just shook their heads. It's really impressive, Tonks said with awe. Yes, Draco's great-great-great-great-great-grandfather Andrew Malfoy commissioned the gardens and this house. It's been in the family for almost 500 years now. Lucius said with a grin. Wow, that's impressive, Harry said. I would like to hunt the ground master, may I go? Salazar asked curiously. Salazar would like to know if he could go hunt the grounds. Harry asked. But of course, tell him that there is a nasty pack of wild field mice disrupting the western hedges. If he could take care of them, it would save Trixie a lot of time. Lucius replied. Salazar, you have his permission. He also says that there is a pack of field mice in the western hedges. Happy hunting, my friend, Harry hissed. Salazar bowed to Harry, and then turned and bowed his thanks to Lucius before slithering off down the hallway. An interesting familiar you have, Harry. Lucius remarked with a grin. I would have to agree. The lil bugger scared Mum nearly to death when she first saw him. Tonks said with a smirk. The walk to the drawing room wasn't much further, and as soon as Harry stepped through the door he was in shock. Floating magically in the center of the room were silver and green letters that read, Happy Birthday, Harry. A silver and green snake seemed to slither around the words. This is incredible. Harry stammered. Well, I should hope so. Dobby, Trixie, and Emily spent all day preparing it. A female voice said from the side. Harry turned and saw a very aristocratic-looking woman with platinum blonde hair much like Draco's. Mrs. Malfoy, I presume? Harry asked tentatively. It's Narcissia, Harry. Narcissia replied kindly. Well, Narcissia, I don't know what to say. This is amazing, I can't believe you did this for me. Harry replied. Well, you are most certainly welcome, Harry. Now please everyone sit down. Narcissia said as she motioned towards a green leather couch. Harry's eyes momentarily grew wide when some food magically appeared on the table in front of them. So Harry, Draco tells me you were looking to be placed in Slytherin. Narcissia asked. Yes, ma'am. Harry replied. You are aware that most of the wizarding world expects you to be the perfect Gryffindor, right? Narcissia asked with a grin. Harry and Tonks couldn't help but to laugh out loud, causing Mrs. Malfoy to look on curiously. I'm sorry, ma'am, but Harry would never be a Gryffindor. I mean, sure, he's got the courage thing, but the day a Parseltouche goes into Gryffindor is the day I leave Hogwarts. Tonks replied with a grin. P.P. Parseltouche. Narcissia stuttered in shock. Noticing that she was the only one surprised by this revelation, she turned to Lucius. You knew this, she said darkly. That I did, Narcissia. Draco informed me when we were in Diagon Alley. Harry has an amazing Egyptian wizarding asp. I wouldn't be surprised if it managed to evolve into an Akami under Harry's care. Lucius said with a grin. Excuse me, what do you mean evolve into an Akami? Harry asked. Oh well, it's well known that Akamis are just regular magical snakes who manage to eat a magical owl. Lucius replied with a grin. I do believe a fully venomous Egyptian wizard's asp would have no problem taking down even the strongest eagle owl. On that note, Draco makes sure that Salazar and Omar never meet. Lucius said with a grin. Omar? Harry asked. That's the family's eagle owl. Draco said. And don't worry, father, I'll make sure they never meet. Oh, I don't know, Salazar is a little sneaky devil. Harry replied with a grin. Enough of this. How about we get to your present? Draco said with a big grin. You didn't have to get me anything, Mr. Malfoy, your hospitality was enough. Harry said quickly. Nonsense, Harry, Mr. Malfoy said, waving him off. We got you two presents. One is a practical one from Narcissia and myself. The other one is something Draco and I believe you will enjoy very much. Lucius replied with a grin as he took out two small boxes and placed them on the table. Engorgio. Lucius said, pointing his wand at the boxes. Harry's eyes rose to the ceiling as the two boxes expanded in size. Harry reached for the much smaller of the boxes. Harry nervously unwrapped the package and found it to be a book. The 100 Ancient Families of Europe by Orion. I think you will find that book very useful, Harry. It has an entire chapter on each family. The Potter line is one of the oldest wizarding families. I believe that you should get a chance to know your heritage. Narcissia said, smiling. Wow, thank you, Harry said as he excitedly flipped to the chapter on the Potters. Harry's eyes bulged when he landed on the chapter. Underneath a golden griffin with a sword in its mouth was the name Potter. Harry quickly skimmed the text. He found out that his family was one of the few families that intermarried with Godric Gryffindor, and since the Gryffindors had a link to Merlin, the Potters did as well. I'm related to Merlin, Harry said in shock. No way, let me see that. Tonks screamed. Harry handed her the text and she gasped as she saw the connection between Ambrosia and Gryffindor and then from Gryffindor to Potter. Yes, Harry, your family is very old indeed. The Malfoys are actually equally as old. We are related to Morgan Le Fay. Lucius said proudly. Wow. Hey Tonks, do you think that your family would be in this book? Harry asked curiously. I doubt it. Tonks said sheepishly. Why, you never know, Harry said, not noticing her friend's discomfort. Obviously Draco didn't pick up her discomfort either and asked, Tonks, what's your surname? Oh, so I guess Tonks aren't that old of a family then. I'm sorry, Tonks, Harry replied sheepishly. Wait just a moment. Your surname is Tonks? Narcissia asked. Yes. I hate my first name, so I go by my surname. Tonks replied sheepishly. Nymphadora. Narcissia said quietly, but loud enough for everyone including Tonks to hear her. How do you know my name? Tonks asked curiously. Are you Andy's daughter? Narcissia asked, now on the edge of her seat. Andy. Tonks asked. Andromeda, are you Andromeda's daughter? Narcissia asked now with persistence. Tonks and Harry noticed Lucius and Draco looking at her now with a great deal of interest. Yes, she's my mum. Tonks said, now a little nervous. Tonks and Harry watched as the three Malfoys' mouths opened like a fish. Noticing no one was going to explain anything, Harry asked, how do you know Mrs. Tonks, Narcissia? This seemed to snap everyone out of their shock. Oh dear, didn't your mother ever tell you about me? Narcissia asked a little hesitantly. When Tonks shook her head in the negative, Narcissia let out a hiss of annoyance. Dear, I'm your mother's sister, your aunt. Narcissia said bluntly. What? Tonks yelled in shock. It's true. I can't believe she never told you about me. Narcissia said, now clearly annoyed. I have an aunt. Tonks said in disbelief. And a cousin. Harry said, pointing to Draco, who looked equally as stunned. And a cousin. Tonks replied in shock. Wait, so your real name is Nymphadora? Draco said with a bit of a grin. Tonks growled at Draco. Watch it, Draco, we may be cousins, but that won't stop me from hexing you for calling me that. That seemed to break the ice and everyone began to laugh. Wait, so you and my mum were sisters? Why didn't she ever tell me about you? Tonks asked. Well, actually your mother and I were triplets. Your mother was the middle child and I was the youngest. Narcissia said before she could stop herself. Wait, so I have another aunt or an uncle? Who? Why don't I know any of this? Tonks asked quickly. Narcissia shot a worried look to Lucius, who simply shrugged and urged her to continue. Your other aunt is Bellatrix Lestrange, Narcissa said. Tonks gasped at the news. Bellatrix Lestrange is my aunt. Tonks said, her face now white as a sheet. Yes, Narcissia replied. Oh Merlin, no wonder Mum never mentioned her. Tonks said quickly. Who's Bellatrix Lestrange? Harry asked. She was one of you-know-who's most loyal followers. After you managed to defeat him, she drove the Longbottoms into insanity, believing that he was really alive. She's been in Azkaban for the last 10 years. Tonks said quickly. Oh. Harry said, unsure of what to say to this. Oh. Harry, I'm related to a murder. No, I'm related to a psychopath. Tonks screamed. Tonks, calm down. Harry said. Wait just 1 second. Does that mean my mother was a black? Tonks screamed. Narcissia nodded her head. We were the Black Triplets. Oh Merlin. I'm related to most infamous dark magic family ever. Mum always told me Metamorphagus ran in her family, but she never told me what that family was. Tonks screamed. You're a Metamorphagus? Narcissia asked quickly. Yay. Tonks said absent-mindedly. Me too. Narcissia said as she turned her platinum blonde hair neon blue. Tonks, shock about being a black, disappeared briefly and she copied Narcissia's hair color. Not to be outdone, Harry changed his own hair to match theirs, causing Narcissa to gasp in shock. Harry, you're a Metamorphagus as well. Narcissia screamed. Yep. Harry said proudly. But, Potters have never been Metamorphmaguses. Narcissia stuttered. Well, I guess I'm the first. Harry replied. That's not possible. Metamorphagus is a genetically transferred ability, you don't just become the first to be it. Narcissia screamed. Maybe it was from my mum then. Harry said casually. I always knew it. I always suspected. Lucius, didn't I tell you? I told you Lily Evans couldn't have been Muggleborn. Narcissia screamed. Dear, calm down, you don't know that. Lucius said calmly. Lucius, he's a Metamorphagus. The Potters have never had that ability, only the Blacks, Bones, and Delacroix have ever had that talent. Lily must have been adopted or maybe come from a squib line. We must contact Gringotts and perform a blood purity test on Harry. Narcissia screamed. Excuse me. What are you talking about? Harry asked. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Your mother was an incredibly talented witch. I never believed her to be Muggleborn, she had too much innate talent. She was my charms tutor. I was a 7th year and she was a 5th and she was tutoring me, huh? I always knew that she couldn't have been Muggleborn, this proves it. Narcissia said triumphantly. Narcissia, this really doesn't prove anything. Besides, Lily was a charms protege, everyone knew that. Lucius said in an attempt at pacifying his wife. Lucius, what are the odds that something as rare as a protege occurs in Muggleborns? Narcissia said sharply. Dear, we've been over this, it's almost non-existent. Lucius replied. Exactly, Lily had to have some old magical blood in her. That and Harry's ability as a Metamorphagus proves it. Lily Potter one way or another came from a pure blood line. Narcissia screamed. Father, it would also explain Harry's Parseltongue. Draco said excitedly. Lucius looked pensive, but finally relented. Fine, we'll take Harry for a blood purity and family talent test before you 3 get on the express. That will settle this once and for all. Family talent test. Purity test. Harry asked curiously. Oh sorry Harry. Those are spells that goblins can do for a rather large fee. It will reveal if you have any inert talents like empathy or animagus skill. Normally someone will go at age 16 when their magic is more refined, but the family talent test is normally free with the blood purity test, which costs significantly more. Normally the blood purity test is used to confirm inheritance and lordship acceptances. Lucius said. Wow. Harry said. Mrs. Malfoy. Tonks asked. Please call me Aunt Narcissia, Nymphadora. Narcissia said kindly. Okay. Aunt Narcissia, why didn't my mom ever tell me about you? I mean I understand why she would never bring up Bellatrix, but why not you? Tonks asked weakly. Narcissia signed heavily. Nymphadora, your mother was well I guess the word rebel works. Rebel. My mum. Tonks asked in shock. Narcissia laughed slightly at Tonks' gaping mouth. Oh yes, she had a strong rebellious streak. She was very close to our cousin Sirius who was the first Gryffindor the Black family ever had. Well your mother had a marriage contract to the second male child of the Lestranges, but young Sebastian had been caught in service to the Dark Lord and sent to Azkaban. The contract was suspended indefinitely. What no one in the family knew was that Andy was seeing your father. A one Ted Tonks behind everyone's back. When Sebastian went to jail, our mother began putting out offers for another marriage contract for Andy. Within a few weeks, she had received several positive owls from a lot of powerful pureblood families. Apparently Andy found one of the letters and freaked out. I think she thought that with Sebastian behind bars and the contract void that she was free. It was no secret that she didn't exactly follow the Black family's ideas on being a proper witch. Your mother decided I guess that she'd had enough though. She fled the house, and before we realized it was married. Mother was furious. Bellatrix I believe was all set to go and kill your father for defiling the Black name. What happened to my father? Tonks asked quietly. Mum only told me that the Dark Lord killed him. Merlin child your mother has kept a lot from you. Well let me first tell you that your father wasn't the brightest of men. Brave yes, but smart absolutely not. He was from a Muggle family and had no clue about wizarding customs and traditions. He was in the Leaky Cauldron one day apparently and was speaking with a business colleague about the recent attacks on Muggle-born and half-bloods by the Dark Lord. He called the Dark Lord a coward who struck during the night as well as a pathetic excuse of a wizard. Narcissia said. He what? Did he have a death wish? Tonks screamed. I don't know dear, but there was a reporter sitting next to their table and she wrote down every last bit of the conversation. It appeared on the front page of the Prophet the next day with the headline, Diagon Alley shop owner calls out Dark Lord. Needless to say the Dark Lord took offense. I mean how could he not? Narcissia said simply. Tonks was just shaking her head in disbelief. What happened? The Dark Lord showed up the next morning in his shop and called out your father for an honor duel. Your father being a Muggle-born had no clue what that really was. Your father agreed to a public duel in the center of Diagon Alley. But when the Dark Lord turned his back to walk out the store your father tried to curse him. It turned out to be the last thing he ever did. Narcissia said shaking her head in irritation. Why? Tonks asked again hesitantly. This my dear is why we are against Muggle-borns learning magic. They just don't understand our customs and traditions. By accepting the Dark Lord's honor duel, your father entered a magically binding contract. When he tried to curse the Dark Lord's back, he violated that contract and magic itself killed your father for his own stupidity. Narcissia said. Everyone was silent as Tonks let a few tears roll down her face. Harry was about to pull her into a hug when Tonks got really angry, jumped up, and started to scream. You mean to tell me that my father, Harry noticed her spit the word father, was stupid enough to insult a Dark Lord? Then on top of that violate a magically binding contract? Tonks screamed. The three Malfoys were taken aback for a moment before Lucius spoke up. I'm sorry dear, but it's true. I was in the alley that day. I saw it all happen. That's why Narcissia knows so much. Harry looked on as Tonks began to wail uncontrollably. Mum always told me he died. Bravely, fighting, the Dark Lord. Tonks said through her tears. Harry quickly pulled her into a hug. SSSH Nim it's alright. Really it is. Harry, my father was a coward. Tonks bawled. He didn't understand magic Nim. He was Muggle-born, he was ignorant. He never should have been allowed at Hogwarts in the first place. Harry said softly. Do you really believe that? Tonks sniffed. I do Nim. I don't like Muggles. My relatives, Harry spat the word, have shown me exactly what they think of magic. I guess you're right. Tonks said dejectedly. I always thought that people like my dad deserved to learn magic, but they clearly never understood. Look at me though, I'm ruining your birthday with my blubbering. Tonks, you're more important to me than my birthday, you know that. Harry said in her ear so the Malfoys couldn't hear. Are really? Tonks whispered. Tonks, you were my first ever friend I ever had, of course you are. Harry whispered back. Well, as your friend I'm telling you to open your other present. Tonks said, her grin returning although Harry could see it was a little forced. Harry smiled back at her. Only if you help me open it. Harry said with a grin. Tonks smiled back and said, only if you insist. The two kids quickly tore into the large package. When all the paper was gone, Tonks gasped. Harry, it's a Nimbus 2000 racing broom. Mr. Malfoy. Lucius the First can't accept this, it's too much. Harry said quickly, trying to push the broom away. No Harry, we insist. Draco will need someone to fly with, after all he got a Nimbus 2000 for his birthday earlier this summer. Lucius said with a grin. Yay Harry, come on, let's go out back to the pitch. Draco said with a smile. Well, I've never been on a broom before. Harry said, still in shock. Me either. Tonks said absent-mindedly. Well then, Narcissia and I will just have to grab some of our old brooms and give you two a flying tutorial now, won't we dear? Lucius said. Oh, indeed, we'll be able to see what position best suits you two. Lucius was a star beater for Slytherin and I was a great keeper for the Slytherin as well. Tonks, your mother was a chaser for Ravenclaw back in the day, and Harry, your father was a seeker for Gryffindor if memory serves. Narcissia said with a grin. Okay, let's go. Harry said, jumping up excitedly, pulling Tonks up with him. Harry and Tonks followed the Malfoys outside of their house. They walked for a few minutes before Draco stopped and said, welcome to Nathaniel Pitch. Harry let out a gasp when he looked down from the hill they were standing on. Floating some 80 feet in the air were 6 massive rings as well as several stands. Harry had never seen a game of Quidditch, but he knew what he was seeing had to be impressive, as Tonks was looking just as floored by what she saw. You have a standard professional pitch. Tonks said in quiet awe. Harry leaned in curiously and asked, Tonks, what's a standard professional pitch? I believe I can answer that, Harry. Lucius said with a grin. You see, normal house Quidditch pitches don't have stands or a full-sized field. However, my grandfather Nathaniel Malfoy was an international Quidditch star. He would typically hold a charity tournament before every upcoming season. A lot of famous Quidditch players and politicians would show up, so naturally the press came as well. One year he decided that having people stand on the ground just wasn't what a good host should do, so he built the stands. Wow, Harry replied dumbly. Everyone arrived at the center of the pitch and Harry noticed that Draco, Narcissia, and Lucius had placed their brooms on the ground. Narcissia handed Tonks Draco's old Clean Sweep 7 and Tonks nervously placed it on the ground in front of her. Now Tonks, have you had any flying lessons at Hogwarts? Lucius asked. Harry saw Tonks blush furiously and hang her head. Well, I was sort of in the hospital wing the week of the flying lessons. Tonks admitted. Oh dear, that's terrible. I mean, if you were there an entire week it must have been serious. Narcissa said. It must have been very serious, dear. I went to school with Madame Pomfrey and everyone knew she had the gift of healing. She was apprenticing with the matron by her 4th year. Lucius said. It was serious. Tonks said. What happened, dear? Narcissa asked in what she hoped was a concerned aunt voice. My skin reacted poorly to a prank the Weasley twins did to me. Tonks said darkly. Harry felt himself squeezing his hands so tight that they were beginning to turn white. I swear I will teach those twins a lesson when I get to Hogwarts. No one messes with Tonks. I wonder if Salazar would like to eat their owl as a snack. Lucius said he could become an Occamy or something if he did. Harry looked up and saw that Tonks looked rather uncomfortable talking about whatever the Weasley twins had done to her. Screw their owl, I'll just let Salazar have one of the twins for the snack. Harry was brought out of his dark thoughts by Lucius' spoken animosity. Damn Weasleys. Dear, I'm sorry that you have to put up with them, dear. If they do anything that hospitalizes you again, let me know. I'm on the board of governors for Hogwarts. Lucius said. No, Mr. Malfoy, or Uncle Lucius, I wouldn't want to make any problems for you. Tonks said quickly. Dear, you are family, it wouldn't be any problem. Truthfully, it would be better than Christmas to get Arthur Weasley's sons into trouble. Lucius said, smiling. Lucius noticed that odd looks Harry and Tonks were giving him after that statement, and he decided to elaborate. You see, I've never gotten along with the Weasley patriarch. He's been trying to nab me for dark artifacts for years, if you can believe it. Lucius said with annoyance. Yay, I'll make sure Tonks files any problem to you, Lucius. The more Tonks tells me about these twins, the more I hate them. Harry replied darkly. Yes, well, the Weasleys are among the poorest purebloods you'll ever meet, both socially and monetarily. Arthur is so obsessed with muggles that sometimes I think he might actually be one. Lucius said with a sarcastic drawl. Dear, let's talk about less angry subjects like teaching Harry and Tonks about flying. Narcissus said, shifting the conversation. You are right, my dear, as usual. Lucius said with a grin. Now I want you two to place your hand over your brooms and say, up. Narcissus said. Harry and Tonks looked at each other, shrugged, and said, up. Harry was very happy to see that his broom flew up into his hand instantly. He was grinning wildly until he saw that Tonks' broom hadn't moved. Tonks tried another 3 times to no avail, and Harry saw that tears were threatening to fall. Harry walked calmly over to her. Tonks, don't worry about it so much. It's just a stupid broom. Tonks laughed and looked at Harry with a smile. Up, she said, this time with a little more confidence, and everyone smiled as the broom quickly flew up into her hand. I did it, she screamed happily. Congratulations, dear, Narcissus said. Can we please get into the air now? Draco drawled with annoyance, but everyone saw the wink and reassuring smile he gave to Tonks. All right, now just push off the ground with both hands on the broom. Lucius said. Now remember to do so slowly. Lucius' sentence was cut off though as he watched Harry and Tonks rocket off the ground and fly a good 60 feet into the air before they leveled off their brooms. The 3 Malfoys on the ground quickly snapped out their shock and flew after them. Up in the air, Tonks was momentarily freaking out at being so high. Harry, on the other hand, was happier than he'd ever been. He leaned his broom forward and flew right up to Tonks. This is amazing, isn't it? Harry yelled as he removed both hands from the broom to gesture wildly. Tonks smiled at her first friend's enthusiasm, her fear now ebbing away. You know, you two, typically on someone's first flying lesson they don't just shoot up as fast as they can. Lucius said. But this is so amazing. Harry screamed as he rocketed around the pitch. He didn't know how he knew how to handle his new broom so well, but when he was in the air it was like a part of him was complete. As Harry raced around the pitch doing aerial maneuvers no first-timer should know, he missed the look of complete shock that was on the 3 Malfoys and Tonks' faces. He's a natural father, Draco said in awe as his friend flew up another 40 feet only to flip over and dive downwards. I wouldn't be surprised, Draco. His father led Gryffindor to 4 straight Quidditch Cups. Narcissus said as she watched Harry do increasingly dangerous maneuvers like they were nothing. Tonks summoned all her Gryffindor courage and said, well, if Harry can do it on his first try, then so can I. With that, she leaned her broom forward like she saw Harry do it and raced after him. She loved the feeling of the wind in her hair as she raced off towards Harry. When she finally reached where he was, she had a satisfied smirk on her face. So Tonks, race you around the pitch, Harry said with a smile. You are so on, Tonks yelled back. Pity I'm going to be the one to win. Draco drawled, flying up next to them. I doubt that, son, Lucius said, grinning. Well, I'll watch as someone has to make sure that you all don't kill each other. Narcissus grinned. Harry, Tonks, Draco, Lucius, and Narcissus landed 5.5 hours later. Lucius had brought out some Quidditch balls and the 5 of them had played a number of 2-on-2 games with one person refereeing. Harry and Lucius ended up winning the most games, going 5-1, but each pairing had won at least one game. When they landed, Draco had a huge grin split across his face. We are so going to win the Quidditch Cup this year, Draco screamed. I thought ickle first years weren't allowed to play, Tonks said, smiling. Actually, in Slytherin House, the best players always play, but usually first years can't make it through the tryouts. I don't think there has been a first year who tried out for Slytherin since your godfather did, Draco. Lucius said with a grin. Who's your godfather? Tonks asked curiously. Severus Snape. Draco replied with a grin. Tonks' face must have shown considerable shock because the three Malfoys broke out into huge fits of laughter. What's so bad about Severus Snape? Harry asked Tonks. Oh, he's the potions teacher at Hogwarts. He hates me, to put it simply. Tonks replied. Why? Harry asked. Well, it's enough that I'm a Gryffindor, but I'm also kind of clumsy. Tonks admitted. No, you're not. Harry said. Well, I'm actually really shocked that I haven't been around you. Tonks said, blushing slightly. Dear, I can explain the clumsiness. Narcissus said, smiling. Really? Tonks asked hopefully. Can I assume that you've been in your natural form around Harry or have just made slight facial adjustments like to your hair? Narcissus asked. Yes, that's right, I've just been adding highlights to my hair lately. Tonks said. Well dear, when you change a larger aspect of your appearance like muscle mass or height, your center of gravity shifts slightly. It takes some time to readjust your body, and if you continue to shift you'll just continue to throw yourself off, even in your natural form. Narcissus said, smiling. Why didn't anyone tell me this before? Tonks screamed, waving her hands around wildly. Well, it's a trade secret. Narcissus said, smiling. Harry just smiled as Tonks pouted about not knowing that bit of metamorphagus information. Master, are we ready to depart from the rabbit's SSS? Harry looked around wildly before spotting Salazar slithering towards them. "Ah, Salazar, how was your hunting?" Harry hissed back. "It was pleasant," Salazar hissed as Harry picked him up and placing him around his neck. "So are we finished here?" Salazar hissed again. Harry took a look at his watch and nodded slightly. They had to be gone before Tonks' mum came back from work. "Tonks, it's almost 6, we really should get going," Harry said. "Merlin, I can't believe it's almost 6, where did the day go?" Tonks asked. Well, time flies when you and I are breaking Harry and my father's unbeaten record on the pitch, doesn't it? Draco said with a smile, which Tonks returned. "I still say you were lucky, Draco," Lucius said with a grin. "Now Father, 5-1 is still good. It's just that Tonks and I finally figured out your ingenious strategy of get the quiffil to Harry and let him score," Draco said with a grin. "Yes, well, I've never seen anyone actually pull their keeper to act as another chaser just to keep up with that one player's scoring before." Lucius chided him. "Well, it worked, didn't it? I mean 11-9 is still a victory, Father," Draco said. "That it is," Lucius said. When it was finally time to leave, Lucius handed Tonks and Harry 3 portkeys after Tonks gave them the coordinates for the park near their home. "Now remember, your extra portkey will take you 2 to Gringotts tomorrow morning at 1 p.m. so that Harry can get his tests done," Lucius reminded them. "We remember, sir, and thank you for the best birthday I've ever had," Harry said as he shook Mr. Malfoy's hand. "Think nothing of it, Harry," Lucius said with a smile. While Harry said goodbye to Draco, Narcissus and Tonks were saying goodbye. "Bye, Aunt Narcissus," Tonks said with tears in her eyes. "Bye, Nymphadora," Narcissus said as the two embraced in a tight hug. "Will you be coming to Gringotts tomorrow?" Tonks asked, doing her best to ignore the use of her first name. "I will. I'll see you there, dear. Now you'd better get home before Andy freaks out, and remember, don't mention this to your mother. We aren't on the best speaking terms," Narcissus said sadly. "I won't," Tonks replied as she took her portkey and disappeared with Harry. Surrey, England. Harry and Tonks appeared at the park between their houses and they began the short walk back to Tonks' home. "So, that was an interesting birthday party," Tonks said weakly. "Tonks, are you okay with everything you learned?" Harry asked with some concern. "No, not really, Harry. I mean, I thought my dad was a hero of sorts. Stood up to the big bad Dark Lord, but he was a coward, Harry. A big bloody coward, and then my mum went and lied to me about it. I don't know how I'm going to face her," Tonks said as some tears fell down her cheek. "Tonks, your mum was probably trying to protect you from the truth. It's easier to say that your father died fighting the Dark Lord than it is to say his own magic killed him for violating a magical contract," Harry replied. "I know, and I even somewhat understand why she did it, Harry, but still I mean my mum should have told me the truth," Tonks said sadly. "You're right, she should have," Harry said. The two walked in silence for a while before Tonks started to talk again. "What do you think of my Aunt Narcissus?" "I think she's very nice, Tonks. You're really lucky to have an extended Family is nice as the Malfoys. Harry said with a smile. I know. Draco was so nice to me even though I was a Gryffindor, but a part of me thinks that they wouldn't have been if I wasn't with you. Tonks admitted. Tonks, that's not true. You saw how much your aunt's eyes lit up when she realized who you were. She was so happy to have a niece in her life, Tonks. If anything, the Malfoys like me more because I brought you into the family. Harry said. But Harry, I'm not pure blood. Tonks said. Neither am I, Tonks. Look, I know that they seem to be really into the blood purity thing, and I'll be honest, I can understand why. I really don't like Muggles. I have never had a reason to like them. I don't trust them, and all they've shown me is cruelty. I know it's kind of hypocritical of me to say I hate Muggleborns when my own mother apparently was one. But Harry, she might not be, and if you turn out to be pure blood then only I wouldn't be. Tonks said weakly. Harry stopped walking and grabbed Tonks' shoulder. Hey Tonks, regardless of whether or not those tests show I'm actually a pure blood, I will always consider you as an equal. Tonks, your mother is a pureblood, she raised you, your father died when you were less than 1. You've known about magic your whole life and you haven't had your father's Muggle-born thoughts on the wizarding world to influence you. As far as I'm concerned, you are a pure-blooded witch. If you want, I will personally send a letter to the head of the House of Black asking for them to accept you back as a member. Just because your mother made a mistake and was booted out doesn't mean that you should have the same punishment placed on you. Harry said strongly. Tonks couldn't help but to let a smile cross her face. Thanks Harry, but that's not necessary. As long as you want think less of me, I couldn't give a damn what other people think. I'm glad, Harry said with a smile as they approached Tonks' front door. Tonks' residence, Surrey. Harry woke up the next morning to the sound of Tonks banging on his door yelling at him to wake up. Harry rolled over on his side to glance at the clock. 9:40 a.m. Why is she waking me up so early? Harry said in Parseltongue. I do not know, but if SSSHE does it again. Salazar hissed threateningly from the front of the bed. Relax my friend, you may go back to SS sleep. Harry said as he got up. I intended to. Salazar hissed back as he buried his head into his coiled body. Harry took a shower, which seemed to wake him up. He got dressed and walked downstairs where he found Tonks jumping up and down very excited with all her school books over the table. Harry, it's wonderful. It's great, she exclaimed. Tonks slowed down. What's wonderful? What's so great? Harry asked. Oh, I'm sorry. Here read. Tonks said as she handed him a letter. Harry took the letter from Tonks and began to read. Dear cousin Nymphadora, he can't hurt me if I'm not there, and Harry. Father recently found out some rather interesting news last night after you left. Apparently, a daft Muggle-born witch tried to do several spells out of the first-year book this summer and botched it up. Anyway, the important thing is that the ministry didn't detect the underage magic coming from her home. A local squib noticed that her parents' eyebrows were charmed off and alerted the ministry. Father says this gives credence that they establish the underage magic charm on our wands at Hogwarts, not when we buy the wands. That means that Harry's and my wands won't give away any trace of underage magic till we reach Hogwarts. We can do magic for a month. Father has already started instructing me on some of the basic wand movements. I thought I should tell you immediately since cousin Nymphadora could use your wand to practice some of her second-year spells while she teaches you the first-year spells she has already learned, Harry. Father said that you two are welcome to come by the manor whenever you would like this month and that he'll give you a portkey at Gringotts later today. Think how cool it would be if we show up to Hogwarts already able to do all the basic charms and transfiguration, Harry. We'll probably be the top 2 students in our year because we'll already know the basics. Cousin Tonks, you could use Harry's or my wand if you come to the manor and you could get a head start and learn some curses to use on the twins. Anyway, I'll see you at Gringotts tomorrow at 1 p.m. Draco. Harry set down the letter and his face split into a huge grin matching Tonks. So Professor Tonks, what are my first instructions? He asked curiously. Tonks immediately launched into describing how to do the levitation charm, the stinging hex, and how to transfigure a match into a needle. Once Harry was certain that he remembered the movements, he did his best to do the charm. Unfortunately, his feather barely moved, his stinging hex was closer to a tickling charm, and his match only managed to turn silver. Harry kept practicing the 3 simple first-year spells until 11:40 when he handed his wand over to Tonks so that she could practice some second-year charms and transfiguration. Harry was shocked at how easily Tonks made transfiguration seem to be. Even with a wand that wasn't her own, she managed to turn a bunch of matches into domino pieces after only 20 minutes worth of practice. Harry was really glad that Tonks would explain step by step how she did everything. Harry would take brief notes whenever Tonks would mention a tip that Professor McGonagall or Professor Flitwick would give. At 12:58, Salazar finally seemed to wake up and make his way downstairs. He alerted Harry and Tonks that the portkey was building up its magic. Tonks gave Harry back his wand and Harry told Salazar to coil around his arm again. At 1 o'clock exactly, the portkey activated and Harry and Tonks felt a pull behind their navel before they landed with a thump. Harry looked around and recognized the white marble atrium as being one for Gringotts. Harry helped Tonks up and they began looking for the Malfoys. Harry, Tonks. Harry and Tonks quickly turned around to see a smiling Draco Malfoy walking up to them, his father and mother a step behind. "Hello Aunt Narcissia, Uncle Lucius," Tonks said with a smile. "Hello dear," Narcissia replied with a warm smile. "So Harry, are you ready?" Lucius asked. As ready as I'll ever be, I guess," Harry replied. "Harry, Tonks, did you get my letter?" Draco asked. "Oh yes we did. We've been having fun all morning," Tonks said with a wicked grin. "Well, I hope you two are being responsible," Narcissia said with a smile. "Oh we are. Tonks was teaching me the levitation charm, the stinging hex, and some simple transfiguration earlier," Harry replied. "Oh, how did you manage it?" Lucius asked curiously. Well, my feather barely floated a few inches, and my stinging hex really didn't work well," Harry admitted sadly. "Harry, you actually managed to get a levitation charm to work the first morning that you tried it?" Lucius asked. Kind of, it would just float a few inches. Tonks said I needed more flick in my wand movement. When we are done with this, I hope to get back and try it again," Harry said. "Well, I'm impressed, Harry. If I remember correctly, Tonks, Flitwick takes over a week to describe the wand movements and incantation, and still most students don't catch on as quickly as you have," Lucius said. "Well, Tonks is a great teacher. Even when she was working on her second-year stuff, she would explain to me the theory and how it was supposed to work," Harry replied honestly, making Tonks blush. "I see. Well, I hope that my lovely niece wouldn't mind showing Draco a thing or two sometime over the last month," Lucius said with a smile. Tonks was now beet red and could only nod her head at the praise everyone seemed to be giving her. "Lucius, you're embarrassing the poor dear," Narcissia chided. "I'm sorry dear," Lucius said. "So when are we going to be doing this test thing?" Harry asked, trying to move the topic away from Tonks. "Oh, of course, right this way. Rightame has procured a ritual room for us to use," Lucius said. Harry, Tonks, and Draco followed Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy across the atrium and down a corridor lit by several hundred floating torches. They proceeded down the hallway until they reached a plain brown doorway. "The goblin Mr. Malfoy said was Rightame ran a finger down across the door and everyone heard a lock click before the door swung open. The 5 humans walked behind the goblin and Harry's first thought was that something must be wrong. The only thing inside the room was a large tub. The goblin waved his hand and several torches came on at once. Harry began looking around the room and found that it was actually a lot bigger than he thought. Harry noticed that 2 of the 4 walls of the room were decorated with literally thousands of crests, while the other 2 walls had thousands upon thousands of words scrawled across them. Harry saw that there were names under each of the crests and Harry squinted his eyes to see some of them. He read the names, North, Not, Nottingham, and Novich before Mr. Malfoy called his name. "Harry, this room is very special. Those 2 walls, Mr. Malfoy gestured to the walls that had the crests, have the crest of every pureblood wizarding family on it. The other 2 walls have the name of every known wizarding ability written on them. Now this ritual requires you to get into the sacred pool, and completely submerge yourself. The magic in the water will take care of the rest. Once you are out, the crests which you are heir to will light up. If you are a half-blood like most, the world believes only the Potter crest should light up. If you are not, then another crest will light up. Do you understand?" Lucius asked. "Yes sir, if I'm a half-blood, one will light up. If I'm actually a pureblood, 2 will light up," Harry said. Good, now the abilities walls will also light up every ability that you should have. Now don't be discouraged if not a lot light up, Harry. Normally wizards undergo this ritual when they are 17 and their magic has had a time to settle in better. Lucius said. Yes, sir, I understand. At least I know I'll have 2 abilities right. Harry said, causing everyone to laugh. Yes, Harry. Now, we will leave the room. You will have to strip down and enter the tub. Right time will give you okay to submerge yourself and then the magic will take over, understand? Lucius asked. Harry blushed when Lucius mentioned the getting BPD part, but nodded in understanding. After handing Salazar off to Tonks, and watching everyone depart, Harry disrobed himself and stepped into the ritual pool. Harry was somewhat shocked at how cold the water really was, but the longer he was in the water the more his body seemed to get used to it. Harry also discovered that while the ritual pool looked about the size of a normal bathtub, it was far deeper than one. Move to the center of the pool, please. Right, Ames said. Harry literally swam over to the center of the pool and began treading water to stay afloat. Submerge yourself, please. Right, Ames said again. Harry took a deep breath before diving underneath the water. The first thing Harry noticed was that the cold water was quickly warming up. I guess that's what Lucius meant by the magic will take over. The water though was continuing to warm up. After a good 30 seconds, the water was starting to get really hot. After 40 seconds Harry decided that he had better get out of the tub. He swam towards the surface. Just as he was about to break the plane of the water though, his forehead struck something solid. Harry moved his hands along the solid structure that was keeping him in the water. Oh my god, I'm trapped. Harry began to pound his fist against the solid surface which was keeping him in the ever-increasingly hot ritual tub. At close to a minute underwater, Harry was doing everything he could not to panic. However, his lungs were seriously starting to burn from holding his breath. Harry felt like screaming as the water started to burn his skin at 75 seconds underwater. I'm going to die. Holy shit, I'm actually going to die. I'm going to die in a stupid tub because I can't figure out how to get out. At 105 seconds underwater, the pain and the lack of air finally got too much and Harry's eyes rolled to the back of his head, his mouth opened, and his remaining air left him as the burning water entered. Ritual Recovery Room, Gringotts. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. Harry slowly opened his eyes and found himself lying on a cot in a dark room. What happened? Harry asked weakly. You completed the ritual. The goblin said simply. What? Harry asked. The ritual, Mr. Potter, you completed it. The goblin repeated. Slowly Harry felt his memories coming back. Harry remembered climbing into the ritual pool, the cold water turning hot and eventual boiling his skin, holding his breath till he couldn't any longer. Why couldn't I get out of the pool? Harry asked weakly. Because Mr. Potter, the magic needed to enter every part of your body. The goblin replied. I could have died, Harry said, trying to get up but failing. There are safeguards, Mr. Potter. Every heir to a pureblood magical family must do this. The goblin said. Oh. Harry replied. Then Mr. Malfoy did the same ritual many years ago. The goblin said. He could have warned me. Harry said. He could have, but we would have been very angry at him. The first time someone does this ritual the water must see what will cause the wizard to give in, the pain of its heat or the lack of air. You Mr. Potter are one of a kind. The goblin said. What do you mean? Harry asked. Well, giving into one or the other generally shows something about someone's character. You did not give into either, you actually passed out before opening your mouth. You have a tremendous pain tolerance, Mr. Potter, and you are quite fearless. The goblin said. Yes, well, I wasn't fearless when I realized I couldn't get out. Harry replied dryly. Yes, well, if you will please change back into your robes, we will gather your guests and proceed back into the ritual room to see the results. The goblin said. Harry quickly dressed and followed the goblin to where the Malfoys and Tonks were. So Harry, how did you like it? Lucius asked when he saw him walking towards him. It was horrible beyond my imagination. Harry replied. That's exactly what Father said you'd say. Draco said with a grin. Yes, well, that's because he probably thought the same thing, right, Mr. Malfoy? Harry said. Indeed, Harry. Now shall we go take a look at what the ritual has brought? Lucius said. Right, Tame led them back to the ritual room and opened the door. The first thing that Harry noticed about the room was that the thousands of crests and words along the walls were gone. There were now only 2 gold glowing crests along one of the crest walls and 2 green glowing crests along the other. Lucius, he has 4 glowing crests. Narcissus said in shock. Merlin, you are a pureblood. Draco said in awe. Why are 2 of the crests glowing green? Harry asked. Green is for magical air. Rightfist said. What's the difference? Harry asked curiously. A magical heir is much rarer than a hereditary heir. Normally a magical heir is named when the lord of a family has no children. It's a great honor to be selected a magical heir. Lucius said in awe. Well, let's go see what you're heir to, Harry. Tonks said excitedly. This seemed to snap everyone out of their daze. Harry approached the gold glowing crests first. The first crest was that of a great winged lion with a sword in its mouth. Harry was momentarily shocked when the large creature turned to look at him before bowing. Underneath the crest the name Potter was burning in golden writing. The second glowing crest was that of a shield. The shield had 4 logos drawn on it: a rose, a dragon, a knight, and a wand. The dragon and knight both bowed to Harry when he stood in front of them. The name Morgan burned underneath it. Get Merlin's ghost your heir to the House of Morgan. Lucius screamed in shock. Harry was not exactly sure what the House of Morgan was, but he was very uncomfortably with both Narcissa and Draco looked at Harry in what could only be considered awe. What's the House of Morgan? Harry asked. Harry, there are 2 main families that came from the House of Morgan Le Fay. Morgan and Malfoy. Everyone thought that the Morgan line had died out years ago, but somehow Lily was of Morgan blood. Lucius said in shock. Are you sure it couldn't be from the Potter side? Harry asked. 100% sure. The Potters hailed from Wales. The Morgans from France. There is no way they could have mixed. Besides, the Potters are an old family, Harry. If they were related to Morgan Le Fay they would have said so. Lucius said. Harry, we'll figure out exactly how this occurred. Tap your wand to the crest and say, Estendo sum meus progenies. Narcissus said. What is Estendo sum meus progenies? Harry asked. It's a standard lineage spell. These crests carry the family tree of all their heirs. It should show you the entire Morgan family line up till yourself. Lucius explained. Oh, okay, Estendo sum meus progenies. Harry said as he tapped his wand against the Morgan family crest. The crest immediately dissolved and on the wall where the crest was a piece of parchment appeared. The name Morgan Le Fay appeared at the top of a family tree. The line beneath it said, Mark Morgan. Harry, we know who started the family, so place your wand on the top of the parchment and drag it down. The faster you drag your wand the faster it will travel to the bottom. Narcissus said. Harry nodded his understanding and proceeded to drag his wand quickly down the parchment. The parchment began writing as though there was an invisible pen going 1,000 miles an hour as name after name appeared on the parchment. After about 5 minutes and Draco getting bored to go look at the other crests, the words stopped and the name Harry James Potter appeared. Okay, now slowly raise your wand up a little, Harry. Not fast at all, we just want to see if Lily is a true pure blood or if the Morgan family intermarried with Muggles. Lucius said. Harry nodded and slowly dragged his wand up. The name Lily Samantha Rosier Evans by adoption, born July 23, 1968. Died October 31, 1981, appeared directly over his name. Rosier, I don't believe it. Lucius said in shock. Is Rosier a pure blood family? Harry asked. Yes, Harry, the Rosiers were a very powerful and influential French family. During the war with the Dark Lord Grindelwald, their family was almost completely destroyed. They had to flee France to England. They had twins if I remember correctly. Samantha Rosier and Philip Rosier. Philip Rosier must have been Lily's true father. Lucius said in awe. But why did my mother need to be adopted? Harry yelled. I don't know. Harry looked to see who your mother's parents were. Narcissa said. Harry moved his wand up again and the names Philip Rosier, born July 10, 1932, died July 23, 1968, and Rachel Dumbledore, born April 13, 1929, died July 24, 1968, appeared on the next line. Dumbledore. Lucius gasped. Your grandmother was Albus Dumbledore's granddaughter. Unbelievable. Narcissus said. So that means that Dumbledore guy must have known. He had to have known my mum was his great-great-granddaughter. Why didn't he take her in? Why did he let her be adopted by my aunt's family? Harry spit. Harry he might not have known. Lucius said as he tried to absorb the information himself. It looks like your mother was born the same day as her father died, and her mother died the following day, maybe it was during childbirth. Narcissia put forth. If she gave birth to your mother in a non-magical area, it is possible that Muggles placed your mother in an orphanage. Lucius said sadly. Harry was silent for a while as he thought about all the new information. Harry, are you okay? Tonks asked carefully. No Tonks, I'm not alright. The only reason I've lived my life with those bastard Dursleys is because my grandmother had my mother too close to some filthy Muggle, who took her daughter to give to another Muggle family. Harry said sharply. Everyone was quiet for some time, but Draco eventually broke the silence. Mum, Dad, Harry, Tonks, you'd better come and take a look at this. Draco called over to them. Everyone turned their heads and saw that Draco was standing before the green glowing crests. Narcissia was the first to arrive by her son's side and instantly let out a gasp of shock, which was echoed by Lucius a moment later. Harry and Tonks walked up behind them and Harry looked at the crest on the left. Harry wasn't exactly sure what to make of the animal on the crest. It was a mix between a skeleton and a winged horse. The creature looked at Harry and bowed down before him. Underneath the crest was the name Black burning in green flame. Hey, I'm heir to the House of Black. Does that mean I can bring people back into the family? Harry asked. Harry's question fell on deaf ears though, as no one seemed to be able to tear their eyes off the last green glowing crest. Harry walked up to view it and was instantly shocked to see a massive serpent with yellow eyes staring back at him. None are worthy. The snake hissed menacingly at him. Who are you? Harry hissed back. The large snake's golden eyes seemed to grow wide. S's speaker. How do you SS speak? You are not of my master's SSS bloodline. The large serpent hissed. I do not know. I've always been able to SS speak to SS serpents SS. Harry responded. Are you pure of blood? The serpent asked. I am. Harry responded tentatively. Very well then, young heir, I accept you. The serpent said as it bowed down. He accepts me. Harry said in English. Harry, look at the name. Tonks squeaked out. Underneath the now bowing snake the name Slytherin was burning with a bright green flame. I'm heir of Slytherin. Harry gasped in shock. Magical heir. Lucius replied, his eyes wide. I don't understand. Who is the last heir of Slytherin? How am I the magical heir? Why would he and the head of the Black family name me his magical heir? Harry asked. The last lord of the House of Black was your godfather. Narcissia said. Oh. Harry said, assuming that was meant he had passed on. And the last lord of Slytherin was the Dark Lord. Lucius croaked weakly. No one spoke after Lucius' announcement. Everyone just stared at the bowing green serpent and the flaming green Slytherin. So I'm the Dark Lord's heir? Harry asked weakly. That seemed to snap whatever compulsion everyone had been under. Merlin. Draco said in awe. Harry, no offense, but why would you know who named you his heir? Tonks asked. That's a very good question. Lucius said absent-mindedly. Well, it certainly explains the Parseltonge. Narcissia remarked. Harry could only nod dumbly. He was really uncomfortable. He didn't like being the center of attention, and everyone was staring at him. He zoned out completely as Lucius and Narcissia began a conversation about the importance of this revelation. He found himself walked towards to the other side of the room. Harry? Tonks asked as she ran over. Yay. Harry responded numbly. I just wanted you to know that you're still the same person to me. I don't care that you're the Dark Lord's heir. Tonks said weakly. Harry smiled slightly. Good. Now let's go see what other cool talents you've got. Tonks said, practically bouncing up and down. Harry nodded and they walked up to the other wall. There were several words that were glowing bright red. Harry immediately spotted Metamorphagus and Parselmouth among them, but he also saw the words Animagus, Shadow Mage, Charms Gifted, and Transfiguration Gifted. What's an Animagus and a Shadow Mage? Harry asked. When he got no response he turned to look at Tonks, who was staring at the wall in disbelief. Tonks? Harry asked. Oh, I'm sorry Harry, but this is amazing. She hissed so low it sounded like Parseltonge. What are they? Harry asked, getting impatient. Oh, an Animagus means you have the ability to take on the form of an animal. It's so cool. There is a teacher at Hogwarts that's one. She can turn into a cat. I've never heard of a Shadow Mage. The only mages I've ever heard about were fire, earth, air, and water mages. They are typically called elementals. Tonks said in awe. But never a shadow mage. Harry asked again. No, never. We have to pick up some books, Harry. This is just too. Bloody hell, Harry. Draco screamed. Harry immediately turned to see Draco, his eyes wide with disbelief. Any clue what a shadow mage is, Draco? Tonks has only heard of elemental mages. Harry said. Father, come here quick, Draco yelled. What is it? Lucius said, running over, Narcissia right at his heels. Father, look, Draco said, pointing his finger at the list of talents and abilities. Great Merlin, Lucius said as he read the list. Lucius, do you know what a shadow mage is? Tonks has never heard of them. Harry asked. I've heard them mentioned in passing in a few books on mages, but no, I don't really know any talent that's associated with them. Nor have I really researched the subject. Lucius said. Harry, that's an incredibly impressive list of skills. What's more amazing is that your magic isn't even matured yet. Narcissia said. What do you mean? You mentioned that on my birthday as well. Harry said. Oh, well, we weren't expecting to find any real talent besides the ones you've already displayed, Harry. You have to understand you are very young. When your magic matures, I wouldn't be surprised if several more abilities appear. Narcissia said. Wow, Harry said dumbly. I can't believe you are charms and transfiguration gifted. Lucius said in awe. Why? I just assumed that meant I would be good at them. Doesn't it? Harry asked. Harry, okay, let me explain this to you in terms of a scale. Normal witches and wizards are all relatively close to one another when they first start to learn aspects of magic such as charms, potions, or transfiguration. Above that first level of standard, witches and wizards though are a small group that show a slight inclination towards a field of magic. These people would be called, say, charms talented or potions talented. They have a natural affinity for a specific field of magic, but they can't quite explain it, and unless they are tested they would probably never know you have it. Draco's godfather is potions talented, so he had a natural love of the subject as well as being naturally better than most at it. Above those people are an extremely rare group of witches and wizards who are gifted to a field of magic. They have such a raw talent for a specific type of magic that they often don't even need to practice it, they can just look at a spell and perform it. That's what you are, Harry. The only thing that is rarer is to be called a protégé. Protégés sometimes don't even need to use a spell to do their field of magic. They are essentially born at the level of master. Your mother was a charms protégé. She was the first protégé in over 100 years. The last was a potions protégé who completely redefined the field. Lucius said. So I'm gifted in both charms and transfiguration. Harry said in awe. Yes, if I had to guess, I'd say you got a large chunk of your mother's talent for charms and your father was most likely gifted in transfiguration. I remember someone once telling me that he was one of Minerva McGonagall's greatest students. Narcissia said. Minerva McGonagall. Why does that name sound familiar? Harry asked. It was on your Hogwarts letter. She's the deputy headmistress and the transfiguration teacher. She's also the animagus I was telling you about. Tonks said. Oh, so wait, does this mean I won't even have to study in those classes? Harry asked. Absolutely not. If anything, you should study harder in those classes. Narcissia said strongly. Harry backed up slightly, clearly wondering how he angered the woman. I'm sorry, Harry, but you have no idea how frustrating it was for me even to pass charms. Being gifted doesn't mean that you can just blow off the class, you will just be able to perform the practical aspect better and faster than most. You will still need to learn the theory in order to do the more complex magic, but the two should come easy to you. If you study really hard, you could probably get a mastery in both charms and transfiguration while you are still in Hogwarts. Narcissia said. Well, at least that explains how you could cast the levitation spell on your first attempt. Draco said. Well, yeah, I guess it does. Harry said sheepishly. Excuse me, but the Smith family has scheduled this room for 2 o'clock and we need to revert it back to its original state. A goblin said from the door. Well, I guess we had better get going. Lucius said. Together, the group walked out of the room and the bank. Once they were outside, Lucius tapped Harry and Tonks' portkey. All right, when you are ready to leave, say activate. Yes, sir, they said together. Harry, I will speak with my rare book dealer and see if he can find anything that covers shadow mages. If he can, I will send it to you. Lucius said. Thank you, sir, I'll repay whatever the cost of any book you find. Harry said. That's not necessary, Harry, but thank you nonetheless. Lucius said with a grin. Oh Harry, we really have to get home. Mum said she might stop by for lunch. Tonks said. Okay, well I guess this is goodbye for now. Harry said. Cousin Tonks, Harry, don't be a stranger. Father gave you that portkey to the manor if you ever want to practice spells. Father said we could use his target range to practice offensive stuff, and we can search the grounds for mice to practice transfiguration. Draco called to them. Well, definitely stop by, Draco. Don't worry about that, Tonks said pleasantly before grabbing Harry and saying, activate. A second later, Harry felt the pull behind his navel and a moment later they appeared in Tonks' kitchen. Tonks' residence, Surrey. The next few weeks pasted by in a blur of spells for Harry. Tonks seemed to think being charms and transfiguration gifted seemed to mean that he should read every book in the Malfoy family library about the subject. Harry surprisingly though didn't have any problem with this. He found both subjects completely fascinating. Once he found out that he was gifted in those fields of magic, he had an incredible confidence in his ability to do them. He mastered the levitation charm when he got back from Gringotts, and he quickly read through the first-year charms book. Lucius was right when he said that he often only needed to look at the spell and wand movement to achieve the desired result. He found transfiguration slightly harder than charms, but he still was able to do the spells perfectly after a few tries. Lucius was incredibly receptive of their practicing spells at the manor, and he even provided a list of spells that they should try to learn. Harry found that while he wasn't gifted in offensive spell work, he still caught on incredibly quickly. Tonks and Draco seemed to catch on just as quick, and the three of them soon compiled a very impressive list of spells that they could do. The spells included the summoning charm, Accio, the water charm, Aguamenti, the unlocking spell, Alohomora, the locking charm, Colloportus, the disarming charm, Expelliarmus, the freezing charm, Freezus, the fire spell, Incendio, the impediment jinx, Impedimenta, the stinging hex, and the counter spell, Finite. Tonks already knew some of the spells that they set out to learn, but some of them such as the summoning charm and the disarming charm were new for her as well. The three of them also practiced dueling, and while they were limited to what they could do, they still had a good time. Tonks established herself as a feared duelist when she hit Draco with a stinging hex to the bits for calling her Nymphadora. While he was still on the ground writhing in pain, she walked over to him and kindly told him that if he ever got the urge to call her that at school to remember that she was currently using Harry's wand. Draco hadn't made the mistake of calling her Nymphadora or any variation of it ever since. The only downside about their training was that they couldn't stay very long at Malfoy Manor. Narcissia said that they should probably hold off telling Mrs. Tonks about their relationship until later. Harry could see that it was hard on Tonks, but he agreed with Narcissia. He had broached the subject of her family once with Mrs. Tonks and she had quickly changed the subject. So they had to do their training while she was at work. They also could never have lunch at Malfoy Manor just in case Mrs. Tonks decided to ever stop by for lunch. During the weekend, they would just read their school books and practice spells in their room. So Harry was surprised to say the least when Draco's eagle owl showed up on Saturday with a letter that demanded that he come to the manor with Tonks. "What do you think?" Harry asked. "Well, I guess we could tell Mom we are going into town today." Tonks replied with a shrug. Harry and Tonks quickly ran downstairs and found Mrs. Tonks sitting at the kitchen table drinking coffee. "Watch her, Mum," Tonks said with a smile. "Hello dears, what are you two up to today?" Mrs. Tonks asked. "Well, we were thinking about going shopping in town today," Tonks said very excited. "Oh Harry, you didn't agree to that, did you?" Mrs. Tonks said with smile. Well yes, why?" Harry asked. "Huh, well dear, my little Nymphadora loves to shop, and she's a little demon when she's in a clothing store," Mrs. Tonks said with a smile. Tonks said. "Well dear, it's true. It's not her fault really, Harry. She just likes to see what different outfits will look like with different hairdos. I figure I'll see you back here an hour after the last shop is closed," Mrs. Tonks said with a grin. "Mum, that's not fair. It's not my fault that different shirts look better with different hair colors." Tonks pouted. Harry couldn't help but to laugh very hard at Tonks' pout. "Careful, Potter," Tonks growled. "Easy, Tonks. I'm sure you're not that bad." Harry said with a smile. Well, I guess you've got to learn sometime, dear. Better you than me after all. I'll see you back here at around 8 p.m. I suspect. Mrs. Tonks said with a wide grin. Tonks just huffed indignantly and pulled Harry out of the house. When they were in the alley, Tonks took out the portkey Mr. Malfoy had given them, and a second later they were taken to Malfoy Manor. Malfoy Manor, unploatable. Harry and Tonks crashed on top of each other upon entering the manor. Ah, why can we land normally everywhere else, but we always crash when we enter the manor? Harry yelled in frustration. Simple Harry, the wards cause you to crash. Lucius said, striding into the room. Oh, Harry said, dumbly rubbing his head. How long are you two going to be able to stay? Draco asked, coming into the room. Oh well, Tonks told her mum that we were going shopping. Harry said with a smile. Oh, so like a few hours. Draco said. Well, longer than that. Harry said with a smile. It takes you longer than a few hours to shop. Draco said with his mouth hanging open. Draco, I think your cousin takes after your mother when she shops. Lucius said with a grin. And what, pray tell, is wrong with the way I shop? Narcissus said, entering the room. Well, nothing dear, but you can. Well, that is to say you take a long time. Lucius said hesitantly. Well, it's not my fault that different outfits look better with different hairdos and colors. Narcissus said pointedly. Thank you, Tonks exclaimed. Narcissus shot a smile at Tonks, and all the males in the room let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. Over the last month, Harry quickly found that both Tonks and Narcissus seemed to have a fierce temper whenever they were defending some aspect of their metamorphagus skill. So Lucius, why are we here? Harry asked, trying to change the subject. Oh yes, I located a man who claims to have some knowledge of shadow mages. Lucius said with a grin. Harry could barely keep his excitement in check. Are you serious? Is he coming here? When can I meet him? How much did the meeting cost you? I'll pay you back whatever it was. Harry said excitedly. Relax Harry, please. First of all, we have to meet him in Nocturne Alley. He owns a shop that sells jewelry. At least that's the store's public face. In reality, he sells cursed objects. We have to meet him in 30 minutes. He will be closing his store for lunch. As for the cost, do not worry about it. An acquaintance set up the meeting as a favor for a bill I convinced Minister Fudge to sign. Lucius said. Will Tonks and Draco be able to come? Harry asked. Lucius looked pensive for a moment. Well, Tonks, if you can change your appearance and height to make yourself appear more intimidating, then yes, you can come. I'm sorry Draco, but until you have a better grasp of magic, I don't want you coming. Your cousin and Harry can make themselves appear more intimidating with their metamorphagus skill. Lucius said. I understand, Father. Draco said half-heartedly. Don't worry, Draco. Whatever we find out, you'll be the first to know. Harry said with a smile. That seemed to cheer Draco up a bit, and he nodded. Well, you two are going to need some cloaks to cover your face. Regardless of your metamorphagus skills, you don't want people to know who you are down in Nocturne Alley. Narcissus said. Harry and Tonks both nodded in understanding. A few moments later, Narcissus arrived with 2 black hooded cloaks. Harry put on the cloak and turned to face Tonks, but he was unprepared to see a look of pure terror on her face. Tonks, what's wrong? Harry asked. Tonks' eyes just grew wider and she started to stammer. Harry Lowe, look at why. Yourself. Harry turned to the Malfoys and all 3 of them instinctively took a step back from him. What is it? Harry demanded. Lucius drew his wand and conjured a large mirror. Harry looked into the mirror and let out a gasp of his own. Where his face should have been under the cloak, there was only blackness. In fact, the only thing that even showed that there was a head under the cloak were a pair of bright green glowing eyes. Merlin, I don't think Harry is going to have any trouble being left alone in Nocturne Alley, Father. Draco said. Is the cloak charmed, Lucius? Narcissus asked hesitantly. No, Harry is performing some form of magic. I just don't know what it is. Lucius said, almost in awe. You're terrifying, Harry. Tonks said with a smirk. Harry caught the playful tone Tonks was using and he turned to face her. He used his metamorphagus skill to let his body mass expand slightly and to grow a few inches. When he reached 5'7", he stopped and strode towards Tonks, who looked like she was trying to stop herself from screaming in fear. Harry walked right up to her and leaned in so that her face was just inches from his own. He smirked as he narrowed his eyes and said, "Boo." Tonks let out a quick shriek, but then started to laugh uncontrollably. "That's not funny," she said as she hit him in the chest. Harry for his part could only laugh. "I thought it was hilarious, Tonks. Tonks, you should really put your own cloak on, or you will be late," Narcissia said, noticing the time. Tonks quickly put on her own cloak and let her own body mass expand, and she shot up to around 5'5". Lucius placed an obscuring spell on her hood so that no one could see inside. Then the three of them took the portkey and were taken from the manor. Alley behind the Leaky Cauldron, London. Tonks, Harry, and Lucius landed just behind the Leaky Cauldron, and the three hooded figures entered the pub. As soon as they were inside, people began to take notice of them. Harry saw several patrons reach down their robes as if expecting a fight. Lucius paid them no mind and they strode to the back of the pub where they opened the gate, the Diagon Alley. The three of them quickly entered the alley and made their way towards Nocturne Alley. Harry noticed that unlike Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley was not at all well lit. Several hooded women began to approach them and Harry saw Lucius draw his wand. Harry just turned his head to the three approaching women and his eyes burned bright green. The woman instantly stopped their approach and went back to where they were sitting. Harry heard Tonks exhale in relief while Lucius just chuckled. "That's a useful talent, Harry," Lucius said as they continued walking down the alley. Harry grinned, but didn't replay as he was doing his best to appear as menacing as possible. It was clearly working as every patron seemed to be avoiding their group at all cost. After a 10-minute walk, they stopped in front of a store that said Sven's Wizarding Jewelry. Lucius pushed the door open and Harry and Tonks quickly followed. "Welcome," the man behind the counter said. Hesitantly, Lucius tossed back his hood and the man let out a breath. "Oh, Mr. Malfoy, you're a few minutes early. Michael told me 5 till 2 if you'll give me a few moments to close the shop," the man said. "Of course, Jonas," Lucius replied candidly. The man quickly ducked behind the counter and while he was occupied, Lucius turned to Harry and Tonks. "Keep your hoods over your faces," he said strictly. "Yes, sir," they said together. "Ah, Mr. Malfoy, if you and your guests will follow me, I'll take you to Sven," the man named Jonas said. Lucius started to follow him and Harry and Tonks followed. The man stopped in front of a picture of an ugly woman wearing a large ruby. He taped the ruby with his wand and said, "Business is golden." The portrait swung forward, exposing a large room lit by torches. Jonas beckoned them forward and the three of them stepped through. Once they were inside, the portrait closed. Harry was about to say something when the voice of an older man came from across the room. "Lucius Malfoy, our mutual friend says you've been asking about shadow mages." "Yes," Lucius replied. "Then take a seat. By providing you with this information, I will be absolving the debt I owe to our mutual friend." "Thank you, Sven," Lucius said. The man named Sven chuckled. "No thanks are necessary, Lucius. I adore speaking of my passion. I would have provided the information freely. Well, maybe not freely, but speaking of my passion is a lot nicer way to fulfill my debt than what I was expecting," Sven said. Harry took a seat next to Lucius and instantly Sven's attention shifted to him. Harry felt the man's eyes burrowing into his own. Harry flared his green eyes and the man instantly recoiled as if being struck. "Merlin's ghost. Lucius. He's a shadow mage. A real shadow mage," Sven said in shock. "We are aware of that. What we are not aware of is what that entails." Much to my surprise, my rare book finder and contact at the ministry were unable to find any information about them, Lucius said. "Yes, well, they wouldn't, as there hasn't been a real shadow mage in the last 900 years. Sven said in awe. "Why? I knew mages were rare, but they appear far more often than that. The Dark Lord, if I remember, employed a water mage for a brief period," Lucius said. "Yes, well, there is a fundamental difference between shadow mages and elemental mages. You see, many people are born with the talent to become shadow mages, but due to ministry decrees on child abuse and the universal laws of prisoner treatment put into place by the Council of Sorcerers in 1283, there haven't been any born," Sven said. "Child abuse? Prisoner treatment? What do you mean?" Lucius said, almost alarmed. "Well, for a wizard or witch to express ability in the shadow arts, they are usually confined to a dungeon or a torture chamber from birth. The child would have to be literally surrounded by darkness for most of his life. Only people who exist in the shadows completely isolated from others can achieve the necessary bonding with the shadows. Shadow mages were first discovered in torture cells during the reign of the pharaohs in Egypt. The legend said that if a child had a talent for the shadow arts, was confined to the shadows against his will, and was hurt severely, that the shadows would reach out and comfort him. They would send him companions. Most of these include creatures that inhibit darkness such as flies, roaches, spiders. Harry said weakly. Yes, Sven said sadly, spiders would be a companion. They say that if the child treated his companions well, then the shadows would judge him worthy to wield the powers of darkness to escape his or her torment. Sven stopped speaking here and turned to Harry. I'm sorry. Whatever you went through must have been horrible. Harry just stared back at the man, enraged that he had spoken so airily about his abuse, but a part of him noted that the man was right. He had lived a horrible existence for a decade in his cupboard under the stairs with only spiders to keep him company. Harry noticed both Lucius and Tonks were now both looking at him, and he could almost smell the pity coming off them. Continue. What are the talents of a shadow mage? Harry barked to Sven. Ah well, you've already seemed to tap into one. What you are doing now with your cloak is called blending. Shadow mages have the ability to completely disappear into the shadows. You want people to see your eyes, I take it, or else they would be blending in as well. Another talent a shadow mage has is to shadow travel. Shadow mages can disappear into the shadows and can move hundreds if not thousands of miles in an instant. As long as a shadow touches the land, the shadow mage can travel there. From what I understand the mage blends into a shadow and, well, he or she then disappears into the shadow, and well, I guess I can't explain it, you just move to wherever a shadow touches. It's an amazing talent, Sven said. So he moves similar to a lethifold? Lucius asked. Shadow mages control lethifolds. The reason they are so rare in England is because one of the last shadow mages called them all forth to attack a rival in tropical Indonesia. He was defeated and the lethifolds have not migrated back. Sven said with a grin. He can control lethifold. Tonks gasped before she could stop herself. Yes, young miss, well, at least once he's trained up a bit. The main difference between the way a shadow mage and a lethifold travels, though, Lucius, is that a shadow mage can move as far as there are shadows instantly. Lethifolds cannot move that far or fast. Sven said. How do you know so much about shadow mages? Harry asked darkly. Sven actually laughed here and took a small book out of his pocket. This is the personal journal of Marcus de Roche, my distant ancestor and the last shadow mage. His mother was captured during a goblin rebellion. She was 8 months pregnant and he was born in a goblin prison. He lived in the prison for the first 7 years of his life. Then on his 8th birthday his powers manifested and he broke out all the prisoners and killed all the goblins. Since that little incident, the goblin nation no longer takes prisoners during a war. Sven said. Harry eyed the journal hungrily, and much to his surprise Sven placed it on the table and pushed it over to him. I believe you will need this more than I. Sven said. Harry's green eyes must have shown his disbelief because Sven smiled and said, Take it, young man. I am old and can learn very little if anything from the pages. You can benefit far more from the journal of my ancestor. Thank you, Harry said as he took the journal. Well, I believe that concludes our business then. Lucius said hesitantly. I believe it does. Thank you, Lucius. I never would have believed that I would ever have the opportunity to impart my knowledge to an actual shadow mage. Sven said. The portrait opened behind them, letting a great deal of light into the room, and Harry, Tonks, and Lucius left. Harry, Tonks said. No, not here. Harry barked. Lucius seemed to understand and he offered them the quill portkey. Harry grasped, and a moment later the three of them were taken back to Malfoy Manor. Malfoy Manor, unploatable. Harry appeared in Malfoy Manor and he miraculous didn't fall to the ground this time. Hey Harry, I convinced Mum to key you and Tonks into the ward so you don't fall on your face. Draco said with a grin. Harry just ignored him and took a seat on the couch and put his face in his hands. I don't want to have this discussion. Why did that bastard have to bring it up? Now they're all going to think I'm weak. I'm never going to let anyone hurt me ever again. And when I'm stronger I will punish the Dursleys. I wonder what a lithifold is. From Tonks, reaction: they must be nasty, maybe I'll sick a few on the Dursleys. Yea, that'd be ironic, hurt them with the talent they helped create. Harry, Tonks said hesitantly. What? Harry barked. Harry, do you want to talk about it? Tonks asked, ignoring his harsh tone. Talk about what? What happened? Did you find anything out? What did they tell you? Draco asked quickly. Draco, be quiet, Lucius said strongly in a tone that said no arguments. Draco fell silent and only then noticed the look of absolute anguish his friend seemed to be in. Harry, please. You have to tell someone. Dumbledore wants to send you back to those people. Mum already said so. Tonks said, tears welling up in her eyes. Good, Harry said darkly. Harry. No. I want to go back. I will show them exactly who they messed with. Tonk. Me. Harry said, the malice dripping off every word. USSS seek vengeance, master. Salazar hissed. Yes. I will hurt my relatives SSS. I will make them wish for death. Harry hissed. Then I will help you. I will tear their flesh apart. Salazar hissed darkly. Thank you, my friend, but we will have time for our vengeance. After I tell the rabbits SS what they did to me, they will want to harm them. I cannot let this SSS happen. My relatives SSS will be mine. Harry hissed back. Then don't tell the rabbits SS. Salazar hissed. I'm afraid it's not that easy, my friend. Harry hissed sadly. Very well, Harry, tell them if they take your kill. I will bite them. Salazar hissed seriously. Harry actually laughed out loud at that. I will tell them, friend. Thank you. Harry, what is it? Narcissus said. Before I tell you anything, I want to make it known that Salazar will bite anyone who tries to hurt the Dursleys. They are mine to deal with, no one else. Is that clear? Harry said with strength he didn't know he had. Oh, okay, Harry. Tonks said hesitantly. Agreed. Lucius said. All right. Draco replied. Narcissus hesitated for a second, but ultimately agreed as well. Well, to answer you question, Draco. He answered all my questions, and more. He explained that there hadn't been a shadow mage in the last 900 years. He said something about ministry doctrines on clit abuse stopping them from appearing. Harry said. He let his words sink and a second later Draco roared, what? You mean, you were, yes, okay, yes, the great Harry Potter was beaten every day he could remember by his relatives. He was then forced to live in the cupboard under the stairs where his only friends were spiders. Harry yelled in anguish. Then to everyone's shock he started to laugh uncontrollably and didn't stop. Harry, are you all right? Tonks asked, now truly scared. Oh yes, Tonks. Harry said as tears started to fall down his face. It made an odd sight seeing a boy laughing hysterically with tears blanketing his face. Oh, the irony. Harry eventually cried out. Harry, mate, are you sure you're okay? Draco asked hesitantly. Oh, I'm better than okay, Draco. I'm going to kill those bastards with the very gift they forced upon me. Harry said as he broke down into a fit of laughter and tears. Narcissus suddenly swooped down and pulled him into a hug. Shish. It's okay, Harry. Just let it out, she said soothingly. Harry's laughter slowly stopped till only the sound of soft whimpers echoed through the manor. Thank you, Narcissus. I needed that, Harry said. Tonks, did you know about this? Lucius asked icily. Child abuse was something he did not tolerate, yes. He had killed children for the Dark Lord, but they were casualties of war. The thought of Harry Potter being abused by his Muggle relatives infuriated him almost beyond rational thought. Well, yes, but not to that extent, Uncle Lucius. My mum and I found him beaten up in the woods, but kids did that. Later we took him home, and we heard his uncle hitting him. That's when we decided to get him out of the house. He looked horrible. Harry, he did that to you every day, she said as her own tears started to fall down her face. Yes. He always found a reason to hate me. I remember my first report card from primary school. I had better grades than my cousin and my uncle beat me for over 2 hours for cheating. I eventually passed out and woke up in my cupboard. I was kept there for 4 days without food. When he finally let me out and I went back to school, I found out that I got zeros on all my tests that week because my uncle said I ran away. Harry said. I need to speak to these muggles. Lucius said as he rose to leave. However, Salazar quickly shot off of Harry's shoulder and landed directly in front of him, hissing menacingly. He says the vengeance will be mine and mine alone. I have to agree with him, Lucius. Harry said darkly. Harry, you will only have a first-year education next summer. Lucius stated. Lucius, what are lethifolds? Harry asked darkly. Everyone in the room grew quiet. Harry saw understanding cross Lucius and Tonks' faces. Ah, well, they are creatures that inhabit the shadows. They can force someone to undergo their worst memories. That's how they capture their prey. When the memories get too strong and the person passes out they eat them whole. Lucius said with a shudder. Well, I think that it will be a fitting punishment if I lock my relatives into my cupboard with a few of those, don't you? Harry said menacingly. Harry, it's a great idea mate, but lethifolds are really rare. They exist only in the tropics pretty much. Draco said. Shadow mages control lethifolds, Draco. Harry said plainly. Narcissia and Draco's mouths both dropped at this revelation. Merlin, they said together. So Lucius, you will leave my relatives to me. Please, Harry said. Lucius eyed the venomous asp before him. Very well, Harry. Lucius said softly. After you deal with your relatives, you are of course welcome to stay at the manor with us. I appreciate that, Harry said with a grin. Harry spent the next few hours explaining all that he had been told about shadow mages to Draco and Narcissia. At 7:30, Harry and Tonks decided that it would be best if they went home, and they portkeyed back to the alley behind her house. I'm sorry that you had to go through that, Harry. I understand why you hate muggles now. Tonks said weakly. Thank you, Tonks. Harry replied weakly. The day's events had taken quite the toll on him. Harry, Tonks asked. Yes, Harry replied. When you take care of your relatives, can I be there with you? Tonks asked. Why? Harry asked. Because what they did to you, it's horrible and you are my best friend, my first friend, and I wouldn't have even met Draco, and Narcissia, and Uncle Lucius without you. I want to hurt them with you. Tonks said. You won't try to stop me? Harry asked. No, Tonks replied firmly. Then yes, you can be there with me when I say goodbye to them. Harry said. Thank you, Tonks said as she opened her front door. Oh, you two are back already. Nymphadora, are you losing your touch? Mrs. Tonks asked. No mum, I really just didn't find anything I liked. Tonks said as she sat down. Harry woke up on the morning of September the 1st slightly nervous. I'm going to Hogwarts today. I'm actually going to a school for magic. Harry thought. As much magic as he had been around magic in the last few months, the idea was still daunting to him. The final week of summer had been very exciting for Harry. He spent most of the time reading the journal of the last shadow mage, Marcus de Roche. The man was either a genius or a certifiable nut job. Half his journal contained dark spells that only someone who was a shadow mage could perform. They were incredibly complex and Harry found that he wasn't able to even come close to performing one. Once he realized that the spells were far above his level of magic, he read over the notes about the abilities of a shadow mage. He practiced each his shadow mage abilities every night, and he was very happy that just like Parseltongue and being a metamorphagus, it was almost second nature for him. He could now blend into the shadows to become completely invisible. Shadow travel was much harder though, and he had only tried it to move about his own room. He had had a slight accident the first time he tried to do it courtesy of Tonks. Flashback. Harry walked around his room and turned off every light. It was 10 o'clock in the evening and the only light was coming in through his window. He walked over to the corner of his room and focused on disappearing. He felt the now familiar tingle in his body as he blended into the shadows. When he opened his eyes to look at himself, he had completely merged with the shadows. He closed his eyes and focused on moving. It was a lot harder than it sounded. When someone blends into the shadows to shadow travel, you lose your physical body. According to Roche, you had to think of yourself as a shadow capable of thought. You had to literally imagine moving like a shadow. That was the aspect that gave Harry fits. How does a shadow move? He eventually thought of himself as a giant black cloud that would float across the wall. As soon as Harry managed to visualize himself as the cloud, the room lit up in shades of black and gray. Harry took a moment to fully take in the sight. It was odd. He knew that his eyes were closed, yet he could still see, and what a sight it was. Harry saw thousands of little lines connecting every shadow, and he could feel a pull from each of them. He followed one of the lines directly up the wall. He was amazed that his vision didn't seem to be limited to what was in front of him. While he was climbing the wall, he could still see the ceiling, the floor, the wall he was climbing, and the rest of the room. Harry slowly got the hang of following the different interconnecting lines of shadows and was soon racing all over the room. It was unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was completely free. One second he was traveling across one of the walls and the next second he was racing across the floor. When he traveled underneath the bed his senses exploded. The thousand of lines blurred and he found that in total darkness the lines were so packed together that he couldn't distinguish one from another. He raced out from underneath the bed just as the door opened. He watched as Tonks gasped from the doorway. He wasn't sure exactly what he looked like when he traveled in the shadows, but it must have been interesting. He raced up the wall and onto the ceiling. He was directly over the light when Tonks flicked the light switch. Harry screamed as the light turned on just inches from his face, or what he thought would have been his face. He tried to follow one of the shadow lines back to the corner, but the light caught up with the line he was following and it disappeared. The moment the line he was traveling disappeared, Harry felt himself being ripped out of his shadow form. He fell to the ground, struck the bed, bounced once, and fell onto the floor. "Oh, Tonks, why did you turn the light on?" Harry said. "Oh Merlin, I'm so sorry Harry. I just freaked out. I saw this big black thing race across your bed and I panicked." "Was that you?" "It wasn't it? You were shadow traveling. What's it like?" Tonks asked. "Well, it's wonderful provided you don't run out of shadows to follow," Harry said as he rubbed his head. "What happened when the light came on?" "What's it like?" Tonks asked again. "Well, first it's like seeing everything, and I mean everything. I saw the entire room in different shades of gray. There were these thousands of little lines connecting everything and I just sort of knew I could follow them. It's amazing, it feels like you're flying except nothing physical can hurt you. When you turned the light on, it felt like my entire body was aching. I found one of the few remaining shadow lines and I tried to follow it, but the light caught up to me. When the light caught up to the line I was following, it disappeared and I fell to the ground," Harry said. "Harry, do you mean to tell me you were trying to outrun the light once I turned it on?" Tonks said in awe. "Yay. So what?" Harry said. "Harry, look how quickly this room lights up," Tonks said as she quickly turned off the light and then turned it back on again. "See, the room lights up almost instantaneously. You would have to be traveling at an incredibly speed even to attempt to outrun the light," Tonks said. "Wow, I guess I didn't even realize how fast I was traveling," Harry said with a grin. End flashback. The only aspect of his talent as a shadow mage that Harry hadn't tried to use yet was his ability to call forth lethifolds. Mr. Malfoy had expressly forbidden him from even attempting to use that talent unless he was there to perform the Patronus charm just in case the lethifold rebelled. Dursleys' journal described the calling forth of lethifolds as almost an orgasmic experience. He claimed that as a shadow mage sunk so far into the shadows to call forth a lethifold that the mage's very mind and magic intermixed with the shadows. This was just one of several interesting comments that Dursleys made in his journal. "Harry, get up, get up, get up," Tonks said as she banged on his door. "Is Salazar, are you ready?" Harry asked. "I am not pleased with getting up so early, Harry," Salazar hissed, his voice laced with annoyance. "It's only this one time. I'm sure you'll be able to sleep on the train," Harry hissed. "I will get no sleep on the train. It will be loud and the rabbit will be there. I must care him," Salazar hissed. "Why do you torture Draco?" Harry asked. "He is so easily frightened, master. I find it rather humorous," Salazar hissed. Harry just shook his head. If snakes could laugh, he figured Salazar would be chuckling right now. "Very well, my friend," Harry said as he sat up. "Downstairs, Tonks resistance, Surrey." Harry walked down the stairs just in time to see Tonks slip and drop her trunk, causing its contents to open all over the kitchen. "Oh damn it all," Tonks screamed. "Calm down, dear Mrs. Tonks said. She pointed her wand at the trunk and said, "Pack." All of Tonks' belongings quickly arranged themselves into her trunk. Harry just stared in awe before hitting himself in the head. That would have saved so much time. He groaned. "Mrs. Tonks just laughed. "Yes, well now come on dears, we have to get you both to King's Cross by 11. Harry and Tonks quickly followed her out of the house and put their trunks in the magically enhanced boot of the car. The ride to King's Cross was fairly uneventful. Harry had to bite his tongue several times as Salazar kept mentioning things he saw on the side of the road that looked good to eat. It took almost every ounce of will power Harry had to avoid asking how he thought he could eat a porcupine. When they arrived, Harry pulled out his and Tonks' trunk. "Mrs. Tonks guided them to the barrier where several redheads were standing. Harry noticed that Tonks stiffened when she saw them. "What's wrong?" Harry asked quietly. "Weasley twins," she answered darkly. Harry then saw a pair of identical twins with red hair. He was about to go over and curse them to hell when he felt Tonks grab his shoulder. He turned to face her. She just smiled and mouthed, "Later." Harry smiled and nodded his head. When it was their turn to cross the barrier, Harry and Tonks strode forward and passed through it without a problem. Harry felt his eyes bulge at the massive 18th century locomotive parked in the station. "Come on Harry, let's go find a compartment," Tonks said as she pulled him onto the train. They found an empty compartment near the back and they put their trunks on top. They then got off the train to say goodbye to Mrs. Tonks. "Bye Mrs. Tonks," Harry said with a smile. "Goodbye dear Mrs. Tonks said as she gave him a hug. "Bye Mum," Tonks said as they two embraced. They were walking back on the train when Harry again spotted the Weasley twins. "Honestly Mum, we've never blown up a toilet," one of them said. One of them noticed him looking at them, and Harry just glared back at him as he boarded the train. "This year will be different, Tonks, I promise," Harry said as they sat down. "I know I've got friends," Tonks said with a smile, which Harry returned immediately. "Harry, Tonks, there you are." They both turned to see Draco walk into the compartment, two huge brutes walking in behind him. "Who are they?" Harry asked darkly. "Oh, they are the kids of my dad's friends. This is Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe Jr." Draco said. "They look as intelligent as a rock, lose them Draco," Harry said pointedly. It looked like both Crabbe and Goyle were both trying to figure out if they had just been insulted when Draco said, "Beat it you two." The two Neanderthals walked out of the compartment to find another. "So Harry, what have you been up to? You didn't come by the manor this week," Draco said as they closed the door and Harry performed the locking charm. "Oh, I was working on my shadow mage skills," Harry said with a grin. "Really? That's so cool, what can you do?" Draco asked. "Well, I've been able to do everything, but call forth lethifolds. Your dad wanted me to wait on that. Something about having a Patronus charm ready if anything goes wrong," Harry said. "Yay, well that makes sense. Wouldn't want to end up a snack for the creature you called forth," Draco said. "Hey Draco, you should probably put your trunk up before the train starts moving," Tonks said. "Oh, good call cousin," Draco said. Draco grabbed his trunk and was struggling to lift it above his head when Salazar rose off Harry's shoulder and hissed, "BSSS scared, rabbit." Draco's eyes grew wide at Salazar's hiss and he lost his grip on his trunk. It fell backwards, knocked him to the floor, and spilled his stuff everywhere. Harry was howling with laughter as Draco got up fuming. "What did it say?" Draco demanded. Harry was still laughing, but he managed to compose himself. He said, "Be scared rabbit," Harry said as Tonks broke into laughter. "Damn you. I swear, Harry, that thing better watch its back. Now I've got to pack everything all over again," Draco whined. "No you don't, cousin. Pack," Tonks said pointing her wand at Draco's trunk. All of his contents quickly packed themselves again. "Useful spell," Draco commented as the train started to move. Draco decided to just store his trunk under his seat and the three of them quickly started to talk about all they had accomplished that summer. Tonks said that they'd be incredibly further along than your average first year, which caused both Harry and Draco to grin wildly. After they were about an hour into the trip, there was a knock on the door. Tonks got up and opened it. A bushy-haired girl and a round-faced boy stepped into the compartment. "Excuse me, but Neville lost his toad. Have you seen it?" she asked. "A toad?" Harry said with a grin. "If a toad got in here, Salazar would have gone nuts." Salazar?" the round-faced boy asked weakly. Salazar took that as his cue to rise up on Harry's shoulders. The 2-foot Egyptian asp looked at the newcomers very menacingly. "You can't have a snake. It says in our letter that only a cat, an owl, or a toad are acceptable pets," the bushy-haired girl said. Harry, Draco, and Tonks all glared at her darkly. "Salazar is my familiar, therefore he is allowed. He isn't some pet," Harry said venomously. "Why, you already have a familiar. I read that it takes years of trust between animal and master to get that kind of bond. How long have you had him?" the bushy-haired girl asked while the round-faced boy looked like he wanted to wet himself as Salazar continued to stare at him. Oh, when did I get him, Tonk? Harry asked. I think it was a week or so before your birthday, so that would be what, the 20th of July. Tonks said with a grin. Then he's not your familiar. Like I said, it takes years to bond to an animal. The bushy-haired girl said. You know, you were really starting to tick me off. Who are you again? Harry asked darkly. Hermione Granger, and this is Neville Longbottom. The bushy-haired girl said. Longbottom, you're a pureblood, but I've never heard of the name Granger before. Harry said. Well, that's because my parents are muggles. Hermione said. You could have heard a pin drop in the room. Get out. Harry hissed menacingly. What? Hermione said in shock. He said get out, mudblood. We don't want your kind infecting our compartment. Draco said darkly. Why, you can't talk to her like that. Who do you think you are? Neville said weakly. Draco Malfoy. Draco said, puffing out his chest. Harry Potter. Harry said, staring into the boy's eyes. You're Harry Potter. Hermione and Neville said together in shock. I know all about you, of course. You're in great wizarding events of the 20th century, the rise and fall of Dark Lords, and, Hermione said. Well, I can tell you that everything written about me is probably a lie. Harry hissed. What? Have you read it? How do you know? Hermione said in dignity. Well, considering I've never given an interview, and out of the 4 people who were there when Voldemort fell, I'm the only one still alive. So now if you'll piss off, I'd really appreciate it. Harry said darkly. Hermione turned to leave and Neville was about to follow her when Harry called out, Longbottom. Neville stopped at the doorway and turned back around. You don't have to go, you know. You're not Muggleborn, Harry said. Neville looked to Hermione and back to Harry and Draco. No thanks, Harry. Maybe another time. I've got to find Trevor. Neville said weakly. Your loss, Longbottom. Just don't stick with the Muggleborn filth too long. They carry all sorts of diseases. Harry said. How dare you? Hermione yelled as she stormed back into the compartment. Those books might not have been right about what happened that night, but they did say that you were just a half-blood. That your mother was Muggleborn just like me. Hermione screamed. Harry jumped up, drew his wand, and fired off 3 consecutive stinging hexes in a matter of seconds. Hermione leapt backwards and let out a shriek of pain as the hexes struck her body. Listen up, Granger. My mother was taken at birth and put into an orphanage by Muggle filth like your parents. She grew up to never know her true heritage, and I swear to Merlin, if you ever insult her like you just did again, it won't be a stinging hex I hit you with. Think about that next time you think you know so much about me. Harry raged. Draco and Tonks watched as the 2 first years quickly ran out of the compartment. You know, she really didn't know, Harry. Tonks said, although she couldn't help but grin. I don't care. So I get to practice my stinging hex on someone besides you and Draco for once. Harry said with a grin. You're so evil, Draco said as he started to laugh heartedly. Harry, Draco, and Tonks all bought some food off the trolley when it came by. They ate their snacks and talked for several hours. That was until someone else knocked on their compartment. Tonks got up and opened the door. Oh, my brother. It looks like we found our favorite, Metamorphagus. Harry saw red as he heard the voice of the Weasley twins. Go away, Tonks yelled as she tried to close the compartment door. One of the twins stuck their foot to stop the door, and they came into the compartment. Nymphadora, are you hanging out with Ickle first years? One of them asked. Are you that desperate for friends? The other asked. Close your mouth, Weasley. Harry barked as he stood up. Oh, why, Fred? One of them said. Yes, George. Fred said. I do believe that first year has some bite to him. George pointed out. I do believe you were right, brother mine. Fred said. Harry fingered his wand in his robe. He wasn't exactly sure who he was going to curse first. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Draco doing the same. Well, Ickle first year. My name is Fred, and this is my brother George. We are the best pranksters that Hogwarts has ever had since the Marauders. Fred said. So it would be smart if you didn't get on our bad side, George said. Or end up in Slytherin House. Fred said with a smile. So who are you? They asked together. Harry Potter, and that was my best friend you were just insulting. Harry said darkly. The twins looked like they had been slapped across their faces. You're Harry Potter, they said together in awe. That's right, and if you ever insult Tonks ever again or make her change her appearance for your own twisted sense of humor, Harry said. The twins looked shocked for a moment, but they quickly recovered. Yay, right, Fred said. You're just, George continued. Some first year, Fred said. What can you do? They finished together. As soon as they finished, Harry and Draco both pulled their wands and shouted, Expelliarmus. The two spells hit Fred and George Weasley in the chest and they were flung out of the compartment and through the open compartment door across the hall from them. Harry, Draco, and Tonks strode into the compartment. Several kids were looking between them and the Weasley twins in horror. Salazar slid off Harry's shoulder and positioned himself on George Weasley's stomach. George shook himself awake a few seconds later. He let out a loud scream when he saw Salazar, who was hissing menacingly at him. So I see you've met my familiar. Harry said to George. I'd suggest you never insult Tonks again, unless you want to become closer acquainted with him. Harry picked Salazar up and the three of them strode back into their compartment. When the door was closed, they broke down into fits of laughter. Oh Harry, that was too much. I think he actually wet himself when he saw Salazar. Tonks said between laughs. I almost hope that they do mess with us a little. It was just too awesome knocking some sense into those two. Draco said with a laugh. A loud knock on their compartment door jarred them out of their laughter. It's open, Harry called. The door swung open and another redhead strode into the compartment. You Potter are going to be in some serious trouble when we reach the castle. Two of your peers have already come to complain about you to me, and I witnessed that little spectacle with my brothers from the hallway. The large redhead said. Oh, and what exactly are you going to do about it, Weasley? I'm Harry Potter, they won't expel me, and it's not like you can take house points or give detentions since term hasn't started. Harry barked. I'll be watching you this year, Potter. I'm a prefect, so you will show me respect. The Weasley said. I show respect those who deserve and earn it. A poor pureblood with an inflated sense of self-worth doesn't fall into either of those. Harry said menacingly. 10 points from, the prefect, Weasley shouted. Harry, Tonks, and Draco howled with laughter as several people started to crowd around their compartment. You are an idiot, Weasley. Is Gryffindor House so desperate for a prefect that they chose you? I have no house as of yet to be sorted. Several older students in the hallway started to laugh and Harry noticed that several of them were wearing dark green robes. Go away, Weasley, and tell your stupid twin brothers that if they mess with my friends again, what I just did will look like child's play. Harry said. The older Weasley huffed indignity and left the compartment to the laughs of several older students who seemed to follow him, shouting, 10 points from the kid who doesn't have a house yet. When most of the crowd had gone, two students stood in the hall looking into their compartment. Can we help you? Tonks asked, although she was still giggling. So you're Harry Potter. That's what people tell me. Harry responded with a grin. I'm Blaise Zabini, this is Susan Bones, the boy said as he and a girl entered their compartment. Are you related to the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement? Draco asked. Yes, she is my aunt. Susan said hesitantly. My father knows her. I'm Draco Malfoy. Draco said as she extended her hand. Susan hesitated for a second before smiling and shaking it. Nice to meet you, Draco. You and Mr. Potter sure did a number on those two redheads. She said with a grin. Mr. Potter, please call me Harry. Harry said, smiling, causing Susan to blush. Sorry, it's just, you're like a legend around my house. Susan said, smiling. Well, I hate to break it to you, Susan, but I'm just Harry. Harry said, smiling. When Tonks started to laugh, he sent her a look that said, watch it. Right, just an 11-year-old who is going to be an instant celebrity the minute he walks into Hogwarts. Blaise said. I can't stop people from thinking that. All I can do is be myself. Harry said. True. Blaise commented before turning to look at Tonks. Who are you? You don't look like a first year. Blaise asked. Oh, this is my friend's, Tonks. She has a first name, but if you call her it, she'll hex your bits good. Isn't that right, Draco? Harry said with a grin. Draco paled suddenly and just nodded, causing Blaise and Susan to laugh. Well, it's nice to meet you, Tonks. Are you a second year? Susan said, smiling. Yes. I met Harry this summer and we've been best friends ever since. Tonks said, smiling. So Potter, what house do you think you'll be in? Blaise asked. Slytherin. Harry replied simply. Really? My aunt said she bet you were a Gryffindor like your parents. Susan said, stunned. Yay, well, I'm not my parents. Harry said. Do you think that Slytherin will take you? I mean, I heard a rumor that they only take purebloods. Blaise said. Yes, well, Harry is a pureblood, Tonks said with a grin. What? My father said you were a half-blood. Blaise said in shock. Yay, my aunt said the same thing. Susan said. Well, after I met Harry in Diagon Alley, my mother thought there was a chance he was a pureblood. My mum knew Harry's mum from school and she always doubted she was Muggleborn. We went to Gringotts and the goblins performed a blood purity test on him. He's a pureblood, Draco said with a grin. Wow, so what was your mum's real name? Susan asked. Oh, it was Saw. Draco. Harry barked. Sorry, but my mum's real name is a secret. I don't want the wrong people finding out. Oh, well, I guess I understand. Susan said. So what house do you think you'll all be in? Tonks asked. Oh well, I'll probably be in Ravenclaw or Slytherin. Blaise said. Well, my entire family's been in Hufflepuff, so I'll probably be in that house. Susan said, smiling. Really, I heard Hufflepuff's full of weaklings. Harry said. That's a common misconception. My aunt isn't weak at all and she was a Hufflepuff. Susan said. Your aunt was a Hufflepuff. Draco said in shock. Yay. Why does that surprise you? Susan asked. It's just, my father said that she's as tough as they come. Draco said. Well, I guess we can throw out the weak Hufflepuff rumor. Tonks said with a grin. Yay. Draco said in complete shock. The five of them sat and talked for a while until they felt the train start to slow down. Oh, we're here and we still need to change. Tonks said. How about you and Susan take our compartment and we'll change in here? Blaise said. 10 minutes later, Harry, Tonks, Draco, Susan, and Blaise exited the Hogwarts Express. Harry was about to ask where they go when he heard someone yelling, First years. First years. You guys have to go up with Hagrid. I'll see you up at the castle. Tonks said as she ran off towards the carriages. Harry, Draco, Susan, and Blaise all shared a boat as they crossed the lake. When they saw Hogwarts for the first time, they all let out a gasp. Wow, now that's impressive. Harry said in shock. You can say that again. Draco said in awe. The four first years exited the boat where they meet a rather angry-looking woman. Mr. Potter, a school prefect said that several students complained about you, and that you got into a fight on the train. She said. Yes, ma'am, the students we got into a fight with were the Weasley twins. They were making fun of my friend Tonks. We asked that they leave and warned them several times. When they persisted, Draco and I forced them out of our compartment. Harry said. And how, pray tell, did you force two older students out of your compartment? The teacher asked again. We used the disarming spell, Expelliarmus. Harry said. You can perform a disarming spell. The teacher said in shock. Yes, Draco and I both can perform the spell. I'm actually very good at it, ma'am. Harry said, smiling. Mr. Percy Weasley also claims that two students came to him and one of them claimed that you had brought a snake with you. Is that true? She asked. Yes, ma'am. Harry said as Salazar raised himself up, showing himself. Mr. Potter. Snakes are not allowed at Hogwarts. She said in shock. All familiars are allowed, ma'am, and Salazar is my familiar. We bonded the moment we found each other. Harry said strongly. It's true, Professor, there was a large flash of red and Salazar grew over a foot when they bonded. Draco said. I see, well, come along, we have to gather the other first years and get to the sorting. She said. The four first years followed the professor until they reached the steps of the castle. All the other first years were already there and the teacher walked to the front of the group. Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. I am also head of Gryffindor House. If you follow me, I will take you to the sorting. Professor McGonagall said. All the first years followed her down a long hallway. Harry heard several people gasp at the moving pictures. The group stopped at the front of two large doors. When the doors open, you will enter. Professor McGonagall said as she walked down the hallways leaving the first years. What do you think we'll have to do to be sorted? Harry heard the Muggle-born girl Hermione ask. My brother said we have to fight a 1-year-old mountain troll. Came the response. Harry turned to see who would say such a ridiculously stupid thing. He spotted a young red-haired boy standing next to Longbottom. Harry couldn't help himself, the comment was just too dumb. If you believe that Weasley, you have to be dumber than your brothers. Harry called out. The red-haired boy blushed furiously and looked like he was about to say something, but the opening of the two doors shut him up. Harry saw that no one was moving, so he grabbed Draco and they strode into the Great Hall. He heard several footsteps behind him, and a second later Blaise and Susan were next to him. "When I call your name, please step forward and put on the sorting hat," McGonagall called to the first years as she opened a large scroll. "Abbott, Hannah." Harry watched as the blonde girl with pigtails ran up and put on the hat. A second later the hat said, Hufflepuff. A large cheer from the table to far right went up and Harry assumed it must be the Hufflepuffs. "Bones, Susan." Susan stepped forward and put the hat on. The hat took a lot longer than it did for Hannah before saying, Hufflepuff. Susan jumped down off the stool and ran off to join Hannah at the Hufflepuff table. "Boot, Terry." As soon as the hat touched the boy's head it screamed, Ravenclaw. "So I take it that the hat takes a longer time with the difficulty of the choice," Harry said to Draco and Blaise. "It certainly seems that way, Potter," Blaise said as Mandy Brocklehurst became a Ravenclaw and Lavender Brown became the first Gryffindor. "How long do you think it'll take to put you into Slytherin, Harry?" Draco asked as Millicent Bulstrode and the boy Draco introduced as Crabbe became Slytherins. "I don't know, it'll probably take some time. I am smart like a Ravenclaw, and I'm sure it'll try to put me in Gryffindor," Harry replied as Michael Crawford became a Ravenclaw and Justin Finch Fletchley became a Hufflepuff. "Well, I bet you a galleon my sorting takes longer than yours, Potter," Blaise said. "You're on Zabini," Harry said as Seamus Finnegan became a Gryffindor. "Granger, Hermione. Wonder where the know-it-all is going to go," Harry said. "A galleon on Ravenclaw," Draco drawled. "You're on," Harry said. The hat seemed to take a long time before it said, Gryffindor, albeit a bit weakly. "Ha, fork it over, Draco," Harry said triumphantly as Daphne Greengrass became a Slytherin along with Gregory Goyle. "Double or Nothing says that hat is on my head for less than 5 seconds before it calls me a Slytherin," Draco said as Neville Longbottom became a Gryffindor and Ernest Macmillan became a Hufflepuff. "Malfoy, Draco," McGonagall called. Draco hesitated and looked at Harry. "Well," he said. "Deal. Zabini, you'll count," Harry said. Draco strode up to the hat and McGonagall placed it on his head. "1, Blaise said. "Slytherin." The hate screamed instantly. "Damn it all," Harry said a bit too loudly as several first years looked at him. Draco took the hat off and smirked at Harry as he passed him on his way to the Slytherin table. Harry was really starting to get bored as McGonagall continued to call out names. "I fell sorry for you, Zabini, you'll probably be the last one," Harry said. "Save the best for last, Potter," Blaise replied instantly. Harry just laughed as Pavarti Patil became a Gryffindor. He was about to retort when McGonagall called out, "Potter, Harry." Instantly the Great Hall broke out into excited whispers. Harry just smirked at Zabini and strode forward with confidence and put on the hat. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," a voice said in his head. "Can you hear me?" "That I can. I'm in your head, and what a head it is. Magical Heir of Slytherin, Metamorphagus, Shadow Mage, Parselmouth, Charms and Transfiguration gifted. Oh Mr. Potter, you have me most impressed. Now where to sort you? Hufflepuff is out. You are loyal, but only to those who have earned your friendship, and that is very hard to do, it appears. Ravenclaw is an option. You have an incredible mind and a thirst for learn more powerful magic, maybe too powerful of magic from the looks of things. Gryffindor is also an option. You have courage and spades, but I guess you need that to survive what you have at your relatives. Get to the point, hat. You know I belong in Slytherin. Do you really? Well, I guess you are right. It's all there, and if you want power, Slytherin will only help you. Oh yes, I can see it clearly now. Yes, the Serpent's Lair is where you belong most certainly. Slytherin. Harry heard the hat shout, followed by a giant gasp that echoed through the hall. Harry took the hat off and smirked at the gobsmacked look on Professor McGonagall's face. He waved briefly when he spotted Tonks at the Gryffindor table, and he quickly swept across the hall and took a seat next to Draco at the Slytherin table. What was my time? Harry asked. Close to a minute. Draco said. That seemed to jar all the other Slytherins out of their shock. Potter, you're a Slytherin. A gobsmacked-looking boy said in shock. No kidding, clearly the hat didn't want you in Ravenclaw, Harry said with a smirk. But you're a Gryffindor. The boy yelled. Draco, can we trade house members? I think he might be a bit too stupid for Slytherin. Clearly I'm a Slytherin as I'm sitting at the Slytherin table, and the words. You do know what words are right. Yes, good. Well, the word out of the hat's mouth said, Sly. There, in not gree, ffin. Door. Harry said like he was talking to a 2-year-old. Several of the older Slytherins started to laugh at that, but Harry's attention was shifted away when McGonagall said, Zabini, Blaze. Draco, get ready, Harry said. The moment the hat was placed on Blaze's head, Draco began counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Slytherin. The hat shouted. Blaze walked over to the Slytherin table. He was about to sit down when he flicked a gold coin to Harry, who caught it in the air. It was a while Blaze, but still 20 seconds short. Draco said with a smile. Geez Potter, were you having a discussion with the hat? You had that thing on your head for a while. Zabini said. What can I say, I had to convince it that both Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were wrong for me. In the end, it saw why I belong in Slytherin. Harry said with a grin. As he said this, Salazar climbed out of his robes and made his presence known at the table. Several people shrieked when they saw the snake that was wrapped around Harry's shoulder. Cowards. Salazar hissed, and Harry did his best to stifle a laugh. Something that Draco picked up on and smirked. Welcome to Hogwarts. Now before we are all watered and feed, I would like to make some announcements. First, all students are to know that the forest is forbidden to all students unless accompanied by a teacher. Also, I'd like to welcome back Professor Quirrell, who will be rejoining the staff as our defense against the dark arts teacher this year. Dumbledore said. There were some scattered polite applause, but Harry just locked eyes with an unfriendly-looking professor sitting next to Quirrell. Who's the guy next to Quirrell? Harry asked. Oh, that's my godfather, Professor Snape. He's our new head of house. Draco replied as he waved to him. Harry saw as Snape let a smile flicker across his face as he looked at Draco, only to have it disappear when Snape locked eyes with him. I don't think he likes me. Harry said. No, father said that him and your father had some problems at school. I should have asked father to talk to him about you. Draco said sympathetically. Finally, I'd like to say that the third corridor of the Charms Wing is out of bounds to anyone who doesn't want to die a very painful death. Dumbledore said seriously. Harry gulped nervously along with the rest of the school. Is he serious? Harry asked. I think so. I wonder why it's closed though. Draco said. Yay. Harry said. Now tuck in. Dumbledore said. Harry looked down at the table as food magically appeared all over the place. Wow. Harry said with a grin. Harry and Draco spoke briefly to Theodore Nott, the boy Harry thought was mentally challenged, for a while along with Blaze, Crabbe and Goyle. When the food was all gone, Dumbledore tired to get them to sing the school song, which all the Slytherins refused to do. When the song was done, they got up to head to the common room. Harry and Draco were walking behind a fifth-year prefect when someone shouted, Hey Potter. Didn't know you were a dark wizard like the rest of those snakes. Harry and Draco turned to see a small group of first-year Gryffindors, led by the youngest Weasley, smirking at him. Hey Weasley, why don't you go steal things from the Gryffindor common room? Merlin knows your family could use the money. Harry said as the Slytherins all started to laugh. 10 points from Slytherin for insulting Mr. Weasley's family. Percy Weasley shouted. Then that will be 25 points from Gryffindor and a detention for Mr. Weasley for provoking Mr. Potter, and another 5 points for his slur against Slytherin House. The voice of Severus Snape came from behind them. I suggest that you take your first years up to their common room, prefect. Oh, and Mr. Weasley, see Mr. Filch tomorrow at 7 p.m. for your detention. Mr. Potter, if you will please follow me. Snape said darkly. Draco made to join him, but Snape quickly turned on him. Mr. Malfoy, you will accompany the other first years in the dungeon. Yes, sir. Draco said as he turned around and left. Harry followed Professor Snape down into the dungeons. He eventually opened up what looked like a potions classroom. Harry followed his head of house into a small office in the back of the classroom. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Professor Snape said. Harry did as he instructed and took a seat. Mr. Potter, I'm going to be blunt. I don't want you in my house. I've already received several complaints about your behavior on the train for hexing several students as well as being disrespectful to a prefect. I will tell you right now, you might be some celebrity to the rest of the school, but you are not to me. You are the son of a big-headed fool and I see you have inherited that trait. Snape said. Well sir, I don't know what to say. I was provoked into attacking all the people I did, and I wasn't the only person involved in attacking them. As for insulting the prefect, well, he was an idiot, sir. He attempted to take 10 points from my house when I hadn't even been sorted yet. That Percy Weasley has a bigger head than I will ever have. As for being a celebrity, I think that my fame will diminish once idiots like Weasley start spreading rumors of me being a dark wizard. Harry said as he locked eyes with Snape. Harry felt the slightest tingle in his mind, but his focus was shifted when Salazar launched himself off his shoulder and landed on the table hissing madly. How dare you violate my master's mind? Salazar hissed. As he started to slither closer, Harry saw Snape draw his wand. Not wanting his familiar cursed to bits, he quickly reached out and grabbed him. Master, he was trying to invade your mind. Do not worry, I will protect you now that I know. Keep me with you always. Salazar hissed. Harry felt a rage build up in him. He didn't even know wizards could read minds. That could have been disastrous. He didn't want anyone to know he was a shadow mage or any of his other talents. Sir, I would appreciate it if you would refrain from entering my mind. Harry said, looking up at Snape as Salazar wrapped himself around his shoulders. Snape looked shocked for a moment, but then narrowed his eyes. Snakes are not allowed at Hogwarts, Potter. Not even for a Slytherin celebrity such as yourself. He's my familiar, sir. Harry said, matching Snape's dark tone. We shall see about that. Snape said as he took out his wand and said, Revelis Familiaris. The yellow spell hit Harry in the chest before he could avoid it, and suddenly both he and Salazar started to glow a deep shade of red. From the shocked look on Snape's face, Harry assumed that they were indeed familiars. I told you so, sir. Harry said. Harry felt the tingle again, but this time he felt another force like a wall separate the tingle from his own mind. He looked up at Snape, who looked completely shocked. It didn't take Salazar's hissing to tell him that Snape had tried to enter his mind again. Sir, I will tell you one more time to not enter my mind. If you try it again, I will tell Mr. Malfoy of your actions. I understand he is on the board of governors at Hogwarts. Harry threatened. And what makes you think that Lucius will believe you over me? I'm Draco's godfather. Snape spat. I'm Draco's best friend, Harry said just as menacingly. Snape's eyes went wide with that bit of information. Get out, Potter. The password to the common room is pureblood. The entrance is up the stairs and down the hall to the right. Speak the password to the wall across from the suit of armor with a snake on its shield. Harry didn't need to be told twice. He got up quickly and left Snape's office. I don't like him, Salazar hissed. I don't either, thank you for protecting my mind, Salazar. Harry said. That is but one of the benefits SSS being your bonded familiar gives me, Harry. Salazar hissed. I will take you everywhere with me, friend. Alert me please if anyone else tries to break into my mind. Harry said as he reached the suit of armor Snape mentioned. I will, Harry. Salazar said as Harry muttered, pureblood. The wall across from the suit of armor rose into the dungeon, exposing a common room. Harry stepped into the room and smiled. I'm home, he said with a grin. Harry followed Draco out of the common room the next morning to the Great Hall. I still can't believe Professor Snape tried to read your mind, Draco said. Yay, I know, lucky I've got Salazar to protect my thoughts. He's going to be constantly wrapped around me under my robes in all my classes. I don't know if it's normal for teachers to try to do that or not, but I don't want anyone in my head. Harry replied. Yay, I understand. If any of them try to do it again, tell me and I'll write father. Draco said seriously as they sat down for breakfast. Hey Potter, Malfoy. Zabini said as he took a seat. Zabini. They said together. Hey, Draco, do you think Tonks could sit over here with us? Harry said as he looked at Tonks sitting by herself at the Gryffindor table. Well, I dunno. I mean, Gryffindors and Slytherins don't mix, Harry. You know that. Draco said hesitantly. I don't care, she's my friend, and she's your cousin. Harry said. All right, let's go and invite her. Draco said as she stood up with Harry. Harry and Draco walked across the hall. Harry could tell that everyone in the entire school had to have been watching them. Harry forced that to the back of his mind as Draco and he reached the Gryffindor table. Tonks, do you want to sit with us over at the Slytherin table? Harry asked. Tonks smiled brightly and nodded her head. I'd love to, Harry, but, I don't want you and Draco to get in trouble with your housemates. Tonks admitted. They won't do anything, and if they do Salazar will bite them in their sleep. Harry threatened seriously as Salazar stuck his head out from under his robes, causing several Gryffindors to scream. Come on Tonks, it's not like you need to hang out with this riff-raff. Draco said strongly. Tonks smiled as she got up and the three of them walked over to the Slytherin table as the entire hall broke into whispers. When they arrived at the Slytherin table, Blaise moved over giving Tonks a spot. She smiled at him and nodded her thanks. They talked for a few minutes before Pansy Parkinson arrived with her friend Millicent. The two of them took one look at Tonks and then Harry, Blaise, and Draco. I never thought I'd see the day when a Malfoy associates with a lowly Gryffindor. She practically spat. Harry and Draco narrowed their eyes and fingered their wands. Shut up you cow, Harry said darkly. Cram it, Potter, you're just a lowly half-blood. I don't even know how you got into Slytherin house. Millicent said. Draco, Harry, Tonks, and Blaise just let out a laugh at that, causing both Pansy and Millicent to look on confused. First of all, I'm not a half-blood. At least not according to my blood purity test. Second, if you two ever badmouth Tonks again, I'll send Salazar into your room while you are asleep. Harry said venomously. Salazar rose up out of his rows at the sound of his name and he eyed the two Slytherin girls before hissing menacingly. Pansy and Millicent both took off for the other end of the table and sat with Theodore Nott. Harry then turned his attention to the older Slytherins who were watching them. Harry just smirked at them and went back to eating breakfast. At 8:20, Professor Snape came by with their schedules for the week. He eyed Tonks for a good minute before he handed Draco, Harry, and Blaise their schedules. Harry could practically see his mind trying to find a rule that they were breaking. Professor McGonagall stopped by the Slytherin table a few minutes later and eyed Tonks oddly as well before handing over her schedule. So what do you have today? Tonks asked. Double charms with Ravenclaw and double transfiguration with the Gryffindors. Harry and Draco said with a beep. Ouch, that's no fun, but I've got you beat. I've got potions and then defense with the Hufflepuffs. Snape is already mad at me for sitting over here this morning, and I don't care what Susan said about her aunt. Can you imagine practicing spells with Hufflepuffs? I'll never learn a damn thing. Tonks said exasperatedly. Surprisingly, several Slytherins close by snickered at that and Harry and Draco smiled. Hopefully they'll figure out that Tonks isn't your average Gryffindor. So Tonks, are you going to try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team? Harry asked. What? No way, Harry. Tonks said. Why not, you're good, and I heard they need a seeker. Draco said. Why would I want to play with a bunch of people who hate me, Draco? Give me one good reason why I should willingly spend more time with the Weasley twins, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinett. Tonks huffed. Well, how about the fact that you are good at Quidditch? Harry said. I've never played Seeker before, Harry. Tonks said. So what? Draco and I are both going to try out for the Slytherin team. It'll be fun to play against you. Harry said. So you two are actually going through with trying out? I've heard some rather shoddy things about the way Slytherin picks their teams. Tonks said quietly. Yay, Father explained it to us. Believe me, I'm not looking forward to it, but I'm game. We are full up at Chasers, but I think we are good enough to make the reserve team at the very least. Draco said. Okay Tonks, how about a compromise? If Draco and I make the team, as reserves or whatever, and you make the Gryffindor team, you play. If we don't make it on the Slytherin team, you don't have to play even if they pick you. Harry said. Tonks thought about it for a while before nodding her head. Deal, she said as she got up and walked over to the Gryffindor table where she found a lean-looking boy. Harry and Draco watched as she spoke to him for a few minutes and then shook his hand. Well, I guess she got a tryout. Draco said with a smirk. Is she really good? Blaise asked. Yay, she's pretty good. We played a lot at my house over the summer. Draco said. Then was it a good idea to have her play? I mean, wouldn't it be easy for us to win if she didn't? Blaise asked. Maybe, I don't care though. I just want to play against her. Harry said with a smirk. Are you that confident you'll get on the team this year? Blaise asked in shock. Harry noticed that several older Slytherins as well as a large 7th year were now paying very close attention to him. Yes, Harry said bluntly. Well, at least you're confident. Blaise said. Harry's a natural flyer. His first time on a broom he did dives and maneuvers I'd never even seen before. I'm no slouch either, but Harry's a demon in the air. Draco said, projecting his voice so that the older students could hear it. Harry felt his face blush slightly at the high praise, but was saved from speaking up when Blaise got up. Well, I think it's time we get to class. I don't want to be late to either McGonagall or Flitwick's class. Harry and Draco nodded in agreement and they grabbed their bags and quickly left the Slytherin table. A few minutes later they made their way to the Charms corridor and stepped into a classroom. Much to their surprise, every single Ravenclaw first year was already present. Blaise double-checked his watch and then looked up at them. You do know class doesn't start for another 5 minutes, right? How long have you guys been here? Blaise asked. Oh, we got here 20 minutes ago. An Asian girl said. Harry just broke out into fits of laughter. Oh Blaise, you were almost a Ravenclaw. Can you see yourself arriving to class 25 minutes early? Harry said. Blaise just colored and said, yes, well, I'd remind you, Potter, that the hat wanted you for Ravenclaw also. Touché, Harry said with a laugh as they took a seat in the second row. A few minutes later, the rest of Slytherin arrived, and a few moments after that the Charms teacher, Professor Flitwick, entered the room. Welcome to your first Charms class. The tiny professor said with a smile. He instantly started to take attendance. He hesitated only briefly on Harry's name and then he launched into a long-winded discussion about charms. Harry got bored very quickly. He put his head on the table, and started to nod off. Harry wasn't sure exactly when he fell asleep, but the next thing he realized he heard, Mr. Potter, if you could join us. Harry instantly woke up and noticed that everyone was looking at him. Draco and Blaise were both trying not to laugh. What's that, sir? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, get up here please. Professor Flitwick said with annoyance. Harry got up nervously and walked to the front of the room. Mr. Potter, if you believe that you can just sleep through my first lecture then you are sorely mistaken. The information I'm trying to impart to you now is completely necessary if you want to have any basis for learning charms. Now, since you believe that you don't need to listen to me, I want you to demonstrate the first charm that this class is supposed to learn, the levitation charm. Flitwick said strictly as he pointed to his desk. Harry did his best to suppress a grin as he drew his wand. No problem, Professor. Wingardium Leviosa, Harry said as he pointed his wand at Flitwick's desk. The desk instantly rose off the floor a good 2 feet and Harry held it for a few moments before he set it back down again. When he turned to face the professor, he had to bite his tongue to restrain his laughter. Professor Flitwick as well as the entire class except for Draco and Blaise were staring at him in shock. Mr. Potter, I meant for you to levitate the feather, not my desk. Flitwick said in shock. Oh well, you just pointed, sir. Sorry, I just assumed you meant your desk. Harry said with a smirk. Mr. Potter, 30 points to Slytherin. I haven't seen such proficiency in charms since Merlin's ghost. Are you a pro? No sir, Harry said quickly. Very well, Mr. Potter. Go back to your seat and read. Just don't fall asleep, Flitwick said. Harry walked back to his desk with a smug look on his face. He noticed that every Ravenclaw was staring at him all while the Slytherins looked slightly intimidated. The rest of the class was fairly uneventful. Harry read ahead in his charms book, and practiced the wand movements for a few minor jinxes and spells. When the bell rang, Flitwick called out, I want 10 inches of parchment on charm theory for next week. Mr. Potter, please stay. Harry stayed in his seat as everyone filled out of the classroom. When the last student was gone, Flitwick locked the door. Mr. Potter, that was very impressive. I haven't had a student levitate anything on their first attempt since your mother. Flitwick said. Thank you, sir, but that wasn't my first attempt. You see, I discovered the little loophole for doing underage magic. Harry said with a smile. A loophole? What do you mean? Flitwick asked. Well sir, you are aware that they don't place the tracking charms on your wand until you arrive at Hogwarts, correct? Harry said. Oh, Merlin, I knew that was going to come back and bite us at some point. So Mr. Potter, I take it you do not possess your mother's gift then, you've just practiced some of the spells already. Flitwick said. Well kind of sir. Harry said. What do you mean kind of? Flitwick asked slightly intrigued. Well, like I said sir, I'm not a protege like my mother, but I am charms gifted, and I did manage to do the levitation spell on my first attempt, sir. Harry said with a smile. Mr. Potter, how do you know you possess a gift for charms? Flitwick asked. Oh well, when I realized we could do magic outside of school, I found that I could do charms incredibly easily. I would just have to look at the incantation and the wand movement and it would always work for me. I stayed with Tonks for the last part of the summer and she found a book that talked about the difference between being talented, gifted, and a protege. Since I couldn't do any spell I wanted, I figured I wasn't a protege, but I still possessed an unnatural ease for the subject. When I read the description for being gifted, it just fit. Harry said with a smile. Flitwick let out a laugh and then he banged his hands on his desk. I don't believe it, in the last 2 decades a charms protege and charms gifted student has gone to Hogwarts and neither of them have been in my house. Flitwick said in annoyance. Sorry, sir. The hat thought about putting me in Ravenclaw, but it decided on Slytherin in the end. Harry said. Your mother said nearly the exact same thing, but for Gryffindor. Flitwick said sadly. So Mr. Potter, clearly you are going to be more advanced than any other first-year student. I'm quite sure you will be quite bored sadly. Flitwick said. Well sir, I want to become a master while I'm still in Hogwarts like my mother, so I was hoping you wouldn't mind giving me some personal tutoring. In return I could help tutor first years in charms, and during class if you were lecturing I could read ahead or on some other material you think would help me. Harry said hopefully. Mr. Potter, I commend you for your desire to become a master of charms. Very few people actually have the desire to do so. I would have no problem giving you some extra lessons in exchange for your helping of other first years. As for class, I believe you have presented a very good option. I'll speak to Professor Dumbledore about getting you some books on charms for the restricted section. Flitwick said. Restricted section? Harry asked. Oh well, that's the area of the library where most of the dark arts books are located. The charms books I want to give you are not dark, but they are very advanced and contain a more thorough description of the theory of charms. Flitwick said, practically bouncing with excitement. Well, I'd appreciate that, sir. Harry said honestly. Yes, well, I had better get you a note for Professor McGonagall, wouldn't want you to get in trouble on the first day now. Flitwick said excitedly as he wrote a quick note. Thank you, Professor. Harry said sincerely as he left the charms classroom. Harry found his way to the Transfiguration classroom and walked inside. When he entered, he noticed that where the teacher should have been sat a black cat. Remembering what Tonks said about Professor McGonagall being an animagus, Harry approached the cat and said, I'm sorry I'm late, Professor McGonagall, but Professor Flitwick asked me to stay after class. When you got that scar it must have fried your brain, Potter, that's a cat you're talking to. The youngest Weasley said. All of the Gryffindors started to howl with laughter, but they stopped a moment later when the cat turned into an irate-looking Professor McGonagall. Mr. Weasley detention and 20 points from Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall said sharply the second she appeared. Harry was glad Professor McGonagall chose that moment to appear as he was about a second away from hexing the stupid Gryffindor. Mr. Potter, you may take your seat. Oh, and how did you know I was an animagus? I must say I enjoy the shock that it causes my first years. Professor McGonagall asked. Oh, Tonks told me, Harry said, and he took a seat next to Draco. Professor McGonagall just nodded her head, took out her wand, and turned her desk into a pig and then back again. Harry's eyes rose just like everyone else. I want to be able to do that. I could turn Dudley into a pig. Talk about a fitting torture. But Harry already knew it would be some time before he was turning anything into a pig, let alone a person. Harry found Transfiguration slightly more interesting than his first charms lesson. Not because McGonagall's subject was more interesting, but because he just started to read ahead in his book to keep him awake. He kept quiet and let his classmates and the annoying Gryffindor know-it-all answer all of Professor McGonagall's questions. When it was time to try to turn their match into a needle, Harry just set his match on the table and continued to read. He laughed at the annoyed look Professor McGonagall had on her face when she had to award Draco 10 points for completing the transfiguration before anyone. He noticed that the Muggle-born Witch Granger was close, but that she lacked the proper wrist flick. She'd probably get it right by the end of the lesson, however, no one else except Blaise was even close to accomplishing it. "Hey Blaise," Harry whispered, "you need to shorten your wand movement just a little. You'll have it if you do that." Blaise eyed Harry carefully before he shrugged his shoulders, shorted his wand movement, and a second later his match became a pin. "Thanks, Potter," Blaise said quietly. Minerva McGonagall was reasonably impressed by her group of first years. Draco Malfoy had already completed the transfiguration. She noticed that one of her own Gryffindors, Hermione Granger, was close to accomplishing it, as was the Slytherin Blaise Zabini. She would have offered to help them, but she couldn't help but keep her eyes off the young Harry Potter. She was so sure that he would have been a Gryffindor, just like his parents, when she heard he was coming to Hogwarts this year. She had been surprised to say the least though when Percy Weasley had come to her with several complaints about him from other students. She was all set to give him detention for a month for attacking 2 students, but she held back when he explained about how the Weasley twins had been insulting Ms. Tonks and would not leave. She was vaguely aware that the Weasley twins gave Ms. Tonks a rough time last year and was glad she had found a friend. She was concerned however with both Mr. Potter's and Mr. Malfoy's apparent knowledge of the disarming charm though. Another complaint was that he had brought a snake with him, yet he assured her that it was his bonded familiar. She was hesitant to believe him, but a simple spell could be used to determine that later, and they were already late. In hindsight, she should have figured anyone who brought a snake with them would have been a Slytherin. Still, she was shocked when the Hat shouted that he was a Slytherin. It almost seemed like a travesty, the son of her 2 favorite students in her rival house. The boy seemed to stir controversy wherever he went. A few members of her house had accused him of being a dark wizard after the feast, something that cost her house 30 points. She was ready to argue with Severus in the staff meeting at the end of the week, but seeing Mr. Weasley insult Mr. Potter about his scar of all things caused her to forget that notion instantly. The most interesting thing the boy had done so far though had to be bringing young Nymphadora over to the Slytherin table to eat. It was the talk of the entire Great Hall, including the staff table. The fact that the young Draco Malfoy went with Mr. Potter to escort Ms. Tonks shocked everyone, as she was a well-known half-blood. Minerva was aware that Draco and Nymphadora were cousins, but she was sure that Andromeda would never have allowed the 2 to meet. Perhaps Mr. Potter would be a good influence on the young Malfoy heir, Minerva thought. Currently she was annoyed at the young man though. The fact that he did not even come close to listening to her during her lecture did not go unnoticed by her. She would have yelled at him except he was being quiet and was reading his Transfiguration book. So she chalked it up to him learning better by reading, then listening and taking notes. The textbook did say almost the exact same thing for such simple transfiguration, and many people learned in a similar way. When it was time for everyone to attempt the transfiguration though, she noticed he did not so much as raise his wand. In fact, his match looked like it hadn't even moved from where he set it on his desk. She kept an eye on him for the first 10 minutes and the boy hadn't even attempted the spell. What he did do though surprised her greatly. She saw him lean over and tell the young Zabini that he should shorten his wand movement. He was completely correct, and a moment later Blaise Zabini had achieved the transfiguration. Mr. Zabini 10 points to Slytherin, she called. She watched the young Potter boy for 10 more minutes and she was starting to get angry. She didn't mind people struggling at her subject, it was among the most difficult after all, but she would not tolerate someone not trying. She awarded Hermione Granger 10 points for completing the spell and then turned on Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter, you have not even attempted the transfiguration this class. Now you will try the spell or I will take 30 points from Slytherin for failing to follow my instructions, she said strongly. She saw the Potter boy look up at her and smirk. She was about to tell him to wipe the smile off his face when he waved his wand and the match transfigured into a pin. However, unlike the other pins, Mr. Potter's pin was gold. To say she was stunned at the boy's ability was an understatement. The way he did it made it look like it was no trouble at all. She noticed that all the students turned to look at him in shock, excluding the young Draco Malfoy. "Mr. Potter, that's amazing. Can you tell me how you made the pin appear gold?" she asked quickly. "Well, ma'am, for all basic transfiguration such as this, the spell and the wand movements aren't the difficult aspect. There are two parts where most people fail in transfiguration. The first part is that they don't have a clear enough picture of what they want. That's why so many people have little half-pins half-matches like Mr. Longbottom over there. The second factor that is important about transfiguration is having confidence that the transfiguration is possible. If you can believe that it's possible to turn something into something else, then it is a lot easier to focus on accomplishing the magic. I take it that's why you turned your desk into a pig to show the Muggle-born students that transfiguration is indeed doable. When you get right down to it, all transfiguration is about those two things, image and intent. If you can understand that, then you will have a good firm basis in all future more complex transfigurations. Now as to why my pin is gold. When most people think of a pin, they think of it as a small silver medal. I wanted mine to appear gold, so I focused clearly on a gold pin in my mind, and I had the confidence that I could make it happen," Harry said boldly. In all her years at Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall had never heard a first-year student describe the theory of transfiguration so well. She was completely speechless. Awarding points for such a masterful answer didn't seem to do it justice. Her mind was spinning. Albus had told her the boy would likely know a little magic from spending time with Ms. Tonks, but this was beyond anything she thought remotely possible. She was still compiling her thoughts when another student decided to speak up. "And how do you know so much about transfiguration?" Hermione Granger snapped. Harry just turned to look at the red-faced girl. "I read it in a book." "A credible book, not that trash that you read, Granger," Harry barked out in a tone that left no room for arguments. The little argument across her classroom snapped Minerva out of her thoughts. Ms. Granger 10 points. From Gryffindor for speaking out. Mr. Potter 10 points from Slytherin for the same reason, but take 50 points to Slytherin for the best description of the basic theory of transfiguration that I've ever heard. "Do you mind if I keep this pin?" Professor McGonagall asked. All the Slytherins in the class looked very smug at the shocked Gryffindors. "No, Professor, keep it, I can always make another one," Harry said with a grin. He knew he impressed her. The bell rang in the hall and all the students began to gather their belongings. This seemed to jar Professor McGonagall back to reality as she was just staring at Harry's golden pin. "Oh, I want 1 foot of parchment on the theory of transfiguration." "Mr. Potter, you are excused as you already proved that you know the theory perfectly. Please stay after class as well." "Is this going to be a trend all year for your Potter?" Blaise asked. "What can I say, Zabini, I'm popular," Harry said with a smirk. "Draco, remember we're meeting Tonks in the library later," Harry said as Draco exited the door. Harry momentarily locked eyes with Granger and he just smirked at the know-it-all. About time she learns her place, he thought viciously. When the last student was gone, Professor McGonagall took a seat behind her desk. "Mr. Potter, I have to say I'm very impressed." It wasn't a question, so Harry just stayed quiet. He wasn't going to give away any information to this woman. Flitwick didn't try to enter his mind, but he was still wary of the staff. "Mr. Potter, you clearly have inherited your father's natural ability for transfiguration. I was wondering if you'd say you feel a pull towards it in any way," Professor McGonagall asked. Harry actually laughed at her roundabout way to ask such an easy question. "No, Professor, I don't feel a pull for the material, but I am gifted in transfiguration," Harry admitted. Harry actually smiled when his gold pin dropped out of McGonagall's hand and landed on her desk with a slight tinging sound. Harry saw his professor go through several emotions, curious, hopeful, dubious, and intrigued before a stoic appearance took over. "Indeed. You are certain of this?" McGonagall asked. "Yes, Tonks gave me a book that described being talented, gifted, and a protégé. I'm not a protégé as I can't just do any transfiguration without a spell. After I read a book on basic transfiguration theory, I found that I could do most of the simple spells like turning a mouse into a pincushion on my first attempt. I haven't pushed myself that far though, so I don't know the extent of my ability," Harry said. "Mr. Potter, is that why you were reading the book instead of listening to me? Were you reading ahead? Professor McGonagall asked. Yes, ma'am. I've read a great deal of the book, although not all of it. I was just reading about turning a rat into a teapot. Harry said. That's about where you should be before Christmas. Mr. Potter, are you telling me that you can do all the spells up to that point? Professor McGonagall demanded. No, ma'am. I didn't have the materials to practice those spells at Tonks' home. I just have read that far. I don't know where I am on the practical level, but I imagine I'm further ahead than most. Harry said. I see. Well, Mr. Potter, what do you propose we do? I can't just let you not do the assignments. McGonagall asked. Well, ma'am, I was kind of hoping you could help me. I want to get a mastery while I'm still in school like my mum did. I was wondering if you would be willing to work with me. Maybe get me some other books that I could read during class if it's a lecture on something I already know. If it's a practical thing that I can do already, I could help out some of my housemates. Harry proposed. Like you did for Mr. Zabini? McGonagall asked. Harry must have shown his shock because McGonagall chuckled. Yes, Mr. Potter, I saw that, and you did help him. I suppose that arrangement could work. If I do decide to help you, Mr. Potter, I want you to know that I expect you to work hard. I don't have a lot of free time, but I'm willing to give some of it up for such a promising student. Thank you, ma'am, you won't regret it. Harry said. I'm sure, Mr. Potter. Now run along. I'm sure Mr. Malfoy and Ms. Tonks are waiting for you. McGonagall said. When Harry left, Minerva sat behind her desk in deep thought. I really wish he was in my house. He really does have his father's talent. He is confident, but not as cocky as James was. I really do need to speak to Albus. Harry is something special, and if he's serious about getting a mastery while he's in school. Merlin, the boy could become one of the greatest masters of transfiguration ever. Great Hall, Hogwarts. The next few days passed fairly quickly for Harry and Draco. Their classes were interesting, but Harry didn't like any of them as much as charms or transfiguration. Harry had hoped that defense against the dark arts would have been fun, but Quirrell was a horrible teacher, and he learned nothing interesting. Herbology was interesting as it was taught in a greenhouse, but it reminded Harry of being forced to work in the Dursleys' garden far too much. Astronomy was pretty interesting and the view from the astronomy tower was awesome. History of magic was taught by a ghost, but once the novelty of throwing things through bins wore off, Harry and Draco found the class to be a dreadful bore and slept through it. Finally, Friday rolled around and Harry and Draco were very excited. Today they only had one class, double potions with the Gryffindors, and after that they had Quidditch tryouts. Tonks had already tried out for Oliver Wood, the Gryffindor Quidditch captain, and made it on the team. She had described him as a complete nut job who was obsessed with winning the Quidditch Cup. Tonks had taken to sitting with the Slytherins at every meal, and after the initial shock of a Gryffindor sitting at their table wore off, everyone who had a problem with it just ignored her. Don't worry if you don't make the team, Harry, I won't think any less of you. Tonks said with a smile. Oh no you don't. I'm going to make the team, and you are going to play for Gryffindor whether you like it or not. Harry said strongly. Draco, would it be too much to ask for you to knock Harry off his broom? Tonks asked sweetly. And how am I supposed to do that? Have you seen him fly? Draco asked. Harry smiled. Draco had a point. As soon as the day of the tryout was posted, he and Draco had taken their Nimbus 2000s out to practice every day after lessons. Harry had to admit that he was a very good flyer. They had noticed several older Slytherins watching them one day and Harry took that as a cue to do a corkscrewing dive from over 300 feet. He pulled up when he was just inches from the ground, and both of them laughed very hard as the older Slytherins' mouths just dropped wide open in shock. Well, still do your best. I hate spending time with the twins, and now that I'm on the team they've started to follow me around hitting people and saying they're my personal beaters. I swear if they weren't scared of you, Harry, they'd be here right now hitting the people sitting next to me. Tonks huffed. They're scared of me? Harry asked with a laugh. Yay, I don't think anyone has ever hexed them that hard and then threatened them with death by snakebite before. Tonks giggled. The three of them talked for a little while longer, but at 10 till 8, Draco stood up and said it was time to go to potions. They said goodbye to Tonks and made their way down to the potions classroom in the dungeons. Harry and Draco entered the dungeons with the rest of the Slytherins and they took a seat near the front of the room. The Gryffindors entered a few minutes later and Harry was happy that Weasley was not among them. Snape came in from his office a few moments later and began taking roll. When he got to Harry's name, he stooped. "Ah yes, Mr. Potter, our new celebrity." Snape sneered. "Mr. Potter, your status will not get you any favors in this class. Now tell me, what would I get if I added a root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry froze. He had no clue. Surely Snape didn't expect him to have memorized every fact in his potions book. "I don't know, sir," Harry admitted. Snape sneered. "Clearly fame is not everything then, is it? 5 points from Slytherin. I'll give you another chance. Tell me, where would you go if I asked you to find me a bezoar?" Snape asked. Harry smiled. He knew this one. "In the stomach of a goat, sir," Harry said proudly. If it was possible, Snape's sneer actually got worse. "Correct. Last question. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" Snape demanded. Harry remembered wolfsbane. It sounded like werewolf, so it stuck in his head when he was flipping through the pages. He remembered that it was the same plant that Muggles called aconite, but what was the difference between it and monkshood? Could Snape just be trying to trick him? He certainly was devious enough to throw a trick question in the mix. Throwing caution to the wind, Harry said, I don't think there is a difference, sir." "Correct, 10 points to Slytherin," Snape said darkly. "To answer the first question, adding root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood will give you a sleeping potion so powerful it's known as." Suddenly the door opened and Weasley and Longbottom stood there completely drenched from head to toe. Weasley, Longbottom 10 points each for being late, and another 5 for being improperly attired. Snape said, eyeing their drenched clothing with disdain. "But sir, Peeves hit us with," Weasley started. "That will be another 5 for speaking back to a teacher, Weasley," Snape said. "But sir, he was just trying to explain what," Hermione said. "That will be a detentions, Granger. I do not recall asking you to interject your opinion into this conversation. Now you two take a seat." Snape spat. Harry and Draco sniggered as Weasley and Longbottom took a seat behind them. The rest of the lesson went by fine. Salazar said that he sensed Snape using his mind-reading skill, but assured him it was never directed at him or Draco, so Harry paid it no mind. When they were preparing to put the last ingredient in their cauldron, Harry heard a loud hiss and he turned around in time to see Neville's cauldron actually start to melt. He grabbed Draco and he dragged him out of the way just before the green liquid spilled exactly where he was standing a moment before. They quickly climbed up on their table as Neville started to beep in pain, his skin covered in boils. "Idiot boy, does it not say to add the porcupine quills after taking the cauldron off the fire? Weasley, take him to the hospital wing now. Everyone else prepare a sample of your potion and bring it up here," Snape said. "Professor Snape, our cauldron was struck by the same thing that melted Longbottom's, and the cauldron split open on the bottom," Draco said. "You and Mr. Potter will both receive a passing grade, as it was Mr. Longbottom's idiocy that caused you to not have a sample. I would also appreciate it if you and Mr. Potter would stay after class, Draco," Snape said. Harry and Draco waited for everyone else to drop off their potion and file out of the room. When they were alone with their head of house, they entered his office and took a seat. "I understand you both are going to try out for the house Quidditch team," Snape said. "Yes, sir," Draco said. "I am going to warn you, several older students have been overheard discussing putting you in your place. I believe that they have taken offense to several things you and Mr. Potter have been doing," Snape warned seriously. "What things, sir?" Harry asked. "I would have thought that would have been obvious, Potter. You brought a Gryffindor to the Slytherin table without asking if it would be okay. Also, Mr. Malfoy's constant boasting about your skills on the pitch has made you a fair amount of enemies. I just thought that you should be aware of this before you go to the tryout," Snape said. "Thank you, sir," Draco and Harry said as they stood up. "Don't both to thank me, Potter. I wouldn't have bothered to tell you if I didn't think my godson would have told you the second he was out of my sight," Snape sneered. Quidditch pitch, Hogwarts. Harry and Draco arrived at the pitch 20 minutes later, both clutching their Nimbus 2000s. When they arrived, all the older students looked at them and their brooms with contempt. 10 minutes later, a burly 7th year named Marcus Flint called to the group from the air. "All right, We are looking for a seeker as well as 2 reserve chasers, and a reserve beater. If you want to try out for seeker, step forward. If you are going for chaser, move to my right, and if you are trying out to be a beater, move to my left. Flint called. Harry stepped forward. He would have much rather been a chaser, but Draco had convinced him that with his ability to dive and dodge, he should go after the open seeker spot. Harry looked around at his competition. There were 4 other boys whom Harry recognized from breakfast, but he couldn't remember their names. Alright, now the first thing a seeker's got to have is some skill flying, so get up into the air you lot. Flint called to them. Harry got on his broom and took off up to where Flint was perched some 50 feet in the air. He was joined a second later by the 4 other boys. Alright, our seekers got to be fast and able to dodge on the move, so I'm going to have you 5 race around the pitch 5 times with the bludgers loose. We've got our starting beaters in the air along with 6 people trying for reserve spots, so expect a lot of attention as you 5 are their only target. Flint barked. Harry floated over to the starting position and a moment later Flint sent off a stream of green sparks into the air. Harry took off like a rocket as he raced out ahead. He saw the first bludger heading right for him, the second one a few meters behind it. Harry sensed another boy gaining on him directly behind him, so he decided to try a very difficult maneuver that he read about in Draco's Quidditch Tactics book. He flew directly at the oncoming bludger at full speed. He got within 5 feet of the first bludger when he arched his broom up, allowing it to shoot underneath him and connect with the face of the boy directly behind him. Harry heard the crowd of chaser candidates let out a loud "ouch" as he continued to race around the pitch. Harry's size gave him a huge speed advantage over the other kids, and he soon found himself way out front with only the bludgers to bother him. He also realized that the beaters seemed to have decided that the other seeker candidates weren't worth attacking and sent every bludger at him. By the end of the final lap, Harry was exhausted. He had been pushing his broom full on for 15 minutes and dodging bludgers that seemed to come from every direction as the 8 beaters assaulted him. When he finished the final lap, he immediately flew over to Flint, who was grinning slightly. The other boys arrived a minute later, and Harry saw the murderous looks they were all sending him. "Alright, that was pretty good, we only lost one of you guys. The next test will be diving. I want to see how fast you 4 can dive and how close to the ground you can get before you pull out. I'm going to head to the ground, where I'll keep track of your speed and how close you get to the ground with a speed and depth charm. I will send up your stats after you dive so you know how you did," Flint said as he flew to the ground. "Scared firsty?" a menacing larger boy asked as soon as Flint was gone. "No, why would I be?" Harry asked sarcastically. It was the truth, he wasn't scared, but he was in no mood to talk to some idiot, so he flew up a little higher. Flint shot off some green sparks as the sign for the first person to dive. The obnoxious boy who spoke to Harry flew up for a second and then dove to the ground. Harry watched as he speeded down at a fairly controlled pace. When he was close to the ground, he pulled up and then landed on the ground. Flint seemed to look at a piece of paper before sending up his stats: 120 mph and 14 feet 11 inches till the ground. Harry yawned slightly. He knew he could do better. His Nimbus top speed was 175 mph and he loved to get within a couple of inches of the ground. Flint again shot off sparks and an excited 4th year dove to the ground. Harry watched as he dove even slower than the last seeker and pulled up a lot earlier. Flint shot up his scores a second later. 100 mph 25 feet 7 inches till the ground. Again Harry yawned, something that didn't go unnoticed by the other boy who was staring daggers at him. "If you think it's so easy, why don't you go next?" he shouted. Harry just shrugged his shoulders, and when Flint shot off green sparks for the next seeker, Harry flew a few up and then dropped into a 90-degree dive, which shocked everyone. Harry loved to dive. The feeling of the wind blowing against his face was truly amazing. He saw the ground rapidly approaching him, but he knew he still had time. He wasn't worried. Harry heard several gasps from the chaser group as he continued to fall at full speed. When he was about to crash, Harry tugged on the handle as hard as he could and leveled off before rising a few feet into the air and then landing. Flint seemed to be staring at him with glee now as he shot up his score into the air. Harry grinned as he read, 173 mph 1 foot 1 inch till the ground. Harry smirked. He could practically see the other 2 boys pale from where he was. Flint shot off green sparks again, and the boy who had spoken to Harry in the air seemed to lose control of his broom when he was about 15 feet off the ground and crashed a few moments later. Harry was surprised when Flint still shot up his score, but laughed when he read 135 mph 0 feet till ground, the idiot. Flint observed the 3 remaining seekers with a grin. All right, well, every test so far has meant absolutely nothing. It was just to weed out the pretenders. The first to get the snitch gets the spot, Flint said as he threw the small golden ball into the air. Harry watched it for as long as he could, but it eventually disappeared. Flint waited a few more minutes before he shot up his green sparks and the 3 seekers flew in the air in search of the elusive golden ball. Harry found himself circling the pitch like a hawk looking for the little ball. Flint was now working with the chasers and every now a stray bludger would come flying out of nowhere, but it was reasonably easy. Harry was beginning to get frustrated 20 minutes later, but then he caught a glimpse of the snitch across the pitch. However, it was floating just above the head of another seeker. Knowing that if he flew straight at him, the jig would be up, Harry prayed that his plan would work and took on a focused look and dove to the ground. He instantly heard the sound of 2 whooshing brooms a second later. Harry turned his head slightly and saw the 2 other seekers were indeed following him. He slowed down and allowed them time to catch up before he pulled up quickly and flew to the snitch. He caught it a few moments later and landed on the ground with a grin. Flint flew down a few seconds later and grinned like mad. Well, Potter, I guess Malfoy was right, you are a natural flyer. You'll join the team for practice 3 nights a week in the sun or sleet. You can take a seat up in the stands to watch the rest of the tryout or head out now. Harry smiled and quickly flew up to the stands to watch the rest of the tryout. Harry thought that Draco was definitely one of the 2 best chasers and was sure that he'd get a spot on the reserve team. Flint called the practice and told everyone that he would make his decisions about the reserves by Sunday night. Harry met up with Draco, who congratulated him constantly. So you're going to be going up against Tonks in the first match. That's going to be so awesome. Remember, if you need to throw her off a little, just call her Nimmy. Draco said with a grin. Harry looked aghast. Draco, are you mad? If I called her Nimmy during the game, Tonks will take a beater's bat and break my skull open in front of Dumbledore without a second thought. Staff Lounge, Hogwarts. While Harry and Draco were outside trying out for the Quidditch team, the first Hogwarts staff meeting was taking place. Well, I hope everyone had a pleasant first week. I trust you all haven't been handing out too many detentions thus far. Dumbledore said with a grin. There were some slight laughs at this and the meeting continued. After a few minutes, Dumbledore smiled and asked, does anybody have anything to say so far about this year's crop of first years? They seem like a lively bunch to me. There were some slight chuckles at this as well, but Professor McGonagall and Flitwick both stood up to say something at the same time. Minerva, you may go first. Phileas said, bowing. Oh no, Phileas, I insist you first. Minerva said kindly. Flitwick grinned broadly and said, thank you. Albus, I have wonderful news actually. It seems that young Harry Potter is charms gifted. At this announcement the staff members gasped and Minerva paled in shock. Dumbledore's eyes just twinkled away merrily. Really, Phileas, I do suppose it's possible, what with Lily being a protégé, but how are you certain? Well, the young man seemed quite lethargic in my class on Monday. Oh well, truthfully he fell asleep. Flitwick said sheepishly as several teachers laughed. I woke him up and proceeded to rant a little bit about him needing to know what I was talking about to have a solid grounding in charms. I then told him to stand up and perform the levitation charm if he didn't think he needed my lecture. Well, needless to say, I was rather shocked when the boy actually performs the charm flawlessly, and not on a feather, but on my desk. Merlin, Phileas, the boy was able to levitate your desk on his first attempt at the charm. Professor Vector said in awe. No, well yes, let me explain. I held Mr. Potter after class, and he explained he became aware of our little pre-first year loophole in regards to underage magic. Flitwick said as several staff members groaned. Albus, I told you that was going to be a problem one of these days. Professor Spout said, shaking her head. Indeed, but that is a problem for later. Please continue, Phileas. Dumbledore said. Well, he explained how he stayed with Ms. Tonks for the end of summer and how she gave him a book on the difference between talented, gifted, and protégés. He said that he found charms incredibly easy and was able to cast several simple charms on his first try after just looking at the wand movement and spell. He said that the book described being gifted almost exactly as that. Flitwick said, "Well, that is indeed impressive, Phileas, but what does Mr. Potter intend to do during your class? I myself was rather bored in Transfiguration in school as I was gifted in the art." Dumbledore asked. "Ah, well, he asked me for private lessons to hone his talent, Albus. I agreed, of course, and I would like for him to read some more advanced books on charms theory while we cover the things in class that he already knows." Flitwick said. "What books would you like for him to read?" Dumbledore asked. "I thought Gideon Pruitt's Charmed Life and Anton Dolohhov's Advanced Charm Theory would be a good place to start." Flitwick said. "Both those books are in the restricted section. Not to mention one is written by a Death Eater who currently resides in Azkaban." Snape said as he stood up. "Severus, really, the books are quite safe. Their content was thought to be a bit too intense for normal students. As for Dolohhov's book, well, I can hate what the man did and still respect the research and information in his book. The book is safe as can be and it is the best book to explain the complexities of charms work." Flitwick said defensively. "I'm tempted to side with Severus on this issue, Phileas. Mr. Potter is just a first year after all. I don't want to send the wrong message by giving him access to the restricted section. Some of the books in there are very dangerous." Dumbledore said. "Well, surely I could arrange something with Madame Pants to pull those books and give them to Mr. Potter. That way he doesn't have access to any book I don't want him have, and he can still read the material. Really, Albus, I know you've read Dolohhov's book and you can't tell me it's dangerous in any way." Flitwick said. "Albus, I would be willing to pull those books for Phileas. If the boy really is gifted, we should provide him with all the means to enhance his abilities." Madame Pants said. Dumbledore thought on it for a while. "Very well, Phileas. If you can find a way to ensure Mr. Potter never steps into the restricted section, you may get him those books. I have read Anton's book and you are of course correct that it is harmless. To tell you the truth, I can't say I recall Anton even put a single spell in the book. It was mostly dense theory if I remember correctly." Dumbledore said. "I still think this is a bad idea, Albus. What if he shows those books to someone else?" Snape said. "They would most likely not understand it, Severus. It's not like we are handing him a book on dark magic. It's a book on theory." Flitwick said in dignity. "I'm not worried about spells. I'm worried about Potter's big head. The boy already thinks enough of himself without us doling out special favors to him." Snape raged. "Severus, have you actually spoken to Mr. Potter? Sure, he is confident in his abilities, but I don't see him as the kind of boy who would go and get a big head about it." Flitwick said. When Flitwick brought up the word confident, Minerva remembered exactly what she wanted to say. Dumbledore saw her stand up and looking for any excuse to ease the tension between Phileas and Severus called on her to speak. "Albus, Mr. Potter is also gifted in the field of transfiguration," Minerva said proudly. With her announcement, everyone stopped speaking to stare at her in disbelief. "Surely you jest, Minerva," Dumbledore said astonished. "I most certainly do not. Much like he did for Phileas, Mr. Potter showed amazing aptitude in my class. At first, I thought he was just lazy, to be honest. He did not take any notes at all during my lecture and he didn't even raise his wand during the match to pin practical. I was all ready to jump on him when he corrected Mr. Zabini's style and helped him to achieve the transfiguration. I watched him for a few more minutes and when it became clear that he had no desire to even attempt the spell himself, I demanded that he perform it." McGonagall then reached into her robe pocket and withdrew a single golden pin and placed it on the table. He completed the spell without any effort, and much to my amazement his pin was gold. She then passed the pin around to be viewed by the other staff members. When it got to Dumbledore he smiled brightly. "This is indeed interesting. Is that all, Minerva?" he asked with his twinkle in full blast. "Oh no, not at all. When I asked him how he did it, he gave me the single greatest explanation of the theory of basic transfiguration that I've ever heard come out of the mouth of a first year. To be honest, I doubt his answer would have come out of a single one of my 7th years." McGonagall said, unable to keep grin from spreading across her face. "This really is astonishing. I take it he gave you a similar explanation as he did for Phileas?" Dumbledore asked. Yes, almost word for word including his desire to become a master before he graduates. McGonagall admitted. And I take it you were bouncing with excitement at the chance to give him extra lessons. Dumbledore said, knowing that his Transfiguration teacher would have been very excited yet probably kept her stoic appearance on the outside. I did not bounce, Albus. I did tell him I would provide him with extra lessons should he work hard at them. McGonagall admitted. And what will you have Mr. Potter doing during class? I myself know the pains of being bored in Transfiguration. Dumbledore said with a large smile. We agreed that he will read the books I assign him on days when he is already aware of the theory. He did not get a chance to practice a lot of Transfiguration over the summer, so he will participate in all the practical lessons. If he finishes his practical ahead of everyone else, which I expect him to, he will assist his fellow students for the remainder of the class. Minerva said. That is acceptable, and what books will you be assigning him? Dumbledore asked. I was thinking about Walter McKnight's Transfiguring My Life and James Prescott's The Big Book of Transfiguration. McGonagall said. The Big Book of Transfiguration. Minerva, are you mad? Severus exclaimed. I am quite sane, thank you very much, Severus. McGonagall said sharply, causing most of the room including Snape to wince slightly. I'm sorry Minerva, but that book contains some rather dark material. There is a reason after all that only very decorated students in Newt's Transfiguration can check it out. Dumbledore said. I have to agree. You are the one after all Minerva who told me under no condition to allow any younger students read that book. Ira Pants said. Yes, well this is a special circumstance and it happens to be the single best book to describe the theory of Transfiguration. McGonagall huffed. Minerva, if I might suggest a compromise. What if you select what you would like Mr. Potter to read out of that book, and then I lift the anti-copying spell from it so you could copy certain chapters at your discretion. While I agree that it is the best book for Transfiguration theory, it also contains some rather dangerous spells that no first year should ever attempt. Dumbledore said seriously. Very well, that will be acceptable. McGonagall said. Well, I must say that Mr. Potter is sure turning out to be quite the little Slytherin. Dumbledore said with a laugh. Everyone, Snape included, looked at him like he was mad for a moment. Really, Albus, the boy is a Ravenclaw if anything. I mean his thirst for knowledge and honing his talents is just so impressive. Flitwick said. No, he should have been a Gryffindor. He explained to me without a hint of intimidation what he was and what he would like to do. McGonagall said. Well, he's certainly not a Slytherin. I don't have a clue how he even got into my house. Snape said menacingly. Oh Severus, I was sure that you of all people would have caught on to why Mr. Potter is such a true Slytherin. Dumbledore said. When no one said anything, Dumbledore smiled and continued, think about it. He purposely placed himself in a situation where both Minerva and Phileas first thought little of him only to have him surprise them, not only with his abilities but his knowledge about their subjects. He then later used their being impressed with his talents to proposition them for private lessons. I don't want to say the boy manipulated either of you, but he clearly knew what he was doing when he didn't lift a finger to attempt to transfigure his match, Minerva. I don't know if he meant to fall asleep in your class, Phileas, but he definitely used the situation to his advantage by levitating your desk. The boy is very cunning and should not be underestimated. He also mentioned to both of you that he wanted to achieve a mastery in your fields before he graduates. Now tell me that isn't the definition of ambitious. Dumbledore paused for a second and then his face broke out into a huge smile. The boy is such a Slytherin that he even has all of you convinced that he isn't. Silence met Dumbledore's final words. Bloody hell, Snape said, summing up what everyone else was thinking. Harry was having such a good time at Hogwarts that he hadn't even realized how much time had passed, but sure enough Harry looked up at breakfast one morning and saw several enchanted jack-o'-lanterns for Halloween. Harry's first 2 months at Hogwarts had been unlike anything he had ever experienced. He was the top student in both Charms and Transfiguration. His private lessons with McGonagall and Flitwick were just amazing. Going into the lessons, Harry thought that he had a good grasp on the basic theory of the arts of Transfiguration and Charms, but he was in fact only at the tip of the iceberg. The books McGonagall and Flitwick obtained for him from the restricted section opened his eyes to what being a master of the two subjects really meant. The book Advanced Charm Theory especially harped on the connection between charms and other aspects of magic, including offensive and defensive spells. Likewise, the chapters that Harry read out of the Big Book of Transfiguration described not only in-depth transfiguration theory, but also how a master transfigurist is among the most difficult duelists to defeat. Harry thought about it and it made perfect sense. If someone can turn anything into a weapon or a shide, it would be harder to defeat them. The fact that his two gifted fields of magic were among the most difficult subjects for most his classmates only made him work harder with Flitwick and McGonagall. Harry met with Flitwick twice a week and met with McGonagall another 2 times a week. Needless to say that with Quidditch practice 3 times a week, Harry was constantly busy. Harry thought back to how different his 2 private instructors really were when giving his lessons. Flashback. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," Flitwick said with his usual excited grin. "Hello, sir. What are we going to be doing tonight?" Harry asked cheerily. "Well, I thought that since you already had such an impressive command of the levitation charm, the lighting charm, the silencing charm, and the unlocking and locking charms, we could jump ahead and work on making objects fly. That is if you have read the theory behind it already," Flitwick said. Harry just grinned. Professor Flitwick knew that all he did in his class was read ahead on theory, but he still always asked. "Yes, sir. I've already read the theory on the subject," Harry said with a smile. "Very well, Mr. Potter. If you will give me a brief synopsis of it, just so I can ensure you are ready," Flitwick said. Harry again had to repress a chuckle. Lessons with Flitwick were always the same. He asks him if he knows the theory, Harry recites it perfectly. Flitwick smiles, tells him he's correct, and then they get to the fun stuff. "Well, according to Mr. Dolohov, the theory of charming an object to fly is quite different from causing it to levitate. The main difference is that levitation is meant solely for moving an object in a vertical direction. Any attempt to move said object other than directly up or down will result in the charm breaking and the object falling to the ground. Now, charming for flight requires a great deal more concentration as the caster has a greater maneuverability with the object. Many people fail at the flying charm because they do not have the focus to keep the object under their control. If the mind wavers, even for a second, the charm will fail and the object would fall to the ground. Mr. Dolohov says that if you constantly focus on the object as well as where you want the object to go, you will have a greater probability of success," Harry said with a smile. "Excellent as always, Mr. Potter. Now I've got a few quills here that we will be using to start with. If you manage that all right, we'll move on to the shrunken muggle broomsticks on my desk. I understand that you are quite the flyer. I myself was never one for Quidditch, but I think a friendly charmed flying race around the room would be in order if you master the spell tonight," Flitwick said. Harry grinned broadly. One of the things he loved about Flitwick was the little incentives or tricks he thought up as a treat if Harry mastered the spell during their sessions. Harry took out his wand and pointed it at the quill. "Volo," Harry said strongly. His quill immediately floated into the air and Harry moved his wand forward slowly. His charmed quill floated forward at a snail's pace. "Oh, bravo, Mr. Potter. Now let's see if you can get it to move a little faster now," Flitwick said with a grin. Harry smiled and focused on moving his quill forward faster. He pushed his wand forward and the quill went forward this time at a bit faster pace. "Excellent, now try moving it up while still keeping it going forward," Flitwick instructed. Harry thought about what it was like on a broomstick to move upwards, yes, still moving forwards. He pushed his wand forward while arching the tip up slightly. Sure enough, the quill flew forward at an upward angle. "Excellent, Mr. Potter. Now try to bring it back," Flitwick said. Harry did as he was told and pulled his wand back quickly and at a downward angle. It turned out that he pulled back a little too quickly as the quill rocketed backwards and slammed into Flitwick's desk. "Oh, poor show, Mr. Potter. You need to work on your control a little. Take the next 30 minutes to just play with the quills in the air while I grade some papers in my office. I'll come back out after the 30 minutes and judge your progress. If you have found a way to control the quills adequately, we'll have our little race with the shrunken broomsticks," Flitwick said. Harry nodded to the tiny professor and set to work controlling his quill while it was in the air. At first, Harry found it rather difficult to move the quill while going forward at any acceptable speed, but after going back and rereading a passage from Advanced Charm Theory, he was ready to try it again. This time he focused solely on the quill and not his wand. Harry didn't even bother to focus on the subtleties of how hard or fast he moved his wand and in what direction. He focused on the quill and where he wanted it to go. This seemed to be the correct approach as he was soon racing his quill around the room. He was enjoying himself dive-bomb the ground with his quill and zooming it in between the desks so much that he didn't even hear Flitwick re-enter the room. "Well, Mr. Potter, it seems like you figured it out, Flitwick said. Harry was so shocked that his professor had snuck up on him that he didn't stop his quill in time, and it smashed into the back wall going as fast as Harry could make it. "Ouch, well, it looks like I will be purchasing some new quills tomorrow," Flitwick said with a grin. Harry for his part just looked sheepish. He knew he would have to learn how to multitask if he ever wanted to become a master in any magical art. "Well now, shall we have our race then, Harry?" Flitwick said, drawing his wand. Harry just nodded and he pointed his wand at the 8-inch broomstick on Flitwick's desk. "Volo," he said as his broom hovered a foot off the desk. Deciding to show off a little, Harry took his wand and had the broom fly right towards him. When it looked like the broom was going to hit him in the face, Harry twirled his wand in a circular pattern. The broomstick instantly started to circle his head and Harry turned to Professor Flitwick. "Ah, bravo, Mr. Potter, a fine trick. Now I think we will need some sort of start and finish line for our race," Flitwick said as he got up and moved to the center of the room. Harry immediately followed him, his broom racing around his head. He watched as Flitwick began to wave his wand around in a large circular pattern. Harry's broom plowed into the back of his head when he saw what Flitwick had done. Flitwick had somehow conjured a massive silver barrier that floated in the air around them. There was about 2 feet of space between the walls of the classroom and the barrier in every direction. Flitwick flew his broom through the barrier and settled it in the middle between the barrier and the wall. Harry just shook his head and copied him. "All right, Harry, these are the rules. Your broom must stay between the wall and the silver barrier. If you attempt to cross the barrier, you will lose, and believe me, I'll know if you try to cross it, is its charm to catch the brooms on fire if they even touch the barrier. I figure the first person to complete 3 laps around the classroom wins. Now when I shoot off green sparks from my wand we will start," Flitwick said. Yes sir, but how will you keep the broom floating if you are shooting off green sparks?" Harry asked. "Ah, excellent question, Mr. Potter. It is possible with enough mental focus to cast another spell while you have another one in place. I dare say you won't be learning how to do it for quite some time, but let me assure you that it is indeed possible. Now, on your mark, get set, go," Flitwick said as she shot off green sparks and his broom speed forward. Caught in awe of Flitwick's explanation and then seeing him do such advanced magic, Harry did not get off to a good start. In fact, Flitwick's broom was already on the first turn when Harry began to move his own broom forward. Harry quickly realized that unless he did something drastic he was not going to win. Flitwick was already on his second lap while he was only done with half of his first. Harry focused as much as he could, but he was still unable to make up any ground. When Flitwick finished his second lap, Harry got a dreadfully devious idea. He was only slightly ahead of Flitwick and would most likely be lapped again before Flitwick finished the race. Harry intentionally slowed his broom down and watched as Flitwick's broom raced towards his own. He positioned his own broom so that when they made the next turn, Flitwick's broom would be inside of his and closer to the barrier. When Flitwick pulled even with him on the turn, Harry willed his broom to ram Flitwick's. The front of Harry's broom smashed into the center of Flitwick's, and the momentum carried it directly into the charmed barrier. The second Flitwick's broom touched the barrier, the broom erupted into flames and fell to the floor. Harry grinned at the shocked look on his professor's face as he finished his final lap without any competition. "I take it you've never seen someone actively use the barrier to get rid of the competition," Harry said with a smirk as he landed his broom on Flitwick's desk. "How very Slytherin of you, Mr. Potter," Flitwick commented dryly. Professor McGonagall's lessons were the exact opposite of Professor Flitwick's. While Flitwick allowed for a relaxed and fun atmosphere, McGonagall definitely had a businesslike environment. The way the woman constantly hid her emotions behind a mask of stoicism made Harry constantly question whether the Sorting Hat should have placed the woman in Slytherin. "Mr. Potter, today we will be working on changing mice into matchboxes. That is if you have successfully read the theory behind the transfiguration, of course," McGonagall said. Harry grimaced. Unlike Flitwick, McGonagall just wouldn't accept a slight synopsis of the theory. Yes ma'am, I have, Harry said, dreading what was to come next. Very well then, here is a 15-question short answer test over the theory. You have 20 minutes to complete it. You may begin whenever, McGonagall said as she handed him a piece of parchment and a quill. Harry hated these pointless little mini-exams McGonagall always made him do before the practical. He could explain the theory to her till he was blue in the face, but she always seemed to want him to be able to explain it in writing. What astonished him the most though was that even though he knew the theory backwards and forwards, McGonagall still always found a way to word her questions so that it would usually take him the full 20 minutes to answer them. When he told Draco and Tonks about this, they laughed for about 10 minutes straight. Eventually they composed themselves to ask why he was willingly taking transfiguration tests twice a week. Harry often asked himself that same question. He would have been at that exact moment if he wasn't so focused on the damn test McGonagall had given him. Explain the difference between McKnight's and Prescott's theories on why changing a mouse into a matchbox is different from changing a rat into a matchbox. Harry grimaced at the question. It was these comparison questions, which forced him to think outside the box, that made the stupid quizzes take so long. When he finished his quiz, he would hand to McGonagall and wait. Even Harry had to admit, McGonagall was a most impressive grader. Harry would swear that she was just skimming his answers, but every now and then she would raise her head and ask him to clarify an answer. When McGonagall was done with her usual inquisition about his answers, she would then explain what they would be doing for the practical portion. Now Mr. Potter, you will be turning a mouse into a matchbox today. First and foremost is completing the assignment correctly. If you can do that, which you most certainly should as you have 30 minutes, I want you to take another mouse and try to make the matchbox more elaborate. I will as always be here grading papers should you require any assistance, McGonagall said strictly. Harry just shrugged his shoulders and took a mouse out of the cage where McGonagall had them under an immobilization charm. Harry put his mouse on the desk, murmured the incantation, and focused on a matchbox. There was a slight popping sound and the mouse disappeared. Much to Harry's dissatisfaction, his matchbox still contained a short tail. Damn, Harry mumbled under his breath. Harry muttered the counter-spell and proceeded to try again. By his third attempt, he had completely purged his matchbox of any mouse-ish features. He inspected the matchbox for a while before he picked it up and took it to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall eyed the simple brown matchbox carefully for a few moments before setting down on the table. It's a good start. Now take a few more mice and try to make it more presentable, McGonagall said dismissively. Harry took 3 more mice out of the cage and proceeded to turn them into matchboxes. He had to fight his basic instincts, which told him to change the mouse into a matchbox and then make it look better. He had first seen the Gryffindor head's temper when he did that a few lessons prior. It seemed like he had been yelled at for a good 20 minutes before the woman stopped to catch her breath, but he understood the message. Don't take the easy way out on the simple stuff because it will hurt you later on. So Harry stood over his desk trying to come up with interesting ideas to decorate his matchbox. When Salazar asked about eating one of the mice, Harry got a sudden wave of inspiration. Waving his wand over the nearest mouse, he turned it into a beautiful green matchbox with a black asp on the top. Harry grinned at the box and he began trying to improve it with different mice. McGonagall was adamant that after he completed the first transfiguration that she wanted him to leave all his next copies. Something about wanting to see his thought process. So when she told him to stop after 30 minutes, he had about 20 matchboxes lined up across several desks. McGonagall approached them and Harry smirked as the woman's eyebrows rose up to her hairline. Even Harry had to admit that he did an excellent job on the final product. His last few matchboxes depicted several snakes surrounding a lion, an eagle, or a badger. The snakes all looked like they were hissing and the other creatures were crouching in fear. Harry couldn't wait till Professor Flitwick taught him the animation spell. He would have loved to have made the pictures move to show the snakes attacking the other house mascots. Mr. Potter, this is exceptional work as always. Although did you have to make my house animal appear so weak? McGonagall said, unable to keep the slight annoyance out of her voice. I'm sorry ma'am, I guess I was just thinking about what your house's spirits will be like after we beat you at Quidditch. Harry said smugly. If there was one thing he learned about Professor McGonagall, it was that she was a die-hard Quidditch fan who bled for her house. She might put on the act of being neutral most of the time, but Harry always found that bashing the Gryffindor Quidditch team got a rise out of her. Really, Mr. Potter, I think that you are a little too cocky. Oliver informs me that Ms. Tonks is coming along at an amazing rate. If what Oliver tells me is true, I might have another Charlie Weasley. McGonagall said just as smugly. Harry grimaced at the name Weasley. How someone like Ron Weasley could ever be related to his older brothers baffled Harry. Harry was cleaning the trophy room one night for detention and he stumbled upon several awards to a one Bill Weasley. He was head boy during his time at Hogwarts as well as one of the most intelligent students to come out of Gryffindor in the last 20 years. He overheard Weasley in Transfiguration telling Longbottom that his brother was now a curse breaker for Gringotts' Egyptian branch. Weasley's other brother, who was out of school, Charlie, was in fact one of the most decorated Seekers Hogwarts had seen in a long while. General consensus even amongst the Slytherins was that he could have played for England if he didn't go mad chasing dragons. Harry pushed the thought of the red-haired idiot out of his mind, and focused on baiting McGonagall. Well, I knew Tonks would be good. That's why I convinced her to play after all. Harry said as he reveled in breaking McGonagall's stoic facial features for the second time. You convinced Ms. Tonks to play. Why? McGonagall asked in shock. Well, she was really good first of all, and what fun is winning the Quidditch Cup if you never have a challenge? Tonks will give me a challenge for at least one match a year. Harry said grinning madly. I see. Well, you certainly have your father's confidence, but I wonder if you had a more altruistic reason for wanting Ms. Tonks to play. McGonagall said as she peered at him through her glasses. Harry always got slightly unnerved when she did that. It was like she was peeking into his very soul. He often wondered if she wasn't trying to read his mind, but Salazar constantly assured him that she never did. What do you mean? Harry asked. It's no secret that since Ms. Tonks joined the team, she has been teased far less in Gryffindor House. I even saw Oliver making the twins run laps around the castle with their brooms above their head a few days ago. When I asked why he was making them do that, he replied that they were plotting to hit Ms. Tonks with a dung bomb in the library. Oliver seems quite protective of young Ms. Tonks, McGonagall said. Harry's eyes narrowed. He didn't like the twins, and if they were starting to plot against Tonks again he might have to set them back in their place. Also, the fact that Oliver was taking an interest in Tonks slightly bothered him for some reason, but he rationalized it as Oliver being overprotective of his seeker. From what Tonks said, he was completely loony about Quidditch. She said that he spent most of his time in class drawing up new plays for them to practice. Well, I'm glad Tonks isn't getting teased anymore by her housemates. Her stories about what she went through in her first year were one of the reasons I never wanted to be a Gryffindor. Harry said without thinking. McGonagall's face dropped at his last comment, but she quickly recovered. Really? You never once wanted to be in Gryffindor House? She asked tentatively. No offense, Professor, but why would I want to be in a house that had done nothing but ridicule my best friend? Why would I want to be in a house where the students were so stupid that they made fun of Tonks for such an incredibly rare and useful talent like Metamorphagus? No, Gryffindor House was never an option for me, Harry said. McGonagall felt her lips tighten. She had a sudden desire to go find the Weasley twins and give them detention for a year for costing her Harry Potter as a member of Gryffindor House. She was brought out of her brooding though when she saw the clock. Oh Potter, it looks like it's almost 9 o'clock. You had better be off so you get to your dorm before curfew starts. She said. Okay, thank you again for the lesson, Professor, it was great. Oh, and feel free to keep the Slytherin matchboxes. I think they'll look good in your office. You don't have enough green in there anyway, Harry said with a grin. McGonagall for her part just waved her wand and undid all the transfigurations at once. It appears that is no longer an option, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you should have spoken up sooner, she said, her lips hinting at a smile. End flashback. Sadly, because Harry was so busy, he didn't get to do a lot of the things he really would have liked to do more of, like getting Weasley in trouble and making Granger's life miserable. Draco and Harry had thought they had a foolproof way to get Weasley detention for at least a month when they challenged him to midnight duel in the trophy room. Being the stupid Gryffindor, Weasley accepted and immediately placed Longbottom as his second. Harry was slightly disheartened with his choice. He had a soft spot for Longbottom. The boy never took part in the teasing the other Gryffindor first years liked to try to do to him, and while he was completely useless at most subjects, Harry had to admit that the boy could possibly be gifted just like him, but in herbology. The night of the duel, Draco alerted Filch that he overheard some kids were going to be fighting on the third floor near the trophy room. They were so very certain that they would see at least Gryffindor lose 50 house points the next morning, but to their shock they had lost none. Longbottom and Weasley both appeared tired, but otherwise unfazed by the incident. Draco just chalked it up to Filch being completely incompetent, and Harry was forced to agree with him. Another thing Harry didn't get a lot of time to practice was his Shadow Mage skill. He had only used it once in the castle, and that was to avoid Miss Norris one night when his charms training ran long and Flitwick forgot to give him a note. He still read the diary whenever he could, but he was usually too tired after a night of training or Quidditch practice to really learn the art more. Harry sat with Draco at the Halloween feast discussing the first Quidditch match, which was to take place the next morning at 11 a.m. Tonks as usual sat with them, although she had been asked by Lee Jordan, a friend of the Weasley twins, if she would like to sit next to him at the Gryffindor table. "So Tonks, what do you think your chances are tomorrow?" Draco asked cheekily. "Oh, I dunno, I think once I knock Potter off his broom we'll have a good shot," Tonks replied with an evil smile. Harry gulped nervously. He and Draco had spied on the Gryffindor practice at Flint's request, and they were a very good team. Draco had actually provided most the notes to Flint about the Gryffindor team. As a reserve chaser, Draco had the pleasure of going to all the practices, but not play in the games. Truthful, most of the Great Hall pretty much understood that the winner of this game would be the frontrunner for the cup this year. Please, all of Slytherin knows that Potter is the best flyer our house has probably had in the last 100 years. Blaise said with confidence. "No pressure though, right Zabini?" Harry said. "None at all, Potter," Blaise replied with a grin. Harry was about to respond when Pansy Parkinson sat down talking with Theodore Nott. "I heard that the Gryffindor Mudblood Granger is bawling her eyes out in the lavatory down in the dungeons and won't come out. I wonder what happened. Think someone finally explained that no one wanted her here," Pansy said with a grin. Harry just smirked and an atrociously evil idea popped into his head. He dropped his head into his robes and called out, "Salazar, do you want to have some fun SSS carrying someone on Halloween?" "Yes, of course. I have been quite bored lately. The rabbit does not get scared of me much anymore," Salazar hissed back in annoyance. Harry just smiled at his familiar. Salazar had gotten much more menacingly looking in the last 2 months. He had grown maybe 4 or 5 inches in length, but the normally thin asp had put on a good inch or 2 in girth. Harry actually had to forcibly restrain his familiar from attacking Draco when Harry had made the mistake of telling him that Draco said he was getting fat. "Well, I'll tell him that you want to eat his eagle owl. Next time he get some mail, just stare at it menacingly," Harry put forth. "That would be excellent, master," Salazar said. "Now, there is a crying girl named Hermione Granger in one of the lavatories in the dungeon. Why don't you go show her why SSSHESS should cry elsewhere?" Harry hissed. "I will leave immediately," Salazar said as he uncoiled himself from around Harry's chest. Harry took his head out from under his robes and all his friends immediately took notice of the sick smile that was plastered on his face. "Oh Harry, what are you up to?" Tonks asked hesitantly. "Me. Nothing," Harry replied with a grin, but the screams of several fourth-years seeing Salazar as they entered the hall made Tonks, Draco, and Blaise scrutinize him further. "Harry, you and Salazar are never apart unless he's hunting, and I know for a fact that he got into McGonagall's mice crate yesterday because she was ranting about it today in class. So there is no way that Snake could possibly be hungry," Tonks said. "Well then I guess you can say that I just sent him off for a bit of Halloween fun," Harry said. "Fun for who, Harry?" Blaise asked. Harry was saved from responding though when a completely flustered-looking Quirrell ran into the Great Hall completely out of breath. He stopped and said, "Troll in the dungeons," before passing out cold. It took a full second count before pandemonium erupted in the Great Hall. It took several loud bangs out of Professor Dumbledore's wand to get everyone to be silent. Prefects lead your houses to your respected common rooms. Dumbledore said loudly. Harry, Draco, and Blaise quickly got up and joined the end of a long line of Slytherins heading towards the dungeons. Tonks got up and followed a group of sixth-year Gryffindors being led by Percy Weasley. I wonder how a troll got in. Aren't they supposed to be really stupid? Blaise asked. Yeah, Father said that they can't even figure out how to use doors. Draco replied. Harry was about to respond when he heard something that made his blood run cold. SS's stay away from me, you ugly BSST. Harry stopped walking instantly. Draco and Blaise stopped as well when they realized that Harry was just staring down a corridor. Then they heard the slight hissing that was echoing through the halls. Salazar's in trouble, Harry said as he sprinted down the corridor. Blaise looked like he wanted to know exactly how Harry knew that, but stifled his question and followed Draco and Harry down the corridor. Harry heard the hissing get louder and louder until he noticed it was coming from a bathroom. Harry ran through the open door, but a second later wished he hadn't. Standing not 10 feet away from him was a 12-foot-tall mountain troll. Harry then noticed that there were two other individuals in the room. Crumpled against the far wall was a terrified-looking Hermione Granger, and leaping across the bathroom to avoid the Trolls Club was his very own familiar. Master, this BSST will not die. I have bidden him SS several times, but his SS skin ISSSS too thick. Salazar hissed as he continued dodging the enraged troll. Continue to avoid the BSST, Salazar. I will do SSS something. Harry hissed. Harry heard a gasp come from behind him. He turned around, his wand draw, only to see Blaise and Draco. Blaise looked like he was about to go into shock. Potter, you're a Parseltongue. He shouted in shock. This clearly was a stupid thing to do, as the troll immediately turned around to address the noise that was coming from his back. Harry's mind was racing. Oh Merlin, what am I going to do? How am I going to defeat a bloody troll? Harry was forcibly snapped out of his thoughts when he had to dive to avoid the Trolls Club, which obliterated one of the bathroom sinks. When the troll raised his club to attack again, Harry shouted the first spell he thought of, Wingardium Leviosa. The Trolls Club rose out of his grip and floated a few feet above him. The troll stupidly looked up to see what happened to his club. When he raised his head, Harry brought the club down as fast as he could. Everyone in the room heard the resulting crack of the club meeting the troll's skull. The troll immediately keeled over as green blood poured from its head. Merlin, Potter, you just knocked out a bloody mountain troll with its own club. Blaise said in shock. Thank you, Master. I would not have been able to continue avoiding that foul BSST much longer. Salazar hissed. Accepting that everyone in the room now knew he was a Parseltongue, Harry responded, it was as nothing you would not have done for me, my friend. This has been a very interesting night. The sound of several sharp intakes of breath from behind him caused Harry to turn around quickly. He mentally smacked himself. Standing in the doorway were Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. Mr. Potter, you are a. McGonagall said in disbelief. Parseltonage. Yes ma'am, Harry said, finishing her thought. Harry looked at the faces of the four teachers. Dumbledore looked pensive. McGonagall was in complete shock. Snape appeared to be in disbelief. The strangest though was Quirrell. For a moment, the man's scared and fearful nature was replaced by what appeared to be confusion and deep contemplation. A moment later though, the look was gone and Quirrell's usual frightened self was back. What happened here, Potter? Snape said, though not as menacingly as he probably would have wanted. Well, you see, Draco, Blaise, and I were on our way back to the common room. While we were passing the hallway of this corridor, I heard Salazar in distress. I ran off to see what was wrong. Needless to say, I didn't expect my familiar to be dodging a full-grown mountain troll. Salazar told me that he had bitten the troll several times, but the creature's skin appeared to be too thick for his venom to penetrate. Blaise and Draco must have followed me because they entered the room a little later. The troll noticed us and it tried to attack. It destroyed that sink with its club, and when it made to attack again, I used the levitation charm to knock it out with its own club. Harry said. The four professors exchanged shocked looks. Miss Granger, is that true? McGonagall asked. Hermione for her part just looked like she wanted to do nothing more than go to bed and cry. Still she nodded her head to acknowledge that this was what happened. I don't understand, how did the troll get into the bathroom with Miss Granger? Dumbledore said. Hermione just pointed at one of the stalls. Snape looked at the stall for a moment before sending a spell that dissolved the door. Harry beeped when he looked inside. Weasley and Longbottom were standing on the loo holding each other in fear. So I take it that these two brave Gryffindors were the ones to put the troll in here. Snape said with an evil glint in his eyes. Hermione simply nodded numbly. Ron seemed to gather his wits the quickest. Expel him, he shouted pointing at Harry. Everyone just stared at the red-haired Gryffindor like he was mad. Why would we be expelling Mr. Potter, Weasley? You on the other hand, Snape said. He's a bloody Parseltonugge. That proves he's a dark wizard. Ron screamed. Harry. Draco whispered. Harry leaned in to speak with his friend. Yes, Draco. Harry replied. It would be best if no one found out that you were a Parseltonugge, Harry. Draco said. I know, but what can I do? That stupid Gryffindor is going to go blabbing the moment he's out of here. Harry said vehemently. Harry, you saved their lives when you took out the troll. How long would it have taken for it to have killed Granger and then destroyed the bathroom? Trolls are stupid, but they have a great sense of smell. It would have found Longbottom and Weasley. Draco said. Okay, so I saved their lives, what's your point? Harry asked. Call in a life debt. Draco whispered fiercely. A life debt? Harry asked. Draco rolled his eyes. Potter, I'm getting you a book on wizarding customs for Christmas and I expect you to read it cover to cover. When a wizard saves another wizard or witch's life, they can request something of the wizard he saved. If the wizard or witch refuses or breaks the oath he took, magic itself will kill him or her. Draco said. Harry grinned. Thanks Draco, I owe you one for this. Draco just waved him off. The look on Weasley's face will be enough. Harry turned his attention back to the professors who were proceeding to rip Longbottom and Weasley apart. What did we miss? Draco asked Blaise. Well, it appears that Weasley, being the genius that he is, was the reason Granger was crying in the first place. Longbottom guilt-tripped him into finding her and warning her about the troll. They stumbled upon it in this bathroom and locked it in. When they were about to go find a teacher, they heard Hermione scream and realized what they did. They opened the door and tried to cast a few spells, but all they got were sparks. The troll didn't even notice them because he was dealing with Salazar. So they tried to get Granger out of the room, but they claimed she was frozen in fear. The two brave and courageous Gryffindors proceeded to abandon her where she was, and hid in the stall. Blaise said with a grin. Harry and Draco both cracked huge grins and Harry began listening to the professors berate the two boys. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Longbottom, I have never seen such horrendous and stupid behavior in all my time. I will be sending notes to both Molly and Augusta informing them of your little stunt. McGonagall raged. 30 points each from Gryffindor for blatant stupidity as well. Snape said with a vicious grin. Also, both of you will serve a detention with Hagrid tomorrow after the Quidditch match. Dumbledore said, although he looked like he didn't want to give out any punishment. Oh, and another 10 points from you, Mr. Weasley, for insulting Ms. Granger earlier today. I don't know what you said, but if it was bad enough for her to spend the entire feast crying in the bathroom, it must have been something terrible. McGonagall said darkly, as if daring the boy to argue with her. Harry decided to throw himself into the conversation. Excuse me, professors. The four teachers whirled around as if they had forgotten that Draco, Blaise, and Harry were still in the room. Harry had Salazar lying loosely around his shoulders. All four of the teachers seemed a bit hesitant to deal with him now that they knew he was a Parseltonugge. Yes, Potter. Snape said hesitantly. Well, sir, I think that we can all agree that it would be rather bad for me if the school found out I was a Parseltonugge. I'm aware, after all, of its reputation, Weasley's little outburst notwithstanding. Harry said. Harry, I can understand your hesitancy, but I will not place a memory charm on any of my students if that is what you are asking. Dumbledore said strongly. Yeah, Potter. By tomorrow the entire school will know that you are in fact a dark wizard. Weasley barked. Detention for 1 week, Weasley. The four professors said at once. Ron looked like he had been slapped 20 ways from Sunday. But everyone knows that, Ron stuttered. You really are a complete idiot, Weasley. Parseltonugge is just a talent some wizards possess. Just because you are too stupid to believe rumors does not make it fact. Snape spat out. Well, Professor, I hope you can understand why this is necessary. I just don't feel like having every member of the school thinking I'm some dark, evil wizard. So in order to ensure that no one finds out about this, I'm calling in a life debt on Weasley, Longbottom, and Granger. Harry said with a tone of finality. The 4 teachers looked on in shock. Surely you can't be serious, Mr. Potter. McGonagall said. Harry, they are just 3 11-year-olds. Dumbledore said. Harry noticed that Snape looked hesitant, but again Quirrell seemed to be the odd one. For a second, Harry could have sworn that his face showed amusement. Well, I'm sorry professors, but my mind is made up. Draco, how do I go about calling out the life debt? Harry asked. Well, you just raise your wand, say your name and say that you invoke the magic of a life debt against Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. You then say what you expect of them. At the end, just say so moted be. If you do it right, there should be a flare of magic that we will all feel. Draco said. Harry nodded and raised his wand. I, Harry James Potter, invoke the magic of a life debt against Ronald Weasley, Neville Longbottom, and Hermione Granger. I demand that they never make mention of my having the gift of Parseltonage in any way. Be it written, spoken, or alluded to, until I myself acknowledge it publicly. So mote it be. There was a second before everyone in the room felt a hot flash of magic shoot through them. Harry, was that really necessary? Dumbledore asked. Yes, because now I know if anyone finds out about my Parseltonage, there will either be a dead body in Gryffindor Tower or it will have been one of your 4 or Blaise, who will be keeping his mouth shut. Right, Blaise? Harry said darkly. Why, yay, Harry. Blaise said quickly. Dumbledore sighed. Very well, Mr. Potter. You and your friends are excused to go finish the feast back in the Slytherin common room. Wait, Headmaster, surely Slytherin House deserves some points. I mean, Potter did defeat a full-grown mountain troll by himself while the 3 brave Gryffindors in the room cowered in fear. Snape said while looking at McGonagall right in the eyes. I guess you are correct, Severus, Mr. Potter. Take 20 points for pure nerve and another 10 for keeping your head to realize that such a simple charm would be able to knock out a troll. Dumbledore said with an air of finality. The 3 Slytherin first-years smirked at Weasley as they left the bathroom. I can't believe it, only 30 points. You knocked out a troll. What does someone have to do to get Dumbledore to fork over 50 points? Draco said in annoyance as they stepped into the Slytherin common room. On the far side of the room, there was a large table filled with food. Harry was about to grab a plate when he heard someone scream. Potter, where in Merlin's name were you and Malfoy? Harry and Draco turned around to see a very unhappy Marcus Flint striding towards them. Where in blazes have you 2 been? I sent those 2 idiots Crabbe and Goyle to look for you 20 minutes ago. We have a game tomorrow and I don't need you 2 gallivanting around the castle, especially not with a troll out there. Flint roared, drawing the attention of the entire common room. Well, you don't have to worry about the troll anymore, Draco drawled with a grin. Everyone in the common room got quiet and looked at them. So Dumbledore found it then? Flint asked, bored. Nope. Harry knocked it out with its own club in one of the girls' lavatories. Blaise said honestly. The sight of the entire Slytherin common room staring at him with disbelief was enough to make Harry blush. Potter, is that true? Flint asked hesitantly. Well, yes it is. I mean, Salazar was trapped in the bathroom with the troll and I had to stop it from hurting him, so Harry said. I swear to Merlin, Potter, if you ever try to attack a troll the night before a match again, I will string you upside down BD from the astronomy tower. Flint roared. Well, I'm sorry, Harry said. Sorry wouldn't do us any good if you got hurt. You're our seeker, man. Wake up. Now both you and Malfoy get some food and go to sleep. And Merlin help you if you don't catch that blasted snitch tomorrow. Flint screamed. Harry and Draco immediately took off to grab some food. Blaise followed them laughing. Quidditch pitch, Hogwarts. Welcome witches and wizards to the first Quidditch match of the year. Today the noble lions of Gryffindor face the treacherous snakes of Slytherin. Jordan, McGonagall shouted. Sorry, Professor, I'm Lee Jordan, everyone, and I will be your commentator for this year's Quidditch games. Lee Jordan's magically enchanted voice echoed through the stadium. Here come the Gryffindors led by team captain Oliver Wood at keeper. Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, and Alicia Spinett are the chasers. The human Bludgers, the Weasley twins, are the beaters. And at Seeker the lovely, the stunning, the woman with the first name I dare not mutter for fear of my life, Tunks. Lee Jordan said. Now entering the pitch from the south are the Slytherins led by Captain Marcus Flint at chaser along with Michael Montague and Alex Pusey. James Warrington is the keeper. The beaters are Alan Bowl and Danielle Derrick. And at Seeker is the infamous, the feared, the intimidating slayer of the Dark Lord Harry Potter. Jordan said. Harry just shook his head at his introduction. He flew down to the ground along with the rest of the Slytherin team. He spotted Tonks and he certainly didn't like the venomous look she was shooting him as they lined up behind their respected captains. Something told him that this was not going to be a friendly game between two best friends. He recalled Flint's encouraging pre-game speeches. It consisted of 5 sentences. We will win. We will dominate. We will slaughter them. How do I know? Because if we don't, I will curse every last one of you in your sleep. Harry snapped back into reality when Madam Hooch told them all to get on their brooms. Harry straddled his Nimbus 2000 and on Madam Hooch's whistle he shot into the air. He got about 20 feet up when both Weasley twins rammed into his, causing the first foul of the game. Harry just shook his head. He knew there was no love lost between Gryffindor and Slytherin, but clearly the fact that Gryffindor had lost 70 points last night when Harry took care of the troll stung their pride. The fact that Snape said loudly at breakfast that Weasley and Longbottom abandoned Granger to the troll must have really not sat well with the Gryffindors. Clearly as the slayer of the troll, the twins were going to take out their frustration on him. And it's Belle with the quaffle. Belle was only a reserve last year for Wood and she appears to be excellent find, and a quite attractive young girl if I say so my. Jordan. McGonagall threatened. Sorry Professor, so it's Belle to Johnson back to Spinet. O intercepted by Flint. Who passes to Montague. Who passes back to Flint. He shoots. Save by the Gryffindor keeper Wood. Wood passes it off to Spinet. Who takes off. She dodges a bludger from the Slytherin beater Bowl. She passes to Johnson. Who shoots. Warrington dives, he misses 10-0 Gryffindor. Jordan screamed. When Johnson scored, 3/4 of the stadium erupted into cheers while the other fourth booed and hissed. Harry was currently circling the pitch like an eagle looking for the snitch. So far he hadn't had a lot to do. He dodged a few rogue bludgers that came close to him, but he had not seen a hint of the snitch yet. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Tonks marking him slightly. He noticed that she seemed more focused on staring daggers at the back of his head than searching for the snitch. Harry wasn't sure exactly why Tonks was mad at him, but he put it to the back of his mind as he searched for the snitch. After another Gryffindor goal making the score 60-20 Gryffindor, Harry saw a flash of gold near the Gryffindor keeper. Harry knew his broom was faster than Tonks and he tore off to the other side of the field. Tonks hesitated a second before giving chase. And it looks like Potter's spotted the snitch. Tonks is about 10 meters behind him as he rockets towards the Gryffindor keeper Wood. Potter's got his hand out. Ouch, that's got to hurt. Struck by a bludger in the wrist by Gryffindor beater George or Fred Weasley, can't tell which one from here. Good hit by the Gryffindor beater regardless, and it looks like in the confusion the snitch has disappeared again. Lee Jordan shouted. Harry was fuming. His right wrist was broken. He had enough broken bones with his time at the Dursleys to know what it felt like. Harry made a mental note to put hexing the Weasley twins on his top 10 list of things to do. Harry was clutching his wrist when Tonks flew up next to him. Well, I guess what they say about karma coming around to bite you is true. She said menacingly. What's your problem, Tonks? Harry barked back. He didn't think she was one to let a game affect her so much. You know why I'm upset, Potter. Tonks snarled. No I don't. I mean I understand getting all pumped up for a match, but you seem to actually be mad at me for something. If it's about the troll last night I'm sorry, but it's not like I planned on meeting a troll when I heard Salazar in distress. Harry said. Oh sod it Potter, you know very well why I'm upset. Tonks screamed just inches from his face. No, I don't. Harry yelled back just as forcefully. Tonks was about to respond when 2 bludgers shot out towards both of them. The 2 seekers quickly stopped their argument and began searching for the snitch again. When Gryffindor scored again making the score 120-40, Flint called timeout. Harry flew to the ground where the team was huddled. This is not acceptable. Montague, if you drop the quaffle one more time I'm going to remove your hands later tonight. Warrington, do you think you can stop at least one shot from those stupid Gryffindor by chess? Bull, Derek, take your heads out of your asses and keep those bludgers away from us. Potter, catch that damn snitch now. Flint roared as Madam Hooch signaled for them to take back to the air. Harry was now flying around the pitch as fast as he could looking for the snitch. When Gryffindor scored to go up 190-50, Harry spotted the snitch near the ground. He saw that Tonks spotted it as well and the two seekers went into a suicidal dive for it. Tonks had the better angle, but Harry was pushing his broom to go full speed. The two seekers seemed to reach the snitch at the same exact moment. They both had their hands out to catch the little ball when the snitch shot about 2 feet straight up. They both pulled up as fast as they could. Tonks recovered first and was about to clinch a humiliating loss for Slytherin when Harry leapt off of his broom and made a wild grab for the little ball. He caught the snitch in his good hand and fell 10 feet to the ground. His body crumbled underneath him and he was sure that he must have at least fractured one of his legs from the fall, but the little gold ball was secure in his hand. The final score was 200-190. Slytherin had by some miracle pulled out a victory over their hated rival. The Slytherin team quickly landed around Harry as the Slytherin stands erupted into cheers. Tonks flew to the ground a few feet away. Harry saw that even though she still looked mad at him that she seemed to want to make sure that he was alright. Harry just mouthed, "I'll be fine," to her. She nodded and took off towards the Gryffindor changing room. Professor Flitwick arrived a few moments later. He stunned Harry, so that he could levitate him to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey fixed his broken wrist and fractured legs in a matter of moments. Harry was walking back to the Slytherin common room with a huge grin plastered all over his face when someone called his name. He turned around and saw Tonks standing a few feet away. Harry sighed, it looked like they were going to finish their argument now. "Okay Tonks, please tell me what I did because I have no clue," Harry said, throwing his hands up in frustration. Tonks just shook her head sadly. "Harry, why did you send Salazar to scare Hermione?" Harry was taken aback by the question. Of all the things she could have been mad at him for, he was not expecting that. Maybe that's why he only managed to say, "You're mad at me for that." Harry's response only seemed to infuriate Tonks. "Damn it, Harry. Why did you send Salazar to scare Hermione? You knew she was crying and upset about something, and you took it upon yourself to make her feel worse." Harry was taken by surprise at the anger Tonks seemed to have for him. "Tonks, what does it matter? I mean, what does it matter? Harry, why do you hate her? I've been talking to her the last few weeks in the common room. Hell, I'm the only person who will. She's so alone, Harry. All of Gryffindor shuns her because she's really studious. I don't think she has a single friend in this entire school. Now why did you take it upon yourself to compound her suffering?" Tonks demanded. "Tonks, she's a Muggleborn. Not to mention the fact that, oh sod that, Potter. You told me that you didn't have a single friend in primary school. How your cousin would constantly pick on you. Hell, before I met you I had no one either. We both know what it's like to be alone. So why are you going out of your way to make Hermione feel worse?" Tonks said. Harry's face must have shown his shock because Tonks just rolled her eyes at him. "You know what, Harry, I didn't mind you hexing the twins, or telling Hermione off on the train. Hell, I've spent most of my time in Gryffindor this year defending you to everyone who bad-mouthed you, but I won't be your friend much longer if you turn into some prick who actually enjoys making a crying girl more sad, lonely, and depressed." Tonks said as she stormed off. Harry stood rooted to the spot in the dungeons. He couldn't believe Tonks' reaction. Why did she care about the stupid Muggleborn to begin with? Harry opened the door to an empty potions classroom and walked inside. He stayed up late thinking about what he should do about Tonks, and why he hated Granger so much. He slept in that classroom that night as his housemates partied not 50 feet from where he was. The month of November passed by slowly and painfully for Harry, and before he realized it, Christmas break was fast approaching. After his argument with Tonks, Harry reflected on why he hated Hermione Granger. He came up with a simple reason. She was a link to a world he wanted to forget. The fact was, she was the only person Harry knew for certain was Muggleborn at Hogwarts. He wasn't a fool, he knew that there were others, but as long as he didn't know for sure, he could pretend that they didn't exist. Harry could not forgive his relatives for the pain they forced upon him, And he could not forgive the muggles that either stuck their nose up at him in primary school or beat him up with Dudley. So he hated Hermione Granger, the stupid muggle-born witch, who was the link back to that world. Harry wasn't naive. He knew that Granger probably knew just as much as he did about the wizarding world, but it didn't change the fact that he should have grown up in it. Dumbledore took away growing up in the wizarding world from him when he was put with the Dursleys. Hermione Granger and the other Muggleborns were just trespassing. Muggles had their own world, a world that hated him, a world that treated him like dirt. Why couldn't she just stay in that world? So Harry decided that he would not apologize to Hermione, and he told Tonks just that. Unfortunately, Tonks hadn't taken the news well, and they hadn't spoken since. It was now the 15th of December and the Express would be bringing kids home for the holidays in the morning. It disgusted Harry how Tonks could just choose some muggle born over him. She was his first friend, his best friend. She knew all his secrets, she knew his past, she was supposed to understand, she was supposed to stand by him. Instead she sat at the Gryffindor table with the stupid Mudblood, Lee Jordan, and Oliver Wood. Mudblood. That was the word that Draco taught him to describe muggle-born witches and wizards. Draco said it meant that they were dirtying up the wizarding gene pool with their filthy blood. Harry really didn't care about that. He didn't care that they were dirtying the blood, as Draco said. He just needed a word to describe his hatred of them and it worked. Harry. Draco asked, snapping Harry out of his anger. What? Harry said sharply, still staring at Tonks, who was now laughing. The sight of her laughing, seemingly having a great time with the very same people who once treated her like crap, infuriated Harry. They wouldn't even be speaking to her if it wasn't for me. If I hadn't befriended her and told her to play Quidditch, she'd be sitting by herself. She should be sitting next to me. She was my friend. I treated her like an equal while those pricks just ridiculed her. Harry, I really am getting sick of this. I've spoken to both you and Tonks and neither of you will tell me what you're fighting about. Can I just assume that it's your fault and tell you to apologize so everything goes back to normal? Draco asked. Harry snarled and glared at Draco. This is between me and your cousin, Draco. I'm right and she's just being stupid and refusing to look at it from my perspective. If she knew anything about me at all, then we wouldn't be having this problem. Harry said louder than he probably should have as several Slytherins looked at him with raised eyebrows. Well, I'm telling you to end it, Harry. I mean, you've been miserable this last month. Flint's constantly yelling at you at Quidditch practice, but it's like you don't care. The only reason I think you're even still on the team is because you saved his last game and there isn't anyone better to replace you. Draco said vehemently. Harry just shrugged his shoulders in indifference, but inside he knew Draco was right. McGonagall and Flitwick had both spoken to him about his recent performance in their private lessons. Surprisingly, it was McGonagall that gave him the heart-to-heart though. Flashback. Ah, Mr. Potter, please sit down. McGonagall said. Harry walked up to the lone desk in front of her and took a seat. Mr. Potter, I'm going to be blunt. Your progress recently has not been up to your usual standards. While you seem to be able to still do exceptional in the practical, your test scores on the theory have been going down. I want you to know that if you do not improve and snap out of this funk, I will reconsider our lessons. McGonagall said. Harry felt his heart leap into his throat, and then a deep rage struck him. This is all that damn Mudblood's fault. Mr. Potter, is everything all right with you personally? McGonagall asked softly. Harry was thrown with his usually stern professor's suddenly soft demeanor. Yes ma'am, everything is fine. Harry lied. I noticed that Ms. Tonks has rejoined the Gryffindor table. McGonagall said knowingly. So, Harry said darkly. Mr. Potter, it doesn't take a genius to figure out that you two have had a rather large fight and are not speaking. Her performance has slipped in her classes this month as well. Not surprisingly, the drop occurred at roughly the same time as your own. McGonagall said honestly. Harry just shrugged his shoulders and attempted to appear nonchalant about the whole situation. Oh, stop being such a blasted Slytherin, Mr. Potter. Everyone who knows you can see right through that I don't care attitude you seem to be projecting to the entire world. Now I want to know what happened. Surely you two can fix it. I've never seen two students in different years come to Hogwarts and have the close friendship that you and Ms. Tonks had. Now Mr. Potter, what happened? This isn't about you beating her to the snitch, is it? McGonagall asked. Please, Professor Tonks isn't that shallow, and besides the entire school knew I was going to catch the snitch. Harry said. Well, if it isn't the cocky Quidditch star. It has been a while since I've spoken to you, but you aren't going to distract me with Quidditch, Mr. Potter. I'm concerned for the both of you. Ms. Tonks was top in her year at both defense and charms. She was also among my best second-year Transfiguration students. So please, if you will just be curt with me and tell me what this stupid fight you two are having is about. McGonagall said. I'm sorry, ma'am, but I could explain it to you till I was blue in the face and there would be nothing you could do about it. Tonks just refuses to look at the situation from my perspective. I really hope this isn't the end of our friendship because I miss her, ma'am. I really do, but she just won't budge. Harry said sadly. I see. Well, I am sorry to hear that, Mr. Potter, because until you and Miss Tonks resolve this little issue, I will be canceling our private lessons. I will see you in class on Monday, you are excused. McGonagall said sadly. Harry could tell that she didn't want to have to cancel the lessons. While he was struggling with his lessons, he was still getting them done and improving. This was just her trump card, her final ploy at trying to get Tonks and him back as friends. A large part of Harry respected his professor for caring for her students so much. Maybe it was because of that Harry didn't fight her. He didn't yell, scream, or complain. He just gathered his books and left the room. End flashback. That was 2 weeks ago and Harry and Tonks still hadn't spoken. He caught McGonagall's eye up at the staff table and the two exchanged pained looks. Harry knew that she had grown quite fond of their private lessons. In fact, Harry thought it might have been harder on her than it was on him to stop them. Harry tore his eyes from his Transfiguration teacher and gazed again at Tonks at the Gryffindor table. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. They were supposed to be best friends getting ready for Christmas. Harry felt a slight tear begin to form around his eye. This should have been his first happy Christmas. He wanted to go back with Tonks to her house and celebrate with her mom, but with the two of them on the outs he didn't dare even thinking about that. He might have been mad at her, but he still cared for her as a friend, and he wasn't going to ruin her Christmas with his presence. Harry had gotten Tonks' gift a few days before Halloween. Draco let his use his eagle owl so that he could order it. It was currently sitting underneath the Slytherin table waiting to get mailed later that day. At the time he had been so excited, the thought of a real Christmas was almost surreal to him. He should have figured that something would come and bollocks it up for him. Draco had broached the subject of him coming to Malfoy Manor with him a few days ago. Flashback. Harry, you with us, mate? Draco asked after a particularly bad Quidditch practice. What's that? Harry asked. Draco sighed. I asked if you would like to come spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. Father wrote a few days ago and said it would be fine. Harry thought about it for a long time. On one hand, he liked Malfoy Manor, and he certainly didn't want to upset Lucius or Narcissa. They were like a real aunt and uncle to him. However, he just couldn't bring himself to go. He didn't want to ruin their holiday spirit with his depressing mood. Truthfully, during the first week of December with he and Tonks still on the outs, Harry decided that he was going to have a lonely Christmas alone in the Slytherin common room. Hell, he was the first and only person to sign up on the list of students who would be staying at the castle from Slytherin House. No, tell you father, I really do appreciate the offer, but I'd like to stay at Hogwarts and practice magic and stuff. You understand, right? Harry asked hopefully. Draco looked crestfallen. Yeah, I understand, Harry. It's a pity because Tonks is coming for Christmas dinner. Harry's eyes almost popped out of his head. Tonks is going to the manor for Christmas. When did this happen? Can you give her a note for me? If I came, do you think she'd talk to me? Harry asked quickly. Harry, Tonks isn't coming to the manor. Think about what her mum would say. I just wanted to see if you really wanted to stay at Hogwarts or if you were hoping to be spending Christmas somewhere else. Draco said sadly. Oh crap. Draco, I'm so sorry. You know I think of your dad and mum like an aunt and uncle. It's just, Harry said. No Harry, I understand. Tonks is your best friend. I don't know what Christmas was like for you at your relatives, but I'd bet my entire trust vault that it wasn't exactly filled with sherry and giggles. If anyone deserves to do what they want for Christmas, it's you, and if you'd rather stay at Hogwarts because you are sad about Tonks, I understand. Draco said maturely. Thanks. Harry said, relieved that he wasn't about to get into a row with his other best friend. End flashback. So Potter, got mischief planned for the break. I mean, if I had the entire common room to myself for 3 weeks, Blaise said as several Slytherins quickly turned their heads to make sure Harry didn't plan on blowing up their common room. Well, I have a few special projects I wanted to work on, to be honest, Harry said. For once, Harry was being 110% truthful. He figured if he was going to be spending Christmas alone with most the school gone, he could practice his shadow mage skill, and start his investigation into why his mother was placed in an orphanage. He figured with all the teachers at Hogwarts, he might be able to cur some information out of them about Dumbledore's past. He'd already looked into several books on the man, but they contained very little about his family, more on his great deeds. Finding out exactly what Dumbledore did and didn't know about his relationship to him had been something Harry had been thinking about looking into for some time. If the old man did know about their connection, then he was guiltier than anyone else for his parents' death. Dumbledore could have raised his mother, maybe given her training. Hell, everyone told him that Dumbledore was the only one Voldemort feared. Surely he could have trained his great-granddaughter to defend herself better than the defense teachers. More personally for Harry though, if Dumbledore knew about their connection, then he was guilty for abandoning him to the Dursleys. If the man truly didn't know though, then, well, Harry didn't know what he would do. He couldn't exactly see himself calling possibly the strongest wizard in the world Pappy Albus or anything. Harry's final project was a lot simpler. He was going to practice spells. When McGonagall cancelled their training, Harry found himself bored 2 nights a week. He quickly got into the habit of living in the library those 2 nights a week, reading books on dueling and offensive and defensive magic. Harry knew he wanted to be powerful, and he wasn't humble enough to think that he couldn't achieve it. He knew his talents were impressive. Being gifted in 2 magical arts was a statistical improvability. That raw ability combined with his shadow mage, Parseltonge, and Metamorphagus made him someone with incredible potential for greatness, and he had the ambition to achieve it. Harry had slowly and secretly started to add to his list of spells. After he knocked out the troll with a simple levitation charm, Harry started to go back and practice other simple charms as offensive spells. His personal favorite was the flying charm. He had finally achieved it comfortably with the charm. Now with sheer mental focus, he could manipulate the object he charmed. That was a huge step according to Flitwick in being able to do 2 charms simultaneously. Well, I'm off guys, I've got to go pack. I leave on the 7 a.m. express tomorrow, Blaise said as he got up. Yay, me too, you coming, Harry? Draco asked. Nah, I'm going to grab some dessert, and then I'm going to go mail a gift. If you two are going to bed, then I guess I'll see you when term starts, Harry said with his best faux smile. Take it easy, Harry, Blaise said. Since when am I, Harry and not Potter, Blaise? Harry asked cheekily. Oh, I'd say you were Harry a while ago, but you've been just too damn depressed to notice it, Blaise said. Harry just nodded his head. Have a happy Christmas, Blaise, Harry said honestly. You too, Harry, Blaise said as he left. Are you sure you're going to be okay, Harry? If you want, you can still come to the manor, Draco said honestly. Thanks, Draco, but I really do have some projects I wanted to do, and I have to be at Hogwarts to do them, Harry said. All right then, Harry, have a happy Christmas, mate, Draco said. Yay, you too, make sure you practice some Quidditch moves because I'll be practicing here, Harry said honestly. Draco just smiled, nodded, and followed Blaise out of the Great Hall. Harry ate for a few more minutes before he decided it was time to leave. He ascended the staircase that led to the Ollery. When he turned the first corner though, he saw a most unwelcome sight, Gryffindors, a whole pack of them. Well, Potter, I hear you're going to be staying at the castle over Christmas break. So sad. Does nobody love you enough to take you home for Christmas? Ron Weasley said, drawing several laughs from his peers. What exactly do you consider a home, Weasley? From what I hear, your entire family lives in a giant 1-bedroom flat where you all have to share a bed and a single blanket. Tell me, do you even get gifts? Harry asked menacingly. Harry's rather cruel joke was rewarded when Weasley's face became bright red. Not about to let Weasley get another shot in about his dead parents, Harry went in for the kill. It's true, isn't it? Merlin, why doesn't your family just sell its pureblood name to some wealthy half-blood? I mean, it would kill two birds with one stone. It would rid the pureblood community of a poor embarrassment of a family, and your father could finally have his wish and go live as a Muggle." Harry smirked when it looked like the youngest Weasley was about to explode, but a more unwelcome voice than Weasley was the one to speak up from the side. "Do you have to be so terribly cruel all the time, Potter? What makes you better than Ronald?" Hermione Granger said defiantly. Harry had a sudden urge to hex the girl through the nearest wall. This mudblood, no this thing, was the reason he wasn't going to have a happy Christmas with Tonks. He fingered his wand in his left hand. Before he knew what he was doing, he started to walk towards the filthy bushy-haired girl. He must have looked murderous because Hermione's eyes grew wide and she started to take a step back only to hit a stone wall. Harry raised his wand to his hip just in case anyone thought to attack him from behind. He put his face within 10 inches of Hermione's face and said, "Listen up, you filthy mudblood. It's your fault I'm staying at this blasted castle instead of celebrating Christmas with my best friend. Next time you speak to me, I'll hex your lips off." There was a gasp from behind him and Harry whirled around to see Tonks staring at him. Her eyes had so many emotions: shock, disbelief, confusion, but then it settled on one Harry saw constantly on his uncle: anger. "How dare you call her that, Potter? I can't believe I ever considered you a friend. You're nothing more than a pathetic blood purist with a scar that makes you think you're something special," Tonks said quickly. Harry felt like he had just been stabbed in his heart. Suddenly all the Gryffindors started cheering. "How do you like that scar head?" Ron yelled. "Not so important now, are you, Potter?" A boy Harry didn't know yelled. "I always knew Tonks was a Gryffindor." Lee Jordan screamed. "Way to put him in his place, Tonks." A black boy Harry thought was named Dean shouted. "Why don't you just kill yourself, Potter?" Fred said. "So you can be with your worthless parents," George said. "Because no one here loves you." They finished together. Harry tried to hold back the tears that were threatening to cascade down his face with the twins' final words. He turned his head away from the jeering Gryffindors and looked at Tonks. For her part, Tonks looked like she couldn't believe what she had said and what it had caused. Harry didn't care though. His best friend, no his first friend, had just publicly betrayed him. He looked at the person he once would have done anything for right in the eye. "I guess this is goodbye then, Tonks, happy Christmas. Enjoy the gift. I was going to mail it, but just take it. It'll be the last one you ever get from me," Harry said as he shoved his parcel into her chest and turned the corner to head back down to the dungeons. He got about halfway there before he had to enter an unused classroom. He casted the locking and silencing charm on the door, and then he broke down in tears for what he had just lost. Upstairs, Tonks was standing in the same place, breathing heavily, and clutching Harry's gift to her chest. She had a look of utter horror plastered all over her face, and tears started to fall down her face. Most of the Gryffindors left after Harry had gone, but the twins, Lee Jordan, and Hermione remained. "Don't worry about Potter, Tonks, you're better off without him," Lee said. "Yay Tonks, how about you?" Fred said. "Take his present," George replied. "Up to the Gryffindor common room," Fred said. "And toss it in the fire," they said together. Tonks turned around and with her free hand punched a George in the face, breaking his nose. She then turned her wand on Fred and sent her best disarming spell, which struck him in the head. He flew back a good 20 feet before he hit the stone wall and fell to the floor. "I hate you. I've always hated you. Harry was the only person who ever accepted me for who I was, and now he's gone. I hate Gryffindor House and I hate all of you," Tonks said as she clutched Harry's present and started to run down the hall. She got about a foot before a hand grabbed her shoulder. She turned around to see Hermione Granger looking at her. "Thank you for standing up for me," Hermione said weakly. Tonks wanted to slap her. "I shouldn't have. I wish I never got into this stupid argument with Harry about you in the first place. But you did, and I wanted to thank you," Hermione said again, albeit reluctantly. Tonks shook Hermione's hand off her shoulder. She felt hot tears run down her face, and she ran down the hallway. She wanted to keep running until she tripped over something and died. How could I have said that to him? In front of half of Gryffindor House of all places. He'll never forgive me for this. I've just cost myself the best friend I've ever had. Tonks continued to run with her eyes closed until she ran right into someone. They both fell to the ground with a thump and several books crashed all around them. "Ms. Tonks, 10 points for running in the hall and, McGonagall stopped yelling when she saw the tear-stained face of one of her students. Merlin, are you all right, Nymphadora? McGonagall asked, now frightened that the girl had hurt herself. Tonks just shook her head, and started to cry. Where are you hurt? Should I call Poppy? McGonagall asked. Tonks stood up at the mention of the school nurse. She didn't need the infirmary, she needed Harry. I'm fine, ma'am. I don't need Madame Pomfrey. Tonks said through tears. McGonagall only then noticed that her student was clutching a small parcel very closely to her body. It was wrapped in Quidditch paper and it had several snitches floating all over it. Thinking that perhaps it wasn't a physical pain she was in, McGonagall softened her normally stern facial expressions. Dear, would you like to join me in my office? McGonagall asked softly. Tonks just nodded her head and McGonagall guided Tonks into her office. When they were inside, Tonks broke down in tears clinging to Harry's present. Ms. Tonks, what is it? McGonagall asked. Harry, he hates me now. Tonks said between fits of tears. McGonagall for her part was completely shocked. She had hoped that Spirit of Christmas would have brought the two together, but it appeared as if it had only pulled them further apart. Dear, are you sure? Perhaps you misinterpreted something, McGonagall said hopefully. Tonks just cried harder at that. He said this would be the only present he would ever give me. This is all my fault, this is all my bloody fault. I just should have let it drop. Tonks wailed. Ms. Tonks, what was the fight about? What happened? McGonagall prompted. He blamed someone for him not spending Christmas with me. He said something terrible to them. When I heard it, I got mad and said something horrible. What's worse was half of Gryffindor was there. And they heard what I said. They said some horrible things to him. How no one loved him, and how he was going to be alone here for Christmas. He looked horrible. The Weasley twins suggested that. What did they suggest, dear? McGonagall asked concerned. They said he should just kill himself so he could be with his parents because no one here loved him. Tonks admitted. Professor, he looked terrible. He turned to face me and he told me that this would be the last gift I ever get from him. Tonks sobbed. McGonagall's face paled dramatically when she heard what the twins had said. How could they be so cruel? It is Christmas. I will speak to the twins. McGonagall said darkly. No, don't. Harry said some bad things also. I don't want him to get in trouble. Tonks said brokenly as she clutched her present. I take it that's Mr. Potter's present? McGonagall asked. Yes, he was going to mail it. Oh Professor, what have I done? Tonks. For once Professor McGonagall didn't answer. She didn't know how to fix this. It was something that was out of her control. Slytherin dormitories, Hogwarts. Harry awoke on Christmas Eve alone in his dorm room. Harry had assumed that his break was going to be bad, but after his fight with Tonks, words couldn't describe how depressed he was. To take his mind off Tonks, he had thrown himself into his studies. He had added several spells to his offensive repertoire. He had also mastered using the flying charm to send knives or small sharp objects at an opponent. He practiced by throwing them against the wall in the Slytherin dormitory. Harry did his best not to leave the Slytherin dormitory during the day except for meals and his meetings with teachers. He had broached the subject of Dumbledore's past with Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell. Flitwick told him the stuff that any book about Dumbledore could have, and gave him nothing useful. McGonagall didn't even let him get on the subject of Dumbledore. The second he entered her office she essentially demanded to know how things were with Tonks. A very uncomfortable Harry left her office 30 minutes later, unsure of how many lies he told her. Whatever it was clearly a record, and he knew she didn't buy it for a moment. Snape promptly told him to go away the moment he knocked on his door. Surprisingly, it was Quirrell who provided the most information. Flashback. Knock knock. See, come in, Quirrell said. Harry opened the door slightly. Professor Quirrell, can I talk to you for a moment? Mr. Potter, see, come in. What can I do for you today? Quirrell stuttered. Sir, I was wondering if you might be able to help me out. You are aware that I am Transfiguration gifted? Harry asked. Why yes, Quirrell said. Well, I was doing some research and I found out that Professor Dumbledore was gifted in Transfiguration as well. I wanted to find out more about him, but none of the books are helpful. They just describe his accomplishments or that kind of thing. I was wondering if you knew anything about him. Harry asked. What would you like to know? Quirrell asked without a hint of a stutter. Well, what was he like when he was my age? Who was he before he became the world-famous wizard? Harry asked. And why are you not asking him these questions? Quirrell asked. I'm a little frightened of him. He is an intimidating wizard, Professor. Harry lied smoothly. I see. Well, I do know a little bit about him. Professor Dumbledore grew up in Wales. He had one brother named Aberforth who is 2 years his senior. He graduated from Hogwarts in 1857. He was top of his class in transfiguration, charms, potions, ancient runes, arithmancy, and defense. When he left the school, he apprenticed under a transfiguration master for 1 year before getting his own mastery in the field. He sort of floated around for a decade until he met his wife Prunella. They were wed in 1870. Dumbledore worked with a man by the name of Nicholas Flamel until 1890. They grew famous when they discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood. I believe his first and only child was born a few years before that. I believe his birthday was 1882, but I can't be certain of that. I do know that Albus was around 40 at the time. Dumbledore joined the Wizengamot in the year 1900, where he serves to this day. He assisted Nicholas Flamel and a few other famous wizards by defeating a Dark Lord by the name of Narfair in 1917. It's important to note that Dumbledore was a well-known pacifist until that. Quirrell said. What changed his mind? Harry asked. Narfair killed his wife. She was beheaded by Narfair's followers and then beheaded by Narfair himself. Narfair wasn't the brightest Dark Lord you see. In reality, he had no business even attempting to come to England. Quirrell said. Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean he had no business coming to England? Harry asked. Mr. Potter, what do you know about other wizarding countries? Quirrell asked. Well, nothing, sir. Harry admitted sheepishly. Well, there are stronger wizarding countries and there are weaker ones. Some of the stronger ones are England, France, Egypt, Germany, and Italy. They all have had ministries in place for over 800 years, and have rarely if ever fallen under complete control of a Dark Lord. Now the ministries of Eastern Europe and some African wizarding countries are much weaker. In fact, in many countries like Estonia, Romania, Hungary, and Austria, Dark Lords rule over the people. Now, for the sake of the sanity of normal wizarding folk here in England, we give them flashy titles, but to everyone in the know, they are just the most powerful Dark Lord in the region who took power. A lot of the larger countries like to throw their support in behind a certain Dark Lord, that way they gain access to products that country might have. It's all rather nasty politics, so I won't bore you with the details. Quirrell said. So how does Narfair fit in? Harry asked. The Dark Lord Narfair was a Dark Lord out of the Sudan with an overly inflated sense of self-worth. He thought that his magic was stronger than anyone else because he could trace his family line back to Great Pharos. He quickly took control of most of Eastern Europe as the Dark Lords ruling those states were very weak at the time. Well, he got some stupid idea for world domination and attempted to take Germany, where he was repelled by Hans Frederick Franz, who was believed to be the strongest wizard in the world at the time. Narfair was dejected but continued trying to take over other countries. He failed in Italy, Egypt, France, and Russia before he made his way to England. Now by this time, Narfair was losing influence and power quickly. Germany had taken Austria and Hungary from his control. Italy, France, Russia, and Egypt were working on removing him from power in his other states in Africa and Europe. So in what was one of his stupidest moves, he attacked Dumbledore Manor with his closest followers. When Albus found out, he led the international group that finally killed him a few weeks later in Scotland. Albus was grief-stricken after his wife's death and began to focus very much on family. He lived for his son, and when he was introduced to his grandchild, I heard that he even considered retiring from politics entirely. Instead, he took the job as a transfiguration teacher at Hogwarts in 1930, something about wanting to teach his granddaughter all he knew. The world changed in 1938 though, when Hans Franz died and a wizard by the name of Grindelwald took his place as the German chief warlock of their Wizengamot. He called an emergency session in 1939 and demanded an oath of allegiance to him. Now you have to understand that Grindelwald was a charismatic and powerful leader. Harry, people were drawn to him. So it was no surprise when 80% of the German Wizengamot agreed to the oath. What surprised everyone though was when he butchered the 20% who didn't vote for him. What followed was horribly bloody war. Grindelwald and his Muggle counterpart Hitler took control of several countries. Grindelwald recruited the smaller Dark Lords to his inner circle and made a pact with a squib who was the fascist leader of Italy by the name of Mussolini. Grindelwald invaded and conquered France. It was the first time in 650 years that France was occupied by enemy wizards. Dumbledore convinced the English Wizengamot that war was imminent, and he was right. Grindelwald attacked London later that day, but the charter to war was already issued. Sadly, the war against Grindelwald was fought mostly with young impressionable youths, and most paid the price for it. Dumbledore's own granddaughter joined the fight at the age of 15 after she completed her owls. What happened to her? Harry asked quickly. Who? Dumbledore's granddaughter? I'm not 100% sure. I believe she was wounded in an ambush, and a prominent French pureblood family found her, but I've gotten off topic. Quirrell said. Now Dumbledore defeated Grindelwald in. I'm sorry, Professor, but I'm rather late for a meeting with Professor Flitwick. Perhaps we could continue this conversation later. Harry asked politely. Of course, Mr. Potter, my door is always open. Quirrell said. Harry left Quirrell's office to process the information he had gotten about Dumbledore. He was so caught up in his own thoughts that he didn't realize that not once during his explanation had Quirrell stuttered. End flashback. Great Hall, Christmas Eve 11:59 p.m., Hogwarts. Harry walked into the Great Hall at 11:59 p.m. for a special midnight Christmas dinner. Dumbledore apparently was strolling about in Muggle London when he saw several restaurants had special midnight Christmas dinner specials. The eccentric headmaster thought it was a good idea and brought it to Hogwarts. The first thing Harry noticed when he walked into the Great Hall was that the 4 house tables were gone and replaced with a single long table. Ah, Mr. Potter, join us, Dumbledore said brightly as he motioned to an empty seat next to a boy wearing Ravenclaw robes. Harry took a seat and put on a very forced smile when Dumbledore offered him a popper. Harry pulled it with Dumbledore. The popper exploded and a book with the stupidest-looking man Harry had ever seen on the cover appeared along with a large wizard's hat appeared on the table. Harry rolled his eyes at the book named Magical Me and promptly took the hat. So Harry, how has your Christmas been going? Dumbledore asked. Harry noticed that Professor McGonagall seemed to stop her discussion with Madame Pomfrey to listen in. Well, it's the best Christmas I've ever had. Harry said honestly, though that wasn't saying much. The fact that he wasn't with the Dursleys guaranteed it. Dumbledore just smiled brightly at him. Well, that's excellent, my boy. Often I worry that a student will get a little lonely when their friends are gone. Well, I've been working on some charms and transfiguration to keep me occupied. Harry said absent-mindedly. Really, Mr. Potter? What have you been working on? Flitwick asked curiously. Oh, I've just been working on some offensive spells as well as working on better controlling an object in flight. Harry said. What spells? Dumbledore asked curiously. Well, the most powerful spell I can do right now is the Cutting Curse, Diffendo. Harry said. Well, that's very impressive, Mr. Potter. I couldn't do a Cutting Curse during my first year. Could you, Headmaster? Flitwick asked. I could not, Phileas. Dumbledore said with a smile. Mr. Potter, I thought you had excellent command of the flying charm from what you showed me in our last lesson. Could you demonstrate your improvement? Flitwick asked. Harry pointed his wand at his fork and said, Volo. The fork floated in the center of the table, and Harry set his wand down. Harry stared at the still floating fork for a few moments before jerking his head upwards. A moment later the fork rocketed skywards, and stuck itself in a wooden plank high above the Great Hall. Most of the professors stopped eating to stare at him. Finally it was Flitwick who smiled and started to clap. That was excellent, Mr. Potter. I'd say that fork would have to be traveling pretty fast to actually get stuck in enchanted wood. Your mental control over an object in flight is very impressive. Perhaps we should have another broom race. This time I think I'll forget the burning charm on the barrier. Flitwick said brightly. Harry just smiled, nodded, and went back to eating his meal. Tonks' residence, Surrey. Andromeda Tonks thought of herself as a good parent, well, as good as a working single mother could be. So when her daughter got off the Hogwarts Express looking quite awful, she wanted to know what was wrong. Apparently though, this was a problem that her daughter didn't want her help with. Andromeda felt terrible as Nymphadora spent the first 10 days of her vacation holed up in her room crying. Andromeda hoped that Christmas Eve would help her daughter's spirits. Nymphadora had always been an excited girl when it came to Christmas. So when Andromeda awoke at 1 in the morning on Christmas Day with no excited little girl in her room asking her to get up and open presents, she was very worried. Andromeda ran into her daughter's room where she found her cradling a doll on the floor sobbing. Andromeda didn't recognize the doll at all, but she had to know what was wrong with her little girl. "Nym sweetheart, please tell me what's wrong," Andromeda asked. Much to her surprise though, her daughter just pointed to her bed. Andromeda walked over to her daughter's bed and noticed a letter. "Dear Tonks, I hope you are having a happy Christmas. I know things between us haven't been good. Okay, I'll be honest, they've been terrible this last month and a half, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to be giving you your Christmas present. I've never had any money to get a gift, or a friend to give a gift to before I met you, so please don't laugh if it's stupid. Please open your gift now. Okay, if you've opened your gift, please let me explain before you come back to school and hex me for getting you a silly doll. I was reading Teen Witch Weekly, please don't ask why, and I found an article about an American doll that will take on any appearance you want it to, including your own. Now here is why I think you will love me for this gift. If you tap your wand against the picture of clothing inside any Wizarding or Muggle magazine, say, Replico, and then tap the doll, the clothing will appear on the doll. I thought that since you like to shop for clothes so much, but it takes so long because you can change your appearance, if you had a doll that could show you what you would look like in the clothes, you could save some time. You would be able to see what clothes you liked on you before you even went to the stores. I guess a part of me is just being a selfish boy who doesn't want to get dragged around shopping with you over the summer, but still I thought you might like it. I hope we can get past this stupid thing. With Granger, Tonks. I miss my best friends. Still and always your best friend, Harry." Andromeda put the letter down. "I don't understand, Nym, it seems like such a thoughtful gift. Are you worried about what you got him?" Tonks just turned a tear-stained face to her mother. We had a fight the day before the train left. I said some horrible things, Mum. I don't think we're friends anymore," Tonks said as she broke down in sobs again. Andromeda's eyes rose, now fully understanding why her daughter was so depressed. Slytherin Common Room, Hogwarts. Harry sat by the fire in the Slytherin Common Room. He had a pile of Christmas presents directly in front of him, but he didn't have a smile on his face. No, Harry was depressed. After a quick look through his presents, he found that Tonks hadn't gotten him anything. A tear fell down his face. He had hoped that prior to their fight on the 15th that she would have wanted to make up with him. The fact that she hadn't even bothered to get him a gift for Christmas spoke volumes about what she really thought of him. The few presents that he did get were amazing, but the fact that Tonks hadn't gotten him anything hurt him a great deal. Draco had gotten him a broom servicing kit for his Nimbus. Ironically, this was the same gift that Harry had gotten him. Lucius and Narcissia had sent him the Big Book of Wizarding Customs. It was a very interesting, albeit a bit boring, read. He found the section on wizard oaths, life debts, and unbreakable vows fascinating. Just the fact that magic was essentially a living thing that could tell when a wizard or witch broke an oath fascinated Harry. Professor Flitwick actually bought him a copy of Advanced Charms Theory by Anton Dolohov. His note said that the headmaster agreed that the book really wasn't dangerous and it would be one less book that Harry would have to check out of the library. Harry smiled at the tiny professor's gift. Flitwick was his favorite instructor, and Harry felt pretty certain that school teachers didn't give Christmas gifts to everyone. The gift Harry didn't ever expect to receive though came from an anonymous source. It was a beautiful cloak. He put it on and went to look at himself in the boys' bathroom. When he got there, his eyes bulged out of his head. He was not in the mirror. It didn't take a genius to figure out that this was an invisibility cloak. Draco had mentioned just how rare that they were earlier in the semester. The note that came with the cloak just had a strange looping handwriting he had never seen before. The note simply said that the cloak was his father's and the man was returning it to him. Harry just shrugged his shoulders at the note and placed the cloak safely in his trunk. At 2:30 in the morning, Harry left the Slytherin Common Room. He stood right outside the entrance to the common room before he blended into the shadows. He closed his eyes and focused on moving across the wall in the dungeons. His senses flared and the world lit up with the all-so-familiar lines of gray and black that he could follow. He immediately began following one of the lines that led towards the Great Hall. Harry had been traveling around the school for the last 10 days in his shadow form, and he had found some incredible things. For one, the reason the third-floor charms corridor was off-limits was because there was a gigantic three-headed dog standing over a trapdoor. Harry thought about going back there just to see what was under the trapdoor, but he didn't want to risk whatever being under the three-headed dog being a lit room. If he got trapped, he didn't think he could explain it to Dumbledore. So Harry raced around the school in his shadow form. The school at night was completely open to him. Harry found that he could travel right under locked doors or through the keyhole if the door reached the ground. Harry was currently racing around the lower parts of the astronomy tower. He had passed by Snape, Peeves, and McGonagall in her animagus form, and none of them were the wiser to his presence. Harry followed a particularly dark line into an unused classroom. When he entered the room though, he stopped. The only object in the entire room was a massive mirror against the back wall. Harry dropped out of his shadow form and approached the Goliath of a mirror. When he stood directly in front of it, he froze. Standing right behind him were several people. He instantly recognized himself, Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, Mrs. Tonks, Draco, and Tonks, but the other two people he didn't know. There was a man who had black unruly hair like his own. Harry's eyes widened, and he quickly turned around. There was nothing behind him, yet when he turned back to the mirror he saw them. The woman he didn't recognize had tears in her eyes and was clutching the dark-haired man's hand. The woman had beautiful red hair and the most intense green eyes. It took Harry a moment to recognize them, but then he understood. They were his green eyes. "Mom, Dad?" Harry asked weakly. The two people in the mirror nodded to him, and Harry fell to his knees breathing hard. How is this possible? How can they be here? Are they real? Are they ghosts? Can I talk to them? Are they real? Why are Draco, Tonks, and their parents there also? Are you really here? Harry asked. Everyone in the mirror nodded. Harry noticed that Tonks was jumping up and down excited. Harry felt a tear fall down his face as Tonks put her arms around him and kissed him on the cheek. Harry just touched his face where the key had been, but he felt nothing. It was like these people just existed in the mirror. Harry then heard a crash from the hall and a second later he heard Filch yell, "Peeves, get back here. I'll get you for this." Harry turned to the mirror. "I've got to go, but I'll be back. I promise." The people in the mirror just nodded their heads and Harry blended into the shadows. He quickly made a mental note as to where he was in the castle before he returned to the Slytherin common room. Empty classroom, Hogwarts. Harry returned to the room with the mirror the next 2 nights. It was bliss for him to see everyone he loved in one place. He spent most of the day thinking about going back to the mirror at night. So the third day after he discovered the mirror he decided to go during the day. That way he couldn't be yelled at by anyone, and he would have more time with the mirror. Harry arrived at the mirror at 7:20 in the morning. He then proceeded to skip breakfast, lunch, and dinner although he didn't realize it. He felt hot tears streak across his face as the mirror Tonks and Draco were showing him their Christmas presents while his parents spoke with the Malfoys and Mrs. Tonks. Harry was so focused on the mirror that he didn't hear his teachers enter the room. "Mr. Potter." Harry turned around quickly. Standing in the doorway were Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Dumbledore. Hello professors," Harry said as he wiped the tears off his face. The teachers looked at him for a moment before all three of their gazes went to the mirror. "Mr. Potter, how long have you been here?" Dumbledore asked concerned. "I'm sorry sir, I'll leave now. I need to grab lunch anyway," Harry said as he started to walk out of the room. When he got to the door, McGonagall touched his shoulder. "Harry, it's 10 o'clock. Curfew has been in effect for over an hour. I dare say you missed lunch," McGonagall said concerned. "Oh, well, that's okay I guess. I mean I'm not hungry anyway," Harry said as he tried to move past his teachers. "Harry, it seems that you've discovered the joys of the Mirror of Erised," Dumbledore said sadly. Hoping to find out something more about the amazing mirror, Harry stopped trying to get past his teachers. "That's what it's called?" Harry asked. "Yes, Harry. Do you know what the mirror shows?" Flitwick asked sadly. It shows your family completely happy and talking to each other. It shows Tonks back as my best friend," Harry said before he could stop himself. The three professors shared a very pained look with each other. "Harry, the mirror is charmed to show someone's deepest, most heartfelt desire," Flitwick said softly. Harry's eyes rose a little, realizing what he just gave away. I. Harry, I must apologize to you. I did not think that anyone would find the mirror over Christmas break. Professor McGonagall and Flitwick were just about to help me move it to a new location," Dumbledore said. "No," Harry shouted before he could stop himself. "Please, I." The three professors looked at the boy with grim looks. "Harry," Dumbledore said as he got on one knee so he could look him in the eyes, "people have wasted away in front of that mirror. Others have gone mad wondering if what the mirror shows is a possible future or even physically possible. You want only to see your loved ones, but Harry, you must not dwell on dreams and forget to live. Please do not seek out the mirror again." Harry dropped his head. He knew Dumbledore was right. He had become obsessed with the mirror the last few days. "Okay, sir," Harry squeaked out. "Mr. Potter, I was going to give you this at dinner, but you were not there," McGonagall said as she handed him a parcel wrapped in brown paper. "You got me a present, ma'am?" Harry asked. "No, someone delivered that to my office last night and asked that I give it to you," McGonagall said. Harry accepted the gift, nodded to his professors, and walked back to the Slytherin common room. When he entered the common room, he sat in his favorite chair in front of the fire. He noticed there was a note hanging off the gift and he opened it. "Harry, I am writing you in the hope that you and my daughter can rectify your friendship. Harry, Nymphadora is depressed. She regrets whatever it is that she said to you. She wouldn't tell me what it was or even why you two were even fighting in the first place, but she is incredibly distraught by the entire thing. She barely eats, and she is constantly in tears. She loved your gift, Harry. So much so that she wouldn't open any of her other presents. She informed me that she did not send you your present. When I asked why, she said that you would most likely just burn it. Harry, I know that you would never do such a thing no matter how angry you are at my daughter. I found Nymphadora crying over your gift yesterday, and I took it from her. I then flowed Minerva and asked for her to give your gift to you. I really don't know what to say, Harry. I've never seen Nymphadora happier than when she was with you over the summer, and I've never seen her more depressed than this Christmas. I love my daughter very much, Harry, but I also know her very well. She thinks that she doesn't deserve your forgiveness for whatever she said. She's lost her happy bounce that I've grown so accustomed to seeing. I know she never had many friends, Harry. So when you two grew so close this summer, I was so happy. You both seemed like you needed each other. Nymphadora told me you convinced her to play Quidditch this year. I had no idea my daughter was so gifted on a broom. You seem to have a deep insight when it comes to my daughter, so I hope you can understand how terribly sad she must be with you two fighting. She had told me countless times that the entire fight is her fault. I don't know if that is true, Harry, and a part of me hopes it's not, but you should know that she wants to make up. She just doesn't think you'll accept her back. Please write her. Andromeda Tonks. Harry set the letter on the ground. 1,000 thoughts were racing through his head. She's sorry. Well, she should be. She's depressed. Good, she should be after all, so am I. She thought I would have burned her gift. Well, that's a little extreme. She doesn't think she deserves my forgiveness. Why did she side with those Gryffindors over me? Why did she say those things in the first place? Why did she stab me in the back for the stupid mudblood? Finding only more questions than Andromeda's letter could answer, Harry placed it on the table and opened the present. He tore off the brown paper. It was a book. Harry opened the first page and gasped. He flipped through the pages. Every page contained pictures of Tonks and him. The book had pictures with the two of them at Malfoy Manor, pictures of them studying in Tonks' kitchen. There even were pictures of the two of them during the first few months at Hogwarts. On the last page, there were no pictures. Instead, there was a note addressed to him. Harry, I noticed Mrs. Malfoy, during one of our Quidditch games at Draco's, was taking some pictures. Draco told me that most the boys in Slytherin have pictures of their family around their beds. Since I know you don't have any pictures of your parents, I called Mrs. Malfoy and asked for any copies of the pictures she took. I also found some pictures that my mum took of us at my house over the summer. I don't know if you'd like to put the photos up in your dorm, but I just thought that it'd be a good gift. Tonks. P.S. If you were wondering about the Hogwarts pictures, I asked a few house elves who clean Gryffindor Tower to take some photos of us during the year. P.S. I know we are having a fight, but I hope that we can get past it eventually. You are and will always be my first and best friend, Harry. Happy Christmas. Harry held the photo album close to his chest as some tears fell down his face. Harry quickly made a decision and left the common room. He ran up towards Gryffindor Tower, and knocked on McGonagall's office. Minerva McGonagall was not having the best night. After she had given Harry his present, she had torn into Albus about the risk of placing the Mirror of Erised where a child could find it. Her heart broke when Harry unknowingly revealed his deepest desires to her, Phileas, and Albus. She was preparing to go to sleep when the alarm for someone knocking on her office door went off. Curiously, she flowed from her quarters to her office. She opened the door to see a rather teary-eyed Harry Potter. "Mr. Potter, are you all right?" she asked. Harry just numbly entered her office and took a seat. She quickly closed the door, and instead of sitting behind her desk as she normally did, she pulled up another chair and sat next to the boy. "Harry, what is it?" she asked. I want to know if you can make me a portkey," Harry asked. Of all the things she was prepared for, an illegal portkey was not one of them. She didn't even think that the young man even knew what a portkey was. Realizing that just denying the boy his request outright might not be the best thing, she asked, "Why, Mr. Potter?" I want to go visit Tonks. I need to know why she did it, Professor. It can't wait till she gets back to school. I can't have the conversation here at Hogwarts," Harry said. Minerva had never been more torn over a decision in her entire life. On one hand, she had wanted young Harry and Nymphadora to fix their relationship. Mr. Potter was clearly trying to do that. Forgetting the fact that making a portkey was illegal for anyone but the headmaster and that students were not allowed to leave Hogwarts once they decided to stay, the boy wanted to show up at 11 o'clock at night unannounced at Andromeda's home. "Mr. Potter, I don't think that," but that was as far as Minerva got in denying the boy's request. His face looked absolutely destroyed when she started to tell him no. She thought back to what Andromeda told her about Nymphadora being depressed over the break. Deciding that the mental well-being of two students was more important, she changed her thinking. "I don't have the power to make a portkey, Mr. Potter, but I will ask the headmaster, if you'll excuse me for a moment." Harry nodded his head and he watched as his professor threw some powder into her fire, shouted something, and disappeared. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts. Minerva McGonagall stepped out of the fire in the headmaster's office to a strange sight. Professor Dumbledore was attempting to feed his pet phoenix a drop. The phoenix seemed to be chirping in annoyance while the headmaster persisted that he try it. "Albus, surely you can see that Fawkes has no desire for your candy," McGonagall said. Fawkes thrilled in agreement. Dumbledore sighed and put the box of candies back on his desk. "I never understood why no one appreciates a good drop, Minerva," Dumbledore said with a smile. "Yes, well, Albus, I have a problem. I have a rather distraught Mr. Potter in my office. He seems to want to go visit Ms. Tonks in Surrey," McGonagall said bluntly. Dumbledore's face showed shock for a moment before understanding seemed to sink in. "I take it that it has something to do with the parcel you delivered to him?" Dumbledore asked. "I do believe that played a part in it. The present was from young Nymphadora, but she didn't think he would accept it. Andromeda gave it to me last night to hand over to him," McGonagall said. "Minerva, you know the rules as well as I do. No student who decides to stay at Hogwarts may leave unless they are pulled out by their guardians," Dumbledore said. "Really, Albus, I think the mental well-being of two of our students is far more important. Andromeda informs me that Ms. Tonks is completely distraught and slightly depressed. Mr. Potter isn't much better. I don't have to remind you that he only comes out of the Slytherin common room for food. Truthfully, I think if he figured out that the house elves would deliver the food directly to him, he would never leave," McGonagall said. "Minerva, surely they can repair the damage to their friendship when school resumes," Dumbledore said. "Albus, it might be too late. I have been trying to get the two of them to make up for the last 2 months. This is the first time that either of them has actually tried to take steps to rectifying their friendship. Can't you understand that they are both stubborn and independent people, Albus? What if Mr. Potter decides that it's not worth it tomorrow when the effect of Nymphodora's present wears off? Minerva, surely the situation isn't nearly that bad. Dumbledore said. Albus. Mr. Potter told us tonight that his deepest desire was to have Nymphadora back as his friend. The boy had been staring at the blasted mirror for Merlin knows how long, which I'll remind you is your fault. Just give him the portkey, I'll wait with him at Andromeda's and bring him back after they talk. McGonagall said. Albus felt slapped when she had brought up the mirror. It was a low blow, but it didn't make it any less true. The poor boy had lost a lot in his life, and then he stumbled upon a powerful magical object that showed his deepest desire. Albus wasn't sure how long ago he found the mirror, but it was clear it wasn't today. Knowing that this was one argument his transfiguration teacher and confidant would take no for an answer on, Albus sighed and took out a quill. Portus, he said before handing it over to his deputy headmistress. Thank you, Albus, McGonagall said as she took the portkey and flowed back to her office. Dumbledore looked to Fawkes, who was eyeing him carefully. Do you think I did the right thing just now? Dumbledore asked his phoenix. Fawkes thrilled an affirmative, and Dumbledore took solace from that. Smiling slightly, he took out his drops. Fawkes, I get you a package of drops for Christmas each year, and every year you refuse to eat them. Can't you just try them once? Fawkes just chirped indignantly at the headmaster. Outside of Tonks' residence, Surrey. Thank you for doing this, Professor. Harry said as he walked up to the front door of Tonks' house. It was nothing, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Truthfully, they were breaking several very important rules, but it was worth it. Harry took a deep breath before ringing the bell. Harry and McGonagall waited for a few minutes before a very tired and annoyed-looking Andromeda Tonks opened the door. When she saw who it was though, a large smile split across her face. Come in you two, it's dreadfully cold outside, Andromeda said. Harry and McGonagall stepped into the warm house, took off their traveling cloaks, and sat down in the kitchen. Before anyone could say anything though, Harry heard a very familiar voice. Mum, who's calling at this hour? Harry turned around in his seat and saw a very wide-eyed Tonks staring back at him. Harry? Tonks asked hesitantly. Hello, Tonks, Harry said just as hesitantly. Well, we'll leave you two alone. Minerva, would you like to join me in the drawing room for a nightcap? Andromeda asked. I would love to, Andromeda, Minerva said as she got up and followed her out of the room. Harry and Tonks sat at the table looking at each other for a good 10 minutes before Tonks broke the awkward silence. I love your gift, Tonks said weakly as a tear threatened to fall. I love your gift as well, Harry said. What do you mean? Tonks asked, confused. Harry took out the photo album and placed it on the table. Tonks gasped when she saw the gift she had worked so hard on. Her mother must have sent it to him when she took it from her. There was another lengthy silence before Harry looked up at Tonks with tears in his eyes. Why did you do it, Tonks? He asked weakly. Tonks pulled herself together the best she could. I was upset, Harry. I was raised my entire life that word was horrible. I mean, I knew Draco would use it. Hell, he said it on the train when we first met Hermione, but I never thought that you would ever say that. My mum said my dad always had too. I'm not talking about that, Harry snapped. Tonks seemed taken aback. She was sure he was talking about their last fight. What do you mean then? Tonks asked. Why did you choose Granger over me? Why did you throw me out of your life for some stupid know-it-all, who you barely knew? Harry asked. Harry, you were horrible to her for no reason. I still don't understand why you hate her so much. I mean, when you went out of your way to just be mean to her on Halloween, I just thought about how the twins went out of their way to make my life horrible. I just don't understand why you hate her. Tonks said. I hate her because what she represents, Harry said sadly. What do you mean? Tonks asked. Tonks, you know what my life was like before I met you. The Muggle world has treated me horribly. Granger is a Muggleborn, and Muggleborns are a link back to the world that beat me and forced me in a cupboard for 10 years. Harry said as a tear fell down her face. Tonks wanted to smack herself. She never thought about it that way. She just saw him as tormenting a girl who was already hated. Harry, there are so many Muggleborns at Hogwarts, but you don't treat them all like you do Hermione. I don't know any other Muggleborns. Granger is the only person who has ever told me that they were Muggleborn. I mean, I know who is and who isn't a pureblood, but I don't care about half-bloods. Hell, I thought I was a half-blood for a while. You were my best friend and you are a half-blood. It's Muggleborns I can't stand. I'm not a blood purist, Tonks. When I called Granger mudblood, it wasn't because I think she's dirtying up the pureblood gene pool. Harry said. Tonks felt like Harry had stabbed her when he said she was his best friend. Harry, I'm sorry. I thought that you were just hurting her because everyone else was. I'm sorry. I didn't think about it from your point of view. I should have known that you wouldn't hate someone for no reason. Tonks admitted. Harry sighed. So what do we do, Tonks? Where do we go from here? Tonks looked down at the table, unable to meet his eyes. I don't know, Harry. I'm sorry about everything. I'm sorry that I said that to you in front of all those Gryffindors. I was just so mad about what you said. I forgot where we were. I want to be your best friend again, Harry, but I understand if you won't have me. Tonks said as tears started to fall down her face. Harry nodded his head as he stared at the table. I understand why you would be upset with me treating Hermione that way. I reminded you of what happened to you last year. I just wish we could have gotten past this stupid thing before it got so bad. I had a horrible Christmas, Tonks. I wanted to spend Christmas with you. Harry admitted. No Harry, I wanted to spend Christmas with you too. It was horrible here by myself. I felt like it was last year all over again. I mean, Draco would write, but I missed you, so much. When I got your present, I wanted to die. Please forgive me, I'm so sorry, Harry. I'll never do anything like that again. I promise, Tonks said between fits of tears. The two of them looked up from the table at the same time, and they looked into each other's tear-stained face. I forgive you, Tonks. Will you be my best friends again? Harry asked. Yay, Tonks said as she got up and hugged Harry very tightly, tears still falling. Good, Harry said. The two of them stayed in the kitchen and talked about all that they had done without each other for the previous 2 months. Harry told her all about the Mirror of Erised, how far he had gotten during his private lessons, and the 3-headed dog he found in the 3rd-floor charms corridor using his Shadow Mage abilities. Tonks cried when Harry told her what he'd seen in the Mirror of Erised. She smiled when he got excited and talked about his private lessons, and she gasped when she heard about the 3-headed dog. When it was her turn to share what she had been doing, Tonks admitted that she had become friends with Hermione as early as October. Harry didn't like the fact that Hermione and Tonks had gotten close, but he refused to get into another argument with his best friend so quickly after they made up. He just told her that as long as she didn't expect him to become friends with her, he didn't mind. 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall and Mrs. Tonks entered the kitchen to find Harry and Tonks laughing about something. Well, I'm glad that you two are all right, Professor McGonagall said with a very rare smile. Thank you for taking me here, ma'am. I suppose it's time we go back now. Harry said. What? Mum, can't Harry stay? I mean, it's only 2 days before the train goes back. Tonks said. Quickly. Minerva, I would happy to bring Harry to the express in a few days. Andromeda said. McGonagall looked pensive, but then smiled, nodded, and returned to school alone. The next 2 days at Tonks' house were the best of the vacation. They couldn't do any magic, but Harry found out that he could take things with him when he shadow traveled. Tonks was hesitant to be the first person he tried to take with him, but ultimately decided to try it. The result was beyond strange for the both of them. Harry had to constantly hold Tonks' hand to keep her in the shadow realm, but when they were shadows there was no hand to hold really. It was a strange feeling. Harry knew if he wanted to he could let go and she would enter the physical realm, but he didn't know how he held her hand as a shadow. Harry found that it was a lot harder to take someone with him in the shadow realm, and sometimes he would get tired and release Tonks by accident. Another thing that they found out was that if they disagreed about where to go they couldn't move. Harry decided to drop Tonks out of the realm once when they were under her bed and didn't want to leave. Before the two of them realized it was time to go back to Hogwarts, and they made the trip to King's Cross Station. Harry and Tonks found an empty compartment near the end of the train, and Harry helped her put her trunk up. Harry, Harry turned around quickly and smiled as Draco and Blaise looked at him in confusion. "Hey guys," Harry said. "Harry, what are you doing here? I thought you stayed up at Hogwarts." Blaise asked. "Oh, he did, but a few days ago he showed up at my house with Professor McGonagall and we made up," Tonks said from the corner. Draco smiled brightly. "Finally. Merlin, it took you too long enough." Harry and Tonks smiled sheepishly and nodded their heads. The ride back to Hogwarts was fairly uneventful. That was until Hermione Granger showed up after seeing Tonks through the compartment window. "Hey Tonks," Hermione said as she opened the door. She froze though when she saw the 3 Slytherins Tonks was sitting with. I'll just go find another compartment." Tonks looked incredibly torn as she looked between Harry and Hermione. Harry knew that Tonks would never leave the compartment. Not after they had just made up, but he also knew that she wanted to talk to the mudblood. Taking a deep breath, Harry said, "Tonks, if you want to go talk to her, go, it's fine." "No, Harry. I'll stay," Tonks said. "Tonks, I know you'd never choose her over me, but I also know that you want to talk to her. So go, it's fine," Harry said hesitantly. Tonks smiled brightly and kissed him on the cheek. "Thank you, Harry," she said as she left to go find Hermione. "Harry, what the hell was that? Is Tonks friends with that trash?" Draco asked in shock. Harry sighed. "Yay, she is. She told me she was starting to get close to her as early as October." "I don't like it either, Draco, but I'm not going to get into another fight with Tonks again so soon. Not over some stupid mudblood," Harry said in a tone that said the conversation was over. Draco wanted to go run after his cousin and shake some sense into her. However, he didn't want to upset Harry or his emotionally charged cousin and get another stinging hex to the bits. Blaise just looked on curiously. His family was never one for the whole blood purity thing, and he didn't exactly have an opinion on it. Needless to say, he just stayed quiet until the conversation shifted to less controversial topics. Hermione Granger's compartment, Hogwarts Express. Tonks left Harry's compartment in search for Hermione. She found her alone in a compartment near the front of the train. "Hey, Hermione," Tonks said. Hermione looked up. Tonks sighed. Hermione's face was red and puffy. She looked like she had been crying. "Hey, Tonks, why are you here?" Hermione sniffed. Tonks sat down next to her and smiled. "Because I'm your friend, you daft witch," Tonks said with a smile. Hermione sniffed again. "Why? I mean, I saw you with Potter and Malfoy. You clearly made up with Harry. Why would you want to be my friend?" "Hey, there is nothing that says I can't be friends with both you," Tonks said. Hermione shook her head. "Yes there is, Tonks. Harry hates me. I don't know why, but he does. You'll eventually have to choose between us, and I know you won't choose me." Tonks sighed. A part of her agreed with Hermione, but she couldn't bring herself to think about that. "Harry doesn't hate you, Hermione." "Yes he does. He goes out of his way to make me feel bad," Hermione screamed. Tonks closed the compartment door, put up a silencing charm, and locked the door. "Hermione, I'll tell you why Harry doesn't like you, but you have to give me a witch's oath to never repeat what I tell you." "Harry will kill me if he found out I told you," Tonks said. Hermione was hesitant, but a part of her wanted to know what she did to make the famous wizard dislike her. "How do I make the oath?" "Raise your wand, say your name, and then say you swear on your life and your magic to never repeat what Nimodora Tonks tells you in this compartment about Harry Potter," Tonks said. Hermione raised her wand and said, "I, Hermione Jane Granger, swear on my life and my magic that I will not repeat what Nymphadora Tonks tells me about Harry Potter in this compartment." There was a flare of magic, and Tonks was satisfied with the oath. "Hermione, let me just say first that Harry doesn't hate you, he hates that you're Muggleborn," Tonks said. "But that's stupid, there are tons of Muggleborns at Hogwarts, he doesn't treat them all like he does me," Hermione said. "Hermione, Harry only knows for sure of one Muggleborn, you. He knows who is and who isn't a pureblood, but he's got no problem with halfbloods. It's Muggleborns he hates," Tonks said. Hermione's eyes widened. "So because I'm the only person he's sure is Muggleborn he hates me. But why does he hate Muggleborns and not halfbloods? I thought all purebloods hate anyone who isn't pureblood." Tonks sighed. "Hermione, Harry thought he was a halfblood until he underwent a blood purity ritual. He also met me before any other wizard or witch, so I think a part of him can't hate halfbloods because he always liked me. You were the first Muggleborn that he ever met." But, he seemed to hate me the minute I told him I was Muggleborn. He didn't even give me a chance. Hermione demanded. Hermione, Harry's Muggle relatives didn't treat him well. Tonks said. When Hermione just gave her a confused look, Tonks sighed and elaborated. They abused him, Hermione. His uncle beat him daily, and forced him to live in a cupboard under the stairs. Hermione's eyes went wide with that and her face paled. That's terrible. That's not all. His cousin would beat him up and get other kids to beat him up as well. The first time I ever saw Harry, he was bleeding all over the place hiding in some bushes. My mum and I fixed him up, but when we brought him back to his uncle, he was beaten for not being home by curfew. Tonks said as a tear fell down her face. Hermione looked like she didn't want to believe it. Tonks, wow. Can you at least see it from Harry's perspective now, Hermione? He hates Muggles because all they've ever shown him is pain. He sees you and all Muggleborns as a link to a world he wants to forget. Tonks said. So, what do I do, Tonks? I mean I can't just not be Muggleborn. Hermione said. I know, and that's what makes it so unfair. You are suffering for something you can't change, and Harry can't help but hate you for reminding him of his past. Tonks said. The two girls sat in silence for some time. For once in her life, Hermione had no clue how to fix a problem and no book could help her. The month of January had been Harry's best since his first month at Hogwarts. Not only was Tonks back as his best friend, but McGonagall had restarted their private sessions. Harry smiled as he thought back to his first lesson with the usually stoic teacher, whom he now considered his second favorite professor after Flitwick. Flashback. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said. Thank you, ma'am, it's great to be back. Harry admitted. Yes, well, I trust that you've been keeping up with your study of theory. McGonagall asked. Yes, ma'am, I'm actually ahead. I've read up to transfiguring inanimate objects into other inanimate objects. Harry replied. Excellent. Now today we are going to do something different. Excluding your last few theory tests, you have always shown that you can explain the theory well, regardless of how difficult I make the wording. McGonagall said with a smirk. Does that mean I don't have to do them anymore? Harry asked hopefully. Oh heavens no, Mr. Potter, McGonagall smirked, but for today you will not be taking one. I have a different idea. I have a large number of first-year transfiguration tests that I put off grading over the holidays. Needless to say, some of your fellow students have gotten on me about getting them back to you. Ravenclaws. Harry thought. And not all of them, Ravenclaws. McGonagall said. Granger. Harry thought. So what do you want me to do while you grade? Harry asked. Oh no, Mr. Potter, you misunderstand me. You will be helping me grade the papers. We will do that for the first 30 minutes. McGonagall said. But why? Harry asked confused. Spotting mistakes is often just as important as understanding, Mr. Potter. If you are serious about achieving a mastery, I should tell you there is an entire section about spotting the flawed part in transfiguration theory on the test. It is among the most difficult areas, to be honest. McGonagall said. Harry nodded his head in understanding, and accepted a rather large pile of papers from McGonagall. Together the two of them started to grade the papers. Harry was astounded by some of the idiotic answers his classmates gave. A Hufflepuff named Ernie Macmillan actually said the reason a mouse turns into a teacup is because you say the incantation. Harry actually started to enjoy failing a large number of them or awarding no points for horrendous answers. That was until he got to a one Hermione Granger's paper. Harry wanted to scream as he read through her answers. It was like the girl literally swallowed the textbook. After he read her fourth answer, he couldn't take it anymore. He just started to cross out every line that he knew was a direct quote from the book. When he realized that he had crossed out most of the paper, he scanned the paper again. When he finished, he realized that the girl had made a fatal error, which caused him to smile evilly. At the bottom of her test he wrote, "Plagiarism will not be tolerated." The assignment was to be in your own words, not the author's. You did not list your sources when you copied the answers directly out of the book and claimed them as your own. Transfiguration is about more than just memorizing text. You do not describe any of the mental focus or skills that are required for any of the transfigurations. While your answers are correct, the manner you present them and your short-sightedness is not. At the top of the page he wrote a big T for troll. Smirking, he handed the paper to McGonagall. Harry enjoyed. Watching his Transfiguration teacher's shocked face when she realized whose paper he had effectively given a 0. Harry smirked as his professor tightened her lips, but then shook her head in defeat. She knew he was right, and that made it even better for Harry. Was that really necessary, Mr. Potter? She asked. Harry's smirk was almost on the verge of a full smile. I believe it was, Professor. She can't just copy the words straight from the text and pass it off as her own. You never let me get away with that. Harry said. I will warn Miss Granger of this for the future. Don't you think it to be prudent to perhaps just give her a warning first? McGonagall asked. Harry could tell his teacher clearly had a soft spot for the Muggleborn. But Professor, you warned us about plagiarism on the first day of class. I think by giving this paper back to Hermione, you will set a precedent that this is not acceptable. I am going to go over her answers personally, Mr. Potter. Surely she interjected her own opinion somewhere. McGonagall said. Oh yes, she did. If you look, there are a few places that I didn't scratch out. If you want to grade those words since they are her own work, feel free. Harry said, knowing that the girl's only real words were her name and a few isolated thoughts. Very well, Mr. Potter. Let's move on to the practical. McGonagall said with pursed lips. End flashback. Harry smiled as he recalled Hermione's reaction to hearing that he, Harry Potter, had graded her paper and found her guilty of plagiarism. She looked like she was going to cry when McGonagall handed her paper back with a large T on it. Maybe it was seeing how terribly sad the mudblood looked, but McGonagall eventually allowed her to make up the test. Hermione turned to Harry when McGonagall said that and smirked. Harry got the last laugh though when McGonagall told her to hold on to her old test as everything that he had written was absolutely true, and that the highest grade she could achieve on the makeup would be unacceptable. Great Hall, Hogwarts. It was now January the 24th and Harry, Draco, and Blaise were busy shocking the entire Slytherin table by showing up wearing red and gold to support Gryffindor in the Quidditch game later that day. Harry enjoyed seeing a vein in Snape's temple look like it was going to pop when they first sat down. Potter, why are we doing this again? Blaise hissed. Oh, back to Potter now are we, Blaise? Harry asked. When you make me dress up as a Gryffindor, you are damn right you are, Potter. Blaise said sharply. I bet if I dressed you up like a Hufflepuff you wouldn't mind. Susan might even like you a little more. Harry said with a smirk as Blaise colored. It was no secret that Blaise and Susan had grown close. Blaise had even told Draco and Harry that they had visited each other over Christmas. We are just friends, Potter. It's not like having a girl as a close friend is impossible. Isn't Tonks one of your best friends? Blaise responded. Okay, you win. You two are just friends. Harry said sarcastically. Watch it, Harry. I might tell Susan that you and Draco are going to give the Hufflepuffs a hard time during the game. I have a feeling the other Slytherins won't want you to sit with them. The Ravenclaws won't like someone with Gryffindor colors in their stands when they are playing them, and I don't think the Lions will be all that accepting of you too. So, be nice. Blaise threatened. Harry and Draco grimaced. Blaise was right and they all knew it. I swear to Merlin, Tonks had better catch that damn snitch. I am not going to dress up in these horrendous colors only to see her lose. Draco said very loudly. Most the Slytherins laughed at that, and Harry thought he even saw a smile start to appear on McGonagall's face for a second when he looked up at the staff table. Oh, don't worry, cousin, I'll be sure to catch the snitch quick for you. I mean, I wouldn't want you to have to wear such horrible colors that long. Tonks called out as she walked past the Slytherin table with the rest of the Gryffindor team. Harry and Blaise laughed as Draco demanded that she do just that. A few minutes later, the three of them walked over the Hufflepuff table where they met up with Susan and a few of her friends. Hi, I'm Harry. Harry said pleasantly to the two people standing next to Susan. Hannah Abbott. The girl Harry recognized as the pigtailed girl who was the first to be sorted said. Ernie Macmillan. The other boy drawled. Oh, I know that name. I failed you on the last transfiguration test. You actually said it was the incantation that made the mouse turn into a teacup. Harry said with a laugh. Ernie's eyes darkened at that news. That was you who McGonagall let grade the last test. You are a terrible grader. I could think of at least 4 questions I should have gotten at least half credit on. I mean, you gave me dreadful. Oh, you just probably wrote your usually squabble and got called out on it, Ernie. I got an E and Hannah actually got an O on that test. Susan said brightly. Harry decided not to tell them that he didn't grade their papers. Draco Malfoy. Draco said as she shook Hannah's hand and politely keyed it. Hannah blushed slightly and Ernie looked like he wanted to punch Draco. Harry smirked as Salazar rose out of his robes and observed the newcomers. That boy ISSSS mad at the rabbit. I like him already. Salazar hissed. Harry just smirked as he shot Draco a, Salazar just insulted you, again, look. Damn snake. Draco said a little too loud. I thought all Slytherins liked snakes, Malfoy. Ernie said darkly. Yay, well, Harry's snake has some sick twisted desire to make my life hell. Draco muttered as Harry and Blaise smiled. I'm sure he's not that bad. Susan said, grinning at Draco's pout. Blaise informed her over Christmas that Salazar and Draco didn't see eye to eye. Can I pet him? Susan asked. Okay, I don't think he's ever been pet before though. Harry said hesitantly. What, you don't pet him? Hannah said in shock. Well, no. Harry admitted. Boys. The two Hufflepuff girls said as they extended their hands and began stroking Salazar's slick skin. What are they doing? Salazar demanded. Harry just smiled. What ISSS this? Why did they insist on touching me? What ISSSS the purpose? Salazar demanded. Okay, we have to get going if we are going to make the start of the game. Harry said. I want an answer. What is that madness? Salazar hissed. Harry fell back from the group as they were walking to the pitch. They were just petting you to SS show that they liked you. Harry answered. It was his SS Strange tell them not to do it again. I am not some dog. Salazar hissed. I will. Harry hissed as he ran to catch up to the group. The six of them found seats high up in the Hufflepuff section. Harry and Draco both took out a piece of parchment and a quill. Flint had them on scouting detail. Harry had to watch Cho Chang, the Ravenclaw Seeker, and Draco had to watch the Ravenclaw Chasers. Welcome witches and wizards to the third game of this year's Quidditch Cup. The standings thus far are as follows. In first place, Hufflepuff House with a record of 1-0 and 260 points. In second, Slytherin House with a record of 1-0 and 200 points. In third place, is Gryffindor House with a record of 0-1 and 190 points. In fourth, Ravenclaw House with a record of 0-1 and 160 points. Lee Jordan's magically amplified voice shouted. Today is a match between the Eagles of Ravenclaw and the Lions of Gryffindor. Now entering from the north side of the pitch are the Lions led by keeper and captain Oliver Wood. Following him are the three best and most attractive chasers in the school. Jordan. McGonagall shouted. Sorry, Professor. Johnson, Bell, and Spinnet. Next the Weasley twins, Fred and George are the beaters. Finally at Seeker, Toonks. Now entering from the south side of the pitch. Harry tuned out Jordan, he didn't care about the Ravenclaw team. All he had to do was watch Chong and Tonks. He was going to do it anyway, so taking notes was not that bad. So who do you think will be our toughest competition this year? A boy said loudly one row above them. I dunno actually. Gryffindor is going to be really tough. Their chasers are really good, and their new seeker is really good as well. A boy responded. Harry and Draco found themselves listening into the conversation much to the amusement of Blaise, Susan, and Hannah. Ernie just looked like he wanted to tell his housemates to stop talking. Yay, I thought for sure that she was going to catch the snitch last game until Potter lost his damn mind and jumped off his broom. The first boy said. Hey, it was a risky move, but it worked and they won. I can't say I would have done that. I heard he fractured every bone in both his legs when he hit the ground. That's why I think Slytherin is going to be our toughest opponent. They are our next game and Potter's a damn good seeker. I mean Flint's a terrible captain and their chasers and beaters are subpar. If we can just extend the game long enough to go up 150 points, we'll have a shot. The second boy said. Seed, surely you think that you can beat Potter to the snitch. I mean that girl Tonks was flying a clean sweep 7, you've got a nimbus like Potter. The first boy said. I never thought the brooms mattered much. Potter's the kind of player who'll kill himself to get the snitch before you do. You saw in the last game when that bludger snapped his wrist and he kept playing. He's either got one hell of a pain tolerance or he's just that determined, either way it's not good for us. The boy named Seed said. True, but I think you're selling yourself short, Cedric. I mean, you're an awesome seeker. You'll probably be captain next year. The first boy said. I'm sure Potter will be captain eventual as well someday. He's just got that, I dunno, he's got the bravado. You know, that necessary cockiness when he's in the air. I tutor Montague, you know, that really stupid chaser on the Slytherin team, and he told me that everyone in the house hates that he and his friend brag so much, but they can't argue with results and Potter's really good. Seed said. Is this the same Montague who you claim leaked out a lot of the Slytherin strategy to you? The first boy asked. Yee. Hey Potter, how do you like sitting with the puffs? Ernie yelled very loud, causing the two boys sitting above Draco and Harry to stop talking. Harry could have hexed Ernie right there. That kid, Cedric, apparently was getting Montague to leak their game strategy. Harry was enraged, but when he turned to look at Draco he saw only a massive smile on his friend's face. Potter. Harry looked up and the two older Hufflepuffs who were looking at him in shock. Yes. Can I do something for you too? Harry asked. What are you doing sitting here? The first boy yelled. Watching the game. You honestly don't think I can support Tonks and sit in the Slytherin stands, do you? Harry asked cheekily. How much of our conversation did you hear? Cedric asked. Only enough to tell you that Montague won't be on the team much longer. Harry replied with a grin. Damn it. Why did you have to bring that up, Stephen? Cedric screamed. What? How was I supposed to know the little snake would be spying on us? Stephen replied. Technically I wasn't spying on you. I'm spying on Chong. Harry clarified as he pointed up to the game as Gryffindor scored another goal, making it 80-30 in their favor. Great. Well, since Montague is probably going to be off the team, do you want to tell me who your new chaser is going to be? Cedric said with a movie star grin. Don't worry, we'll be sure to tell whoever it is to avoid you like the plague. Draco said, leaning back to join the conversation. Blast. Cedric said. Harry, look at Tonks. Blaze shouted. Harry, Draco, and Cedric all looked up into the air. Tonks was in a very steep dive heading straight for the ground. She's going to crash. Hannah screamed. No, she's not. Draco and Harry said as Tonks pulled out of the dive, the snitch clutched in her hand. Harry whooped proudly as his best friend did a victory lap. When she passed by where they were in the Hufflepuff stands, she stopped and started to laugh. Oh Draco, that scarf is hideous. Tonks said as she sped off towards the ground, Draco cursing her as she flew away. Harry, Draco, Blaze, Susan, and Hannah walked down the stands. Ernie spotted one of his dorm mates and decided to talk to them for a while after the game. So what did you guys think of sitting with a couple of puffs? Hannah asked. Well, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Harry said with a grin. Yay, you thought that you puffs actually spied on other people. Merlin, you would have destroyed us. Draco said. Draco, I told you on the train not to underestimate Hufflepuffs. My Auntie Amelia was a beater back in her day and was on a team where Hufflepuff won the Quidditch Cup. Susan said. Draco raised his hands in surrender. I will never again look down on the Puffs. Not when you guys are just as sly as some Slytherins. I mean that Cedric was a genius. Montague was always stupid, but no one would have suspected a Puff of tricking a Slytherin. Draco admitted. Potter. Malfoy. Get over here. Flint yelled. Draco and Harry said goodbye to the group and ran over to where their captain stood with Professor Snape. All right, you two, let's see those notes you've got. Flint said. Marcus, we have something better than notes. Draco said. I hope it's not more of that horrendous clothing, Draco. Snape said as he eyed the Gryffindor colors with distaste. No sir. We were sitting in the Hufflepuff stands when these two kids started to talk right above us. This one kid, Cedric, I think he was the Hufflepuff seeker, Draco said. Yes, Cedric Diggory. A blonde-haired boy. He's actually a decent player. Flint said and Snape nodded in agreement. Yes, well, he was in a conversation with his friend, Harry. What was the other kid's name? Draco asked. Stephen. Harry responded promptly. Yes, Stephen Allen. He's the Hufflepuff keeper. Snape said. Yes sir, well, they were talking about who they thought would be their toughest team to face. Cedric mentioned that he tutors Montague and that he'd been tricking him into revealing our game strategy. Draco said. What? Snape yelled. You are sure of this? They weren't just setting you up? Flint asked quickly. No. As soon as Cedric started to answer the question, a Hufflepuff we were sitting with screamed out Harry's name and alerted them to our being there. Draco said. Of all the stupid things. I bet Diggory leaked some of it to the Gryffindors. I knew there was a reason our plays were having no effect. Some of those we put in place 2 nights before, sir. Flint said to Snape. Flitwick mentioned that Diggory was tutoring Montague in charms. Blast. Montague is off the team, Flint. We can't have leaks, not when we are in the hunt for the cup. Snape said. I agree, sir, but who takes his place? Flint asked. Well, I think that since young Mr. Malfoy helped to find out our leak, he should get first shot. If he plays poorly, we can sub him out. Snape said. This isn't good though, sir. I mean, we'll have to completely redraw our strategies and we play Hufflepuff in 2 weeks. Flint said with exasperation. Well then, I'll get back to the castle and book the pitch as often as I can for you. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, excellent job. 10 points for demonstrating why Slytherin is the most cunning house. I guess those ridiculous outfits did serve some purpose after all. Snape said as he swept back to the castle, his cloak billowing behind him. All right, Malfoy, Potter. We are going to be stepping up our training this week, so clear your schedules. Flint said. You know I can't do that. I've got extra lessons with Flitwick and McGonagall, neither of them will move the times. Harry said. Fine, but Merlin help you if you don't catch the bloody snitch, Potter. Malfoy, you don't have an excuse, do you? Flint asked. No, I'll be there ready to play. Draco said strongly. Good, cause I'm not going to lose to some ruddy Hufflepuffs. Flint roared as he left. It took a second for Draco to realize exactly what happened. Harry, am I really starting the next game at Chaser? Draco asked. Harry smiled brightly. Congratulations, mate. You had better thank Tonks for those clothes. I don't think those two would have talked so freely if they knew we were Slytherins. You're right. I'll do that right after I write father. Draco said as he raced back to the castle. Great Hall, Hogwarts. The next 2 weeks pasted in absolute bliss for Harry, Tonks, and Draco. Tonks was still riding the high of Gryffindor's dominating victory against Ravenclaw. Even a few Slytherins who sat near them at dinner congratulated her on the catch. Professor McGonagall seemed very happy about the win, ecstatic even. So much so, that in their first private lesson after the match, they spent the first 20 minutes talking about Quidditch. Harry was surprised when his usually by-the-book teacher admitted to giving Tonks 10 points for handing her a quill the day before. Harry knew McGonagall was a huge Quidditch fan and bleed Gryffindor gold. When he looked at it from her perspective, he saw why she was so excited. The fact was, she had hands down at least the second best seeker in the school in Tonks. Her chasers communicated and played together better than anyone else. She had a pair of human bludgers who were the cause of chaos on and off the pitch. Finally, she had a captain in Oliver Wood who was obsessed and wanted to play as a professional keeper. What was more impressive was that this group would stick together for the next 2 years while every other team would be losing players and having to readjust their team lineup. So Harry could see why even in a year where she wasn't the frontrunner to win the Quidditch Cup, she could still be excited. Harry was also thrilled that Flitwick announced that they would be moving on to second-year charms and theory now that he had officially completed everything for first year. Truthfully, Harry felt ready to move on a few weeks ago, but he trusted Flitwick's judgment and waited. Flitwick now had him working on simple animation. The process was difficult, but very fun. Harry wanted to know how to charm a ball with wings so that he could practice catching the snitch over summer. Flitwick said if he worked hard, he might be able to reach that level by the end of the term. Needless to say, Harry was more than motivated. Unfortunately, he was a long way away from getting to that point. The most he had done so far was making a toy soldier salute him. Flitwick said it was a very impressive start, but it was a long way from the mini-war that Flitwick did with several soldiers when he introduced animation. Draco was as giddy as Harry had ever seen him. Lucius had ridden him back to congratulate him for making the starting team in his first year. He also informed Draco that both he and Narcissa would be attending the next Slytherin Quidditch game. Harry was impressed with how much Draco threw himself into the practices. Even Flint noticed and would constantly harass the other players to pick it up to Draco's level. To top everything off, Ron Weasley had to be taken to the hospital wing for an infectious green bite to his left hand. Draco and Harry howled with laughter when they found out. They enjoyed theorizing about what could have bitten him. Draco swore that it was an Occamy that he saw Hagrid playing with in his hut. Harry just rolled his eyes. Alchemies were rare and highly illegal in England. Plus, Salazar told him that if an alchemy was in fact on Hogwarts grounds he would be able to tell something about their particular smell. When he asked about how sensitive Salazar's nose was, his familiar almost bit him for his ignorance. How was he supposed to know that snakes smelled by using their tongues? In fact, the only thing that was truly bad at Hogwarts was the weather. It had been raining for the last 5 days and it was supposed to continue. Before anyone had realized it, the day of the match had arrived. Harry went down to breakfast where he spotted a flustered Draco Malfoy. Of course, to anyone who didn't know Draco, they would have taken it as cool indifference. Harry just smiled and took a seat next to Blaise. "Merlin, calm down, Draco," Harry said quietly. "Easy for you to say, Harry, you've done this already. Plus you're a natural flyer," Draco pointed out. "So what? You are the best chaser on this team and you know that. Flint doesn't hold a candle to you, and Pusey is rubbish. You are going to be the one who carries us in this game. The strategies that we've been working on the last 2 weeks are completely new, and you've picked it up great," Harry said. "You think?" Draco asked. "Are you kidding me? Draco, you're Draco Malfoy, heir to the House of Malfoy. A direct line to Morgan Le Fay. Are you going to let some stupid Hufflepuff beat you?" Harry said strongly. "Hell no," Draco said strongly as several people looked at him. "Good," Harry said as his friend noticeably relaxed. Flint called the team to the locker room a little while later and Draco and Harry left to the cheers of the Slytherin team. Slytherin changing room. "All right guys. This is our time. The last game was close, but we smoked out the traitor. Remember, these are just a bunch of Hufflepuffs out there, nothing else. There is not a damn reason scenario I can conceive where we don't win this game by 300 points. Now let's get out there and kick some Badger ass," Flint said. When Flint was done speaking, the team all got up, picked up their brooms, and flew outside. The conditions for the match were horrible. The wind was whipping strongly from every direction and it was raining like mad. Harry was glad that Flitwick had taught him the water-repelling and sticking charm for his glasses. If he didn't have those, he was sure he'd never find the snitch. When Lee Jordan finished his announcing of the standings and teams, Harry landed and stood behind Flint. Madam Hooch instructed the captains to shake hands and a moment later her whistle sounded. Harry shot off into the air and noticed that Diggory was only a few feet away from him. "Plan on marking me, Seed?" Harry asked. "Nah, just wanted to say good luck," Diggory responded. "Such a Hufflepuff," Harry shouted back. "Over the wind. And damn proud of it, you Slytherin," Diggory yelled back with a laugh. Harry had to dodge a bludger, officially ending the conversation. He started to fly around looking for the snitch when, much to his astonishment, Madam Hooch signaled for a timeout to Slytherin. Harry flew down to see exactly what the hell was going on. "Okay Draco, what's so important that we had to waste our first timeout already? It has been less than 30 seconds. Flint asked impatiently. "Marcus, look at their beaters' positions. Look where their keeper is. They set up their entire defense around our old strategy. Montague must have gotten pissed off and told Diggory the rest of our plays," Draco said quickly. Flint eyed the opposition's setup and grinned. "Merlin, you're right Draco, good catch. Alright guys, listen, this is what we are going to do. We are going to start by playing our old game. Show them exactly what they want. Then after 5 minutes I'll take the quaffle and fly to the center of the field and do a flip. That'll be the sign to move to our new strategy. Hopefully the idiots will be so sure of themselves and Montague's information that we'll rack up a huge lead. Potter, the snitch is going to be a bye. CH2C, so just make sure that Diggory doesn't get to it before you. We'll give you a big enough lead so that it won't matter eventually," Flint said. The team took back to the air and Hooch signaled for play to restart. Harry was shocked. "I can't believe that Montague would be stupid enough to turn over our entire strategy to Diggory. He is going to really get it later tonight when the rest of the common room finds out." Harry noticed that Flint's plan seemed to work exactly as he wanted. For the first few minutes, the Hufflepuffs essentially held the Slytherin chasers at bay. It was 10-20 Hufflepuff when Flint signaled for the new strategy. The result was the fastest tallying of points Harry had ever seen. Draco seemed to outfly the entire Hufflepuff team as he led the Slytherin chasers to 100 unanswered points, bringing the score to 110-20. Harry saw Diggory's shocked expression when the Slytherins instituted their new strategy and couldn't help but shout, "Hope you didn't plan your entire defense on what Montague told you." Diggory whipped his head back to Harry. Diggory's eyes were wide with shock. The score was 140-20 when the Hufflepuffs called their first time out. When they broke, they quickly took on a new strategy, but the damage was already done. The Hufflepuff chasers were exhausted from chasing the Slytherins across the pitch and constantly being on the defensive. Their keeper, Stephen Allen, had taken several hits by bludgers, and he looked like he was about to pass out on his broom. When Slytherin went up 160 points, Harry abandoned marking Diggory and started to fly around the pitch looking for the snitch. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky and that's when Harry saw it. The snitch was illuminated for a moment near the teacher's stands. He immediately tore off directly towards them. Diggory quickly followed, but at a distance clearly he didn't see the snitch when the lightning flashed. When Harry got to where he last saw the snitch he looked in every direction. Finally he looked down. Floating 100 feet below him was the little golden ball. This time Diggory saw it first and was already racing after it. Harry pushed his broom downwards and was quickly flying at a steep 90-degree angle. Harry had the angle and the speed on Diggory, but Diggory was still slightly ahead. Both seekers were about 20 feet off the ground and traveling at their top speeds to catch the ball, which was just floating perfectly still. Both seekers stuck out their hands to grab the snitch, but Diggory reduced his broom's speed slightly so that he wouldn't crash into the ground. Harry did no such thing and continued to go full speed. He caught the snitch in his right hand, however, he was unable to pull up and his broom smashed into the pitch, sending him crashing across the waterlogged field. He blacked out a moment after. Hospital wing, Hogwarts. Harry woke up in the hospital wing and beaked slightly. "Well, Mr. Potter, good of you to finally wake up," Madame Pomfrey said. "How long was I out?" Harry asked. 4 hours. Not bad considering your injuries. I still can't believe they let you play that horrid game in those kinds of conditions. Really, it's a miracle only a few of you needed any treatment. Madame Pomfrey continued to rant for a while and Harry just tuned her out. The sight of several people stepping through the hospital doors though caused Harry to smile. Draco, Flint, Tonks, and Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy quickly strode into the room. "Harry, you're finally awake, it's about time," Tonks said with a grin. "That was some catch, Harry. I mean, you did know we were already up 160 points, right?" Draco asked. "Yay, but Flint said we should have won by 300 after all, they were just Hufflepuffs," Harry said with a grin. "Damn right, Potter. That's the attitude I like," Flint said with a massive grin. "Good catch on Hufflepuff defending to our old strategy, Draco. That was brilliant," Harry said. "Yay, so everyone keeps telling me," Draco said with a slight blush. "Ah, does Ickle Draco not like the limelight?" Tonks said with a grin. "Stuff it, Tonks. I'd just rather be making things work behind the scenes," Draco said. "Like a true Slytherin," Lucius said proudly, clamping Draco on the shoulder. "When are they going to let you out of here?" Narcissa asked. "It will be never unless you leave right now. The boy has blunt trauma to the head. Now out," Madame Pomfrey said, coming back into the room. "Oh Harry, I forgot, here is your potions essay. I won't lie to you, you really screwed the pooch on this one, but Snape said that if you want to rewrite it and turn it in on Monday he'd take it. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy. He was with Sprout at the time, and I swear I saw him smiling," Draco said as he handed Harry an essay with a large P on it. Draco, what about my book? How am I supposed to do it?" Harry asked. "Oh, damn, you're right," Draco said, looking around. A smile quickly spread across his face. "Oh, why Weasley isn't using his," Draco said as he walked across the room to where Ron was sleeping. Draco shuffled through all the books that were next to him on a dresser before finding a potions book. "Okay, there you go. Thanks," Harry said with a smile. "Get better soon, Harry," Tonks said as Madame Pomfrey shooed them all outside. Harry decided that if he redid the essay and got it to Snape tomorrow, Snape might be in a bit better mood to grade his paper than on Monday when the euphoria of the win died down. Harry grabbed Weasley's potions book and opened it up. A small piece of parchment fell out of it. Harry curiously opened the parchment. It was a letter. "Ron, it's good to hear from you. I'm sorry to hear that Potter is a jerk." Harry felt his blood boil. Weasley was complaining to his family about him. I'm a little shocked that Hagrid is actually raising a dragon in his hut. I mean, I knew Hagrid was a little crazy, but wow. Harry froze. He couldn't believe it. Hagrid was raising a dragon. Suddenly what Draco said about an Occamy came back to him. Harry hit himself on the head. The wings, the long body. It wasn't an Occamy. Draco saw it was a bloody baby dragon. Now Norwegian Ridgebacks are a rare breed, Ron, but if you and your friends can get it up to the top of the North Tower on the 8th February at midnight, then my friends will be able to get it to me in Romania. It's good talking to you, little brother. Charlie. Suddenly Harry smiled. The thought of getting Weasley's friends in trouble for walking about the school at night with a dragon was almost too perfect. Harry pocketed the letter and started to work on his essay. Tomorrow night he was going to be laughing as Gryffindor lost at least 100 points. Harry left the hospital wing at 11 am the next morning. He politely gave Weasley back his potions book, and did his best not to grin at the idiot. Seriously, who just leaves something as valuable as that letter lying around in a potions book? When Harry entered the Slytherin common room, he was surprised to see Snape yelling at several 7th years. When he got closer and heard the words, "How dare you bring fire whiskey?" Harry figured that the partying probably got a little too wild last night. Snape turned around when the wall closed and Harry walked up to him. Professor, here is my potions essay. Draco told me you'd let me rewrite it," Harry said, offering up his essay. "Yes, thank you, Potter," Snape said in a dismissive manner as he took the essay and continued to berate the 7th years. Harry went up the stairs to his dorm room where he found Draco polishing his broomstick. "All ready for the next game, are we?" Harry asked with a smile. Draco looked up and grinned. "Hey, the old bat let you old finally. You missed a killer party last night. Husey and Derek got Montague drunk and then the entire common room took turns hexing him. Flint was so smashed. You know those two 7th year girls, Jasmine and Veronica, well, he takes them up on one of the tables. Draco is interesting as I'm sure that story really is. I've got something to show you," Harry said as he took out Weasley's letter. Draco read the letter and his eyes grew narrow. "So what do we do? Tell a teacher?" Draco asked. "And have Filch bollocks it up for us again. I suggest we get to the North Tower and ambush the bloody Gryffindors," Harry said with a grin. "How are we supposed to get up there without anyone seeing us?" Draco asked. Harry grinned and took out his invisibility cloak from his trunk. Draco gasped when he saw it. "Is that real?" Draco said. "Yep, I haven't really used it a lot because I can shadow travel. If it was just me, I'd just shadow travel up there, but I don't think that you will be willing to miss out on this one. Am I right?" Harry asked. "Yeah, you're right, but why don't you just shadow travel both of us up to the tower? Tonks told me you figured out how to take people with you," Draco asked. "I took Tonks around her room a few times, Draco, and that was hard to do. I'd never get both of us all the way up to the North Tower and back without dropping out of the Shadow Realm every 10 feet. Harry said. "Okay, I understand. So when do you want to leave?" Draco asked. "How about tonight at 11? That will give us enough time to get up there and get ready," Harry said. "Sounds good," Draco said with a smile. The rest of the day passed painfully slow for the two Slytherins. Tonks didn't sit with them at dinner. For some reason, she decided to sit with Hermione Granger and Lee Jordan. The three of them appeared to be deep in conversation. Harry and Draco actually didn't mind. Tonight they had bigger fish to fry than some stupid mudblood like Granger. At 11 o'clock the two Slytherins tossed the cloak over themselves and left the dungeons. It took a long time to reach the top of the North Tower. It took them so long that they only made it with 5 minutes till midnight. Luckily the idiotic Gryffindors hadn't shown up yet, nor had the dragon handlers. At 12:10, Draco and Harry were starting. To think that they missed them, but sure enough a few voices could be heard coming up the stairs. Harry grinned when he recognized the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, and Hermione Granger. Draco tapped his shoulder and pointed to the window. Harry saw a few faint dots in the distance and cursed his luck. He wanted to have the Gryffindors subdued before the blasted dragon handlers arrived. Throwing cautions to the wind, Harry and Draco tossed off the cloak and opened the door to the hallway. They gasped when they saw Tonks and Neville Longbottom helping to carry a large crate. "Tonks, what are you doing here?" Harry hissed. The 6 Gryffindors looked equally as shocked to see the two Slytherin boys. Harry, what are you doing here? Tonks yelled. I'm here to hex a bunch of Gryffindors, and then get them in trouble for helping to move an illegal dragon. Harry said darkly. Smart Harry. Draco commented dryly. It was only then that Harry realized that the other 5 Gryffindors had put the crate down inside the room and drawn their wands on the 2 Slytherins. Put those away, Tonks said. Why? You heard him, he wants to get us expelled. Lee said. Tonks, what are you doing here? Harry asked again, fingering his wand slightly. Hermione, Neville, and I overheard these 3 idiots trying to move a dragon out of the school. We decided to help, Tonks said, exasperated. Why? Harry asked in shock. Merlin, Potter, it's a bloody dragon. It's dangerous. It has to be taken away before it kills someone. You can't tame a dragon. Hermione said, yelled. Shut up, mudblood. Draco and Harry shouted together. Stupefy. Fred Weasley shouted. No. Tonks yelled. Harry ducked the pathetically weak stunning spell and shouted, Volo. Pointing his wand at the crate containing the dragon. He threw the crate at the attacking Weasley, who ducked. Unfortunately for everyone, the crate contained a very irate dragon. When the crate struck the stone wall behind Weasley, it broke open, and the small dragon was freed. The dragon immediately started to shoot small puffs of fire into the very small room. Fred had to lunge away at the last second as the dragon shot a puff of fire right at his face. Confundus. Harry heard several voices shout from behind him. Harry turned around just in time to see a light blue spell hit him and Draco in the chest. The force of the spell caused Harry fly backwards a few feet. When he opened his eyes, the world had tripled. Now there were 3 Tonks, Dracos, Longbottoms, Grangers, Jordans, and 6 Weasleys in the room, along with 3 dragons. Harry panicked when one of the dragons approached where he was lying on the ground. Defendo! Harry shouted. The spell struck the dragon's chest and the creature let out a yelp of pain as green blood shot out. Harry thanked Merlin that the baby dragons hadn't developed its magic-resistant scales yet. Stupefy! Several voices shouted. Harry looked up and at least 20 red stunning spells were flying right towards him. Harry grabbed the nearest Draco, pulled him into the hallway and slammed the door. Harry tried to walk, but all he managed to do was lose his balance and fall backwards. The enchanted stairs seemed to tell that someone was starting to fall because they became a massive slide instead of steps. Harry and Draco fell down the slide all the way down to the base of the tower. What is the meaning of this? A very angry voice cried out. Harry looked up and saw 3 very angry Professor McGonagalls walking towards him with 3 very angry Professor Snapes. Potter, Malfoy, what are you doing out of bounds? Snape barked. Professors McGonagalls, Professor Snapes. Dragons. 3 dragons are being taken to Romania by like 20 dragon keepers. Dracos, Tonkses, and I went to stop them, but we were ambushed. Harry said. Mr. Potter, have you been sniffing potions? Snape raged. No, Professor Snapes. Go up, you'll see, Harry said, gesturing wildly towards the North Tower. Snape quickly ascended the staircase, which had reverted itself by now, leaving a very confused Harry and Draco to stare at the 3 angry Professor McGonagalls. Dracos, what did we get hit with? Harry asked as he began to sway from side to side. Professors, the 6 of us got hit with a spell. It was bluish. The incantation was like Confundus or Confindus. Draco said as he began to sway. Do you mean, Confundus, Mr. Malfoy? McGonagall asked as she leaned in to look at Harry, whose eyes were glossed over. Never mind, I can see it. Yes, this is most certainly the Confundus charm. McGonagall said as she began waving her wand, removing the charm from the 2 students. Harry shook his head slightly. Professor McGonagall, what happened? Harry asked. His head was throbbing. That is something I would like to know very much. I found these 6 upstairs as well. There was evidence of a duel, but I saw no dragon, as Mr. Potter claimed. Snape said darkly as he pushed the 6 Gryffindors down the stairs. I can answer that, Severus. I believe Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy both reacted poorly to a Confundus charm, that is why they were each acting so strange. McGonagall said. Draco, who hit you with the charm? Snape asked. I don't remember, sir. Draco admitted sheepishly. What is the last thing you do remember? McGonagall asked. Diner. Harry answered quickly. What? Those 2 came up here and started to attack us. Fred Weasley shouted. And why would Mr. Potter and Mr. Malfoy come all the way to the North Tower at midnight to attack you? Snape asked. Fred was about to answer when he closed his mouth. This is completely unacceptable. 8 students out of bed and out of bounds well past curfew. Mr. Malfoy, Mr. Potter. I understand you reacted poorly to a spell, but you can't go unpunished. I don't know if you were trying to practice ahead for Phileas, Harry, or if you and Mr. Malfoy were indeed cursed against your will. Unfortunately, since neither of you can remember what happened, both you and Mr. Malfoy will receive a detention and lose 20 points each from Slytherin for being out of bounds well past curfew. McGonagall said. As for the rest of you, I will be taking 40 points each from Gryffindor and you will all serve a month's detention starting tomorrow. Now all of you get to bed. McGonagall said. But what about the dragon? Draco asked. Mr. Malfoy, there was no dragon, it was all in your head. Now both you and Mr. Potter get back to the dungeons. Snape said with a hint of sympathy. The next couple of weeks passed fairly easily for Harry and Draco. At first, their fellow Slytherins were outraged when they found out that Harry and Draco had cost them 40 points for being out of bounds. That changed when Marcus Flint stormed into the common room and demanded that they stop harassing his 2-star Quidditch players. After Flint removed the bones from a 5th-year prefect who continued to berate Harry and Draco, everyone got the message and let the issue drop. According to Tonks, the 6 Gryffindors were not so fortunate. Tonks, Hermione, and Neville were painted as the ringleaders of the group even though that was far from the truth. They were ostracized by the rest of the house including the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan, who claimed that they were trying to stop them from leaving. Harry once again found the Gryffindors detestable. The fact that they could stare logic right in the eye and scoff at it made him want to scream. Tonks ate all her meals with the Slytherins, and Harry even overheard her speaking to Professor Snape about a possible house transfer, which he promptly told her was not possible. Harry was currently sitting with Tonks and Draco in the Great Hall when 3 school owls swooped down to deliver messages to them. All 3 of them said the same thing. Your detention will be served tonight at 8 p.m. with Hagrid. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall by 7:45 p.m. Minerva M. McGonagall. Well, Tonks, at least we all have detention together. Harry said with a grin. How easy for you to say, you only have to do it once. This is my 20th, and I still have another 8 after this. Tonks said dejectedly. I'm sorry about the whole thing, Tonks. Had we known that you were helping them, we never would have tried to get them in trouble. Harry said. When Tonks gave him a penetrating stare he smirked. Okay, so maybe we still would have tried to get them in trouble, but we would have done our best to keep you out of it. Harry said. Tonks smirked. It's fine, Harry, tell me, did you ever find your invisibility cloak? Actually, yeah. Someone sent it back to me last night, if you can believe it. There was a note with the same wild handwriting. It just said, use it well. I don't know who this person is, but they seem overly dramatic to me. Harry said. Tonks and Draco both snorted into their pumpkin juice and started to laugh. Yeah, only you would have a stalker with a flair for dramatic notes, Harry. Tonks said. So what do you think we'll be doing tonight? Harry asked. Dunno, I've never had a detention with Hagrid. Tonks admitted. Hopefully it'll just be lines. I mean, Harry and I were confounded, Draco said. Oh, shut up, Draco. That load of crap you and Harry told to Snape and McGonagall about not knowing how you got to the North Tower might work on them, but I was there, remember? Tonks said quietly. Draco just blushed. Sorry, Tonks, I think I've had to explain it to so many people that I've actually started to believe it. PSSH, at least you didn't have to deal with an angry Flitwick. McGonagall apparently thought that I was trying to skip ahead in my charms lessons. Flitwick yelled at me for about 20 minutes before handing me one of the largest tomes I've ever seen on the bloody charm, which he made me spend the rest of the lesson reading. I think that should be enough of a detention if you ask me. Harry said. Okay, stop complaining, you two. So you've actually had to serve 2 detentions. You didn't have to sort flubberworms for the care of magical creatures teacher with the Weasley twins. You also didn't have to clean Beeping Myrtle's bathroom. Tonks said angrily. Beeping Myrtle? Harry and Draco asked together. She's this stupid ghost who haunts a girl's bathroom. No one uses it because she floods the damn thing all the time. Filch had me clean it with Hermione. I just left after the 3rd time Myrtle flooded a toilet. Tonks said. Let me guess, the mudblood tried to reason with the ghost or something for 3 hours before she gave up. Draco drawled. Oh, leave Hermione alone, Draco. You're just upset that she's finally caught up to you in Transfiguration. Tonks said. Harry just shook his head. He hated that Hermione and Tonks were becoming closer friends, and there was nothing he could do about it. He knew that Draco felt the same way, but Tonks seemed to have taken Hermione under her wing. Harry didn't know why they were absolutely nothing alike. Tonks was fun, energetic, and laid back while Granger was a boring uptight bookworm. Harry just rationalized it to Tonks needing a friend in her own house. Merlin knows that she cut ties with Lee Jordan after he blamed the dragon fiasco on her. So do you think that anyone else will be joining us tonight? Draco asked. Yay, probably at least one or two other people. I mean, if Hagrid needs help, it's probably something that requires a lot of people. Merlin, I hope it isn't the twins. Tonks said. Harry and Draco nodded in agreement. Entrance Hall, Hogwarts, 7:45 p.m. Harry and Draco walked out of the dungeons into the entrance hall. When they saw who was present, they both groaned. Standing besides Tonks was the Gryffindor know-it-all in Longbottom. Nice to see you too, Potter. Granger said. Harry and Draco just ignored her completely. Hello, Longbottom. Sorry about this whole thing. If I had known that you were one of the people trying to get the dragon out of the school, Draco and I would have tried to make sure you and Tonks didn't get in trouble. Harry said. Harry had actually started to respect the shy Gryffindor. While Neville didn't get good marks, Harry had overheard him telling Weasley that he didn't think half the things about Harry were true. Harry had even gone so far as to ask for his help in herbology a few days prior. Draco of course disliked Longbottom, but he didn't want a confrontation with Harry over it. It was actually kind of humorous. Draco, Tonks, and Harry all had one friend now that at least one of the three best friends couldn't stand, but they all refused to badmouth that person unless the three of them were alone together. For Harry it was Longbottom, Tonks had Granger, and Draco had recently been told by his father to start speaking with Pansy Parkinson because Lucius wanted her father to get on board with a ministry bill. Thanks, Harry. Neville said shyly. Enough talking, Filch said as he came walking towards them with his cat trailing him. Sorry sir. Neville squeaked out. Yes, sorry. Harry drawled sarcastically, earning himself a glare from the caretaker. I'd give you another detention for you lip, Potter, but Hagrid has an even better punishment for you rule breakers. It's the forest for you five tonight. Filch said with a sick grin. What? Draco, Harry, and Tonks screamed as Neville and Hermione paled. Filch just let out a cackling laugh. Yes, it's true. You five are going into the forest with Hagrid. Ha, I'd bet my next paycheck that at least one of you don't come back with all your limbs attached. Merlin knows that the forest has all sorts of nasty creatures that would love to take a bite out of you. But that's servant's work. When my father finds out about this, Draco said in shock as the group numbly followed Filch towards Hagrid's house. You know, it's about damn time that Dumbledore started giving harsher punishments. I still say they should bring back the whippings and the chains. I've still got the cuffs and a nine-tail in my office just in case, Filch said. Harry, Draco, and Tonks tuned out the insane caretakers ranting while Granger and Longbottom went white as Filch described the type of punishment that Hogwarts used to give. The five students arrived outside of Hagrid's cabin a few moments later. Filch, is that you? Hagrid called out from behind the small house. Yes, Hagrid, I've brought the condemned. Filch said with a sick grin. What are you talking about to you batty squib? Hagrid asked. Hagrid. Filch roared. You're a squib. Draco said with a laugh. You'll keep that quiet lest you want to be the first person to be hung upside down by their feet and whipped with my 9 tails. Filch roared. So that's why you're late. You been scaring them, have you? Well, your job is done, get back to the castle. Hagrid said darkly. I'll be by to pick them up later this evening. Filch said as he and Ms. Norris quickly left. All right, you lot, listen up. I'm going to be taking you into the forest, but don't worry. I've already cleared it with the centaurs, and the other sentient groups know we are entering. Hagrid said. What about the things that aren't sentient? Father told me there are werewolves in that forest. Draco yelled. Well, if you knew anything, Malfoy, you'd know that tonight isn't a full moon. Granger said. Draco looked like he wanted to slap her, but Hagrid spoke up. Well, don't worry, we'll be going in 2 groups. I'll be with one and Fang. Now where is that mutt? Fang, get over here, Hagrid called. A large dog came bounding over from Hagrid garden and stopped next to the kids. Fang here will be with the other. So nothing should happen to you lot. Hagrid said. I want Fang. Draco called out instantly. Okay, but I warn ya he's a coward. Hagrid said with a smile. Harry had to bite back a laugh as Draco's eyes rose slightly. Hagrid, what are we going to be doing? Tonks asked. Oh hey Nymphadora, I didn't see you there. Something's been hurting some unicorns lately. Now one of them is hurt in there. We got to find it to heal it or if need be, put it out of its misery. Hagrid said. Harry and Draco both shared a shock when they heard Hagrid call Tonks by her first name. Their shock was only magnified when Tonks didn't seem to get mad at him at all. The mentioning of a hurt unicorn though, scared both the boys slightly. Unicorns were very light-oriented magical creatures. Truthfully, any regular animal predator like a wolf would feel a natural aversion to hunting them, and no light magical creature would even consider it. That meant that it was a dark magical creature that was hunting the unicorns, and there weren't a lot of them that could do that. Unicorns were very fast and very strong with light magic. The creature would have to be fierce to catch and wound a unicorn. Well, come on you lot, we don't have all night. Hagrid said as he and Fang began walking towards the forest. The forest wasn't nearly as bad as Harry thought it would have been. The fact that it was dark outside combined with the dense foliage from the trees blanked the entire area in shadows. Maybe it was because Harry knew he could easily escape or hide from anything in the forest, but he was incredibly relaxed. You know it's not that bad. Harry said after a few minutes of walking. That a boy Harry, I tell everyone that the forest isn't that bad, but sadly it's got a reputation. Dumbledore wants to make sure the students stay safe so he encourages it. Hagrid said with a huge smile. Are you mad, Harry? This is the most terrified I've been in my life. Draco hissed. Harry, I'm with Draco. I want to get the hell out of here. Look to your right, do you see the size of those spider webs? Tonks said, her voice slightly higher than normal. Harry just smirked at them all and continued to follow Hagrid. Master, this forest is dangerous. SS is something evil, rest side SSS in it. Salazar hissed. Harry fell back from the group to talk to his familiar. What do you mean? Harry hissed quietly. Something SS smells wrong with the forest. Salazar hissed. Well, a lot of dark creatures SS live here. Harry replied. I hunt this forest. Something new ISSS here. SS is something that SSS smells foul. You must be careful, tonight. Salazar hissed. Harry nodded his head and Salazar slithered back under his robes. Harry then sprinted to catch up to where Draco and Tonks were standing with Hagrid, Hermione, and Neville at a fork in the trail. Oh Harry, there you are. I thought we lost you for a moment. Hagrid said. No, I just tripped. Harry said. Funny, I didn't hear nothing. Hagrid said as Draco and Tonks looked at him oddly. Yay, I got right back up. Harry said simply. Well, here's what we are going to do. Neville, Hermione, and I are going to follow one trail. Harry, Nymphadora, Draco, and Fang will be following the other one. Now if you find the unicorn, fire up green sparks from your wand. If you get in any trouble, fire off red sparks. Hagrid said as everyone nodded their head. Harry, Tonks, and Draco followed Fang down the trail to the right while Hagrid led Neville and Granger down the trail to the right. So you tripped, Harry? Draco asked sarcastically once they were out of earshot. Well, I was talking to Salazar. Harry admitted. Oh, what did he want? Tonks asked. Never mind that, Tonks. What is up with Hagrid calling you Nymphadora, and you not caring? Harry asked desperately, trying to avoid telling his already nervous friends that something evil was in the forest. Tonks hit Harry over the head at the mention of her first name. If you must know, Harry, Hagrid was the only person at this school who would talk to me last year. He's actually really nice. Just don't eat any food he offers you. Tonks said. Wait, so you are friends with that servant? Draco asked astonished. Draco, Hagrid is really nice and he has a big heart. Before I had you two, he would be nice enough to hide me from or tell off the Weasley twins. Tonks said. Harry felt a slight bit of appreciation to Hagrid for helping out Tonks. But you aren't going to be forcing me off topic, Harry. What did Salazar want? Tonks asked. Oh well, he just said something about a Neville in the forest and to be careful. Harry said quickly. Draco and Tonks stopped walking. Do you want to run that by us again? Draco asked. It's nothing guys really. Harry said hesitantly. No. What did he say, Harry? Tonks demanded. Okay, he said that there was something evil in the forest and to be careful. Harry said. Oh well, I could have told you that. I mean, I heard that there is a vampire clan in here. Draco said. Harry just nodded his head. He wasn't about to tell them that Salazar meant something a little worse than a vampire. The three of them walked along the trail for a while until Tonks stopped and gasped. Harry and Draco stopped walking and asked what it was. Tonks took out her wand and said, Lumos. Her wand was pointed at a bush and Harry instantly saw the large globs of silver liquid all over it. Unicorn blood. Draco said weakly. Should we send up sparks? Harry asked. No, Hagrid said to send up the sparks only if we found it. Tonks said. Okay, so what do we do? The blood seems to travel off the path. Harry asked. We follow it, stupid. Let's go. The sooner we find the unicorn, the sooner we can get out of here. Draco said quickly. Harry and Tonks nodded and the three of them all casted the lighting charm and they followed the silver blood through the dense trees of the forest. They seemed to be walking forever. Oh, the poor thing, it must be near death. I mean, it's lost so much blood. Tonks said sadly. They continued to walk for a few more minutes before they spotted the creature. It was lying on its side and it wasn't breathing. It was the saddest and most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. The unicorn's silver hair seemed to reflect the moonlight. Harry saw that Draco and Tonks both had unshed tears in their eyes as they saw the dead creature. All right, I suppose we should send off Draco said, but a sharp gasp from Tonks cut him off. Harry's eyes widened when he saw something shuffle from behind the unicorn. Harry looked on in horror as a cloaked figure rose his head up. The first thing Harry noticed were the pair of bright red eyes that were staring right at them. Harry felt like he was frozen to where he was standing. The cloaked figure leaned down to the unicorn and started to drink up its blood. Merlin, a vampire. Draco said weakly. That's not a vampire, stupid. Vampires don't drink unicorn blood. Tonks hissed quietly. Master, you must leave. That creature what smells wrong in the forest. Salazar hissed. Salazar says we should leave. That thing is what smells wrong in the forest. Harry said numbly. Suddenly, the cloaked figure's head shot up and stared right at Harry. The glowing red eyes seemed to instantly find him. Harry felt his blood run cold when he heard a low, barely audible hiss seem to come from the cloaked figure. A single word left the thing's lips. Potter. We have to leave now. Harry shouted. Tonks instantly fired up red sparks while Draco made a beeline back to the trail. Harry saw the cloaked creature stare at him for a second before it took off after Draco. Harry instantly used his shadow travel to race after Draco, hoping to catch him before the creature. Harry spotted Draco about 100 feet ahead of him. Unfortunately, the creature was racing towards him also. Damn it, even if I get to Draco first, I'll never be able to get both he and Tonks out of the forest using my shadow form. Harry made a very rash and a very stupid decision. He stopped chasing after Draco and instead headed for the creature. When Harry got close, he noticed that the cloaked creature ran on two legs and that he had the build of a human. When Harry was only a few inches away from him, he dropped out of his shadow form and pointed his wand. Defindo, 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 Expelliarmus. Harry shouted. Harry had never seen something move as quickly as the cloaked figure did. The thing dropped to the ground to avoid the 4 spells, which Harry fired at point-blank range. The next thing Harry realized, a leg shot out and tripped him. Harry fell to the ground and hit his head on a rock. He saw the creature rise up to his full height and look down at him. Harry was sure that he was going to die, but to his immense shock the figure just turned around and sprinted away deeper into the forest. Harry tried to sit up, but his head was throbbing. He felt the back of his head. When he looked at his hand, it was covered in blood. Shit, Harry said as he started to get dizzy. Harry, look out, Tonks shouted. Harry slowly turned his head in time to see a massive horse leap over a hedge. Harry's eyes widened when he saw that the horse had a body of a man. Harry's attention was shifted though to the large bow that the centaur had pointed at him. Get up, Dark One. The centaur hissed menacingly. Harry scooted away from the centaur as fast as he could, but when an arrow shot out from trees and flew not an inch over his head, he stopped moving. I said get up, Dark One. The centaur said again. Harry put his hands up in surrender as Tonks shot red sparks up again. Ah! Tonks shrieked. Harry turned around in time to see two other centaurs striding forward with their bows pointed at her. Silence, human. Ronan told you to get up, Dark One. The largest centaur said sharply. Harry climbed to his feet although he was woozy and his head was aching. Ronan, kill the Dark One. The large centaur said. No. Tonks shouted. Harry watched in slow motion as the arrow left the centaur's bow and traveled straight for his head. When the arrow was a foot from his face, Harry instinctively blended into the shadows and dove out of the way. It took Harry a few seconds to realize that the centaurs were no longer firing arrows at him. He made to stand up, and it was only then that he realized that he had shifted to the shadow realm. Show yourself. The large centaur screamed. Not bloody likely. Harry thought viciously. Show yourself or we will kill the girl. The large centaur screamed again. Harry felt a knife plunge into his heart. He couldn't lose Tonks. He felt himself fall out of his shadow form and he put his hands up. Fine. I'm here, just don't hurt her. Harry said. Foolish human. Ronan, kill the Dark One. The large centaur said again. No, don't. Hagrid said we would be here. Why are you doing this? Tonks screamed with tears in her eyes. Harry watched as the centaur named Ronan took aim at him with his bow again. Harry closed his eyes. He was going to die by the hands of a bloody horse. Much to his shock though, the centaur said, I cannot kill him, Bane. Harry opened his eyes in shock. What? He is dark. He killed the unicorn, the stench of darkness is all over him. The centaur said. Then why would he show himself at the threat of harm to his companion, Bane? Why would he sacrifice his life for her? Ronan said. I didn't kill any unicorn. Harry said weakly. Lies. The smell of death is all over you, Dark One. Bane shouted. No, I fought the thing that attacked the unicorn. Harry said weakly as he started to sway from side to side. His head was now killing him. I believe the boy speaks the truth. The smell of darkness is fading from him, Bane. The other centaur said. He must be using his magic then, Firenze. Bane shouted. No, Harry's telling the truth, he didn't kill any unicorn. We were helping Hagrid to find the unicorn. Tonks yelled. That's right, they were. Firenze, Bane, Ronan, put your weapons down. Came the booming voice of Hagrid. I will do no such thing, this one reeks of darkness. Bane said, pointing at Harry. His smells lessens though, Bane. It is almost gone. Firenze said. Still he uses the shadows. He must be punished for that at least, it is the mark of darkness. Bane roared. You won't lay a hand on his head, Bane, not unless you want Professor Dumbledore in this forest later tonight. Hagrid roared. Harry's was now starting to stumble and before he realized it he was falling. The last thing he heard was Tonks and Draco both shouting his name. To be continue, I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.